Hello and welcome everybody to DeWALT Grand Prix 2023. It's the second round of Baltic Touring Car Championship and all the action will be in one day. More than 100 competitors, 10 sprint races, and in the end we have the Nankang Endurance Academy 2-hour race. A lot of action during the whole day. We start right now at 10 o'clock with the first sprint race, all the way down to 7 o'clock, I think, with a little bit of a lunch break between. But anyways, we will start with the BTC run, BTC1, BTC2, BTC3 and V1600 classes. More than 20 cars, I think 25 cars here on the grid. And it will be action-packed right from the start. Let's have a look at what we have. We have on pole position Arturas Kliobavicius from Lithuania. And he wants to say some words. That's great. That's great. So, Arturas, starting from pole position, what's the feeling?
I'm slightly, a little bit nervous, but okay, we will do. We will manage somehow.
So you had a great qualifying, so you should do a great job in the race too, right?
We'll see. I hope so.
Okay, good luck. So the pole man Arturas Kliobavicius from Lithuania. There we have from second place Gediminas Bilinskas starting. Also a really nice car there. Let's ask Gediminas, are you ready for the fight?
Good morning. Yeah, you're ready. Will be good, I think. Two guys starting in the last positions from our class, so will be interesting race, I think.
And you are, of course, aiming for the top spot, right?
I will try it, but we'll see. Okay. We'll see. Thank you.
So that was Gediminas Bilinskas from second place. Then we have from third place in a really beautiful Mazda MX-5. That's Justas Gudavicius as well. He looks like he's ready. Then right beside him we have Simo Lind. I think he's the poleman from BTC2 class from Estonia. Always nice to speak to Simo. Simo, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you feeling?
Ready to race?
And you start from P1, I think in BTC2 class, right? Yeah, the plan as always, aim for the top spot?
Yeah, keep it clean in the first corner and aim for the top.
Okay, good luck, Simo. Simo Lind, so the leader of BTC2 class, and there, of course, is Tadas Petukauskas, who will try to fight, of course, with Simo Lind. So Estonia against Lithuania here. And then, of course, as I said, we have a lot of cars, more than 20 cars in this race, and it will be a blast, that's for sure. As I said, 10 sprint races during the whole day. Tune in, stay with us, and I promise you will have a lot of fun. So, back to the commentators, or to the commentators for the first time today, and see you all in Park Ferment in the next races.
So, good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's gorgeous weather today in Riga, and you can see sun is shining. There are some refreshing breeze, but for the racing cars, it seems to be perfect weather. We will have, actually, we had 22 cars at the qualification yesterday. 3 more are entered, but let's see how many of them will be on the track today. So you can see there are people on the grandstands as well. And yesterday's qualification gave us the results that front row on the Southern Grid will consist 2 of Lithuanian drivers, number 86 Arturas Kliobavicius and number 84 Gediminas Bilinskas. Both BMWs, and both are driving BTC3, because actually looking at the entry list you can say that the BTC3 is more or less all about BMWs with one exception. Meanwhile BTC2, best car in that class, is starting from P4, Simo Lind number 88, BTC2 is almost exclusively about Hondas, with just one exception, one nice Mazda. But now the warm-up lap has started. And we will have the race over 10 laps. Rolling start, so BTC 1, 2, 3 and V1600 race 1. This is the first of 10 sprint races we will have today. So this is turn 2, or elbow, Velkonis in Latvian. That's maybe a key turn on this track. Turn 2, as you can see, it has a form of elbow, very sharp right-hand turn. Now cars are driving through turn 4. It's on the far part of the track, and then here is probably the most trickiest turn of them all, turn called bridge or tilts in Latvian. What makes it so tricky is the fact that cars run over the crest there while taking the turn, so you must be absolutely perfect through that turn to gain some time and avoid crashing, because there have been lots of crashes during previous years. So warm-up lap is closing to its conclusion. Cars are now running through the penultimate lap, penultimate corner of course, and entering the main straight, but we will have 2 warm-up laps actually, 1 warm-up lap, and then first cars now already formation lap has started. So here they come now through turn 1, which is called at the oak tree. On the right side of this turn, you won't believe, but originally there stood an oak tree. When the barriers were constructed, the oak tree remained behind those barriers, but the name still remains until nowadays, even if the tree itself is not there. So formation lap for BTC and V1600 cars are underway. They're running over the bridge. Actually, it's not a bridge. There is a pedestrian tunnel running under the track in that place, and that is what actually form that hump or crest. But we will see what will happen through the race. It's a very critical place on the track because there is a long, very long full throttle stretch after that turn, and then if you make the turn wrong, you will lose all the time on that straight. Now here is a turn called Hospital and another long straightway. Now everything should be ready for the first start. Car should arrive to turn 11 in any moment. Okay, welcome back to the live picture. We had quite a quiet start. Now the second lap is already on the way, and as expected, Bilinskas is now one of those with Leopavicius. Actually, Leopavicius is in front already. Bilinskas had a little bit better start, and here you can see that some of the cars already went through the gravel, but Bilinskas here into the hospital was attacking Leopavicius already. So there is big fight for the lead, and somebody's smoking heavily. That is leading car. That is leading car of Gediminas Bilinskas. That red BMW. Actually, it's a diesel engine car. So if you see some black smoke coming out of it, everything should be okay. But if the smoke turns blue, then he's in trouble. Actually, Bilinskas was probably the fastest car 5 weeks ago during the first round at Pärnu. But now 3 laps are already completed. 2 laps actually, third lap just begun. And Bilinskas is still leading in front of Kudavicius. Leopavicius and Kudavicius. Then Simo Lind, the BTC2 leader, is in third, as the graphics on your screen shows. Running through the turns 5, 6, and here over the bridge once again. 90 yards that bluish Honda Civic Coupe is currently 5th overall, and he is defending against another Estonian driver, Kairo Kallas, in another Honda. And now you can see there is some peace on the track. Nobody is battling nobody. Still, I would say that Yartsev is defending his position in front of Petukauskas, so that screen information was maybe correct 1 lap ago, but not now. So Gediminas Bilinskas in that red BMW number 84 has just set the fastest lap, 1:30.1, but his gap to the second place, the Arturas Leopavicius, is not that big, 1.5 seconds. That's okay. Kudavicius in third, and Simo Lind as a leading car in BTC2, keeping the pace of big boys. And now it seems Kudavicius has run into trouble. Yes, he's slowing down, and it is almost certainly something to do with his car, and it means that Lind just grabbed P3 overall. Of course, he's not racing big boys of BTC3. There is no point. His point is to take home victory among BTC2 cars. So drama's already, it's only 4th lap underway. Lost some cars, and here Petukauskas is now very close to Yartsev. Here they come through the penultimate turn. Is Petukauskas going to... No, he's not going to overtake Yartsev on the outside, but maybe he will do it on the main straight. Here they come. Yartsev still in front. Sorry, it's Kairo Kallas have been shown on the screen. Yes, it is. So sorry for that. And there is the most interesting battling pair currently. And they are both BTC2, so it's a real fight for the position. 4th and 5th overall. Ilinskas meanwhile set another fastest lap of the race, and he's the only one who has managed. And here you can see the white Mazda. Unfortunately, Justas Kudavicius' race ended just there, and you can see "by" on the rear number plate. Yes, let's say goodbye to this race. Kallas and Piotrkauskas are still fighting. We are on lap 5, and it means that half distance will be completed very soon. No changes in order in top 5. But those two are still trying to be careful who is second and who is third in BTC2. And of course, we don't know. You could see that Kallas' car was wobbling a little bit under braking into turn 2, but these are, I would say, not back markers. Now their car number 277 is in that white car, and number 33 Urvo Männamaa is in front of him. Here they come. There's one back marker in very uncomfortable place. To overtake him is just over the bridge. Männamaa managed to do it without any problem. Here you can see V1600 cars as well. They have the, not only V1600, there's, you can see that blue Renault Twingo, which is BTC1, but those cars here, they are now battling for the honors in V1600. And it seems that some changes in the positions. Yellow flags are still out at the hospital because of that Mazda standing on the verge of the track, and then here the green flag showing drivers that everything is ready, they can run freely. Big bunch of cars to go here. From different classes, but this yellow Ford Fiesta is certainly a leader in V1600 one. Do they? Yes, they do. The final turn at Pikernik is a really difficult one because you could see that there is a high curve on the exit, and if you try to go as fast as possible through that turn, you may hit some trouble. Number 888 is Elvis Turans in that BMW. He's currently fighting with number 8. Oh, can they? Oh, this was close. This was as close as it gets over the bridge. You can see exactly why this turn is so difficult. If you get the entry a little bit wrong, you can get the slide and go into the gravel. And here we have one car less on the track. Here is situation with Elvis Turans. so sideways, but somehow he managed to save it. Good driving, but first of all, don't make mistakes there. Maybe in deep trouble. So just 3 laps to go, at least for the leaders. And here they come, number 84, Gediminas Belinskas, and number 86, Justas Klebavicius. The gap is now much smaller than it used to be, and here is direct battle for the leader. They have some contact through turn 2, but Belinskas still remains in front. Through Klebavicius put in some real serious attack. Back markers are now messing in. The Belinskas have now some breathing space, but during the first round he had some technical issues with his car. Although he was the fastest, but didn't manage to take victories at Pärnu because his car broke down both times. And you can see how that big powerful diesel engine is smoking. Just 2 laps to go for the leaders. Here they go through the final turn called Sailor onto the main straight. And nothing is clear yet. And last lap has begun. Gediminas Belinskas is still in front of Arturas Klebavicius. But would it remain so? Klebavicius is taking wider line into turn 2 to get better exit. And number 12, Raivis Meilans, is a leader among V1600 cars. That big bunch is still together fighting here. Simo Lind is leading this group. He's third overall, almost 10 seconds behind the 2 leaders, but still first in BTC2 and less than half lap remaining. He's on his way to taking another victory. But can Belinskas keep his lead? Just a few turns remaining through Museum. And Klebavicius seemingly is not going to attack him. Or let's see. Just the final turn. And Arturas Klebavicius is on the main straight as the leader, and he's going to win the first race of today in front of Gediminas Belinskas. The gap was just 0.2 seconds, and Simo Lind in the background will be third overall. And the winner in BTC2 Tadas Petrakauskas managed to jump Kairo Kallas. Petrakauskas will be 4th and Kallas 5th, and here battle until the line because those cars were from different classes. So Belinskas the winner in the most powerful BTC3, Lind the winner in BTC2. And so on and so on. So that was the first race of today. We will have 9 more. 9 more sprint races plus 1 2-hour endurance race at the end of the day. And the next cars which will take the track will be ABC race cars. There will be 12 of them. And although they are the least powerful cars on the track today, usually they offer very good entertainment. Cars are now returning into the pits, and hopefully our tools will take over for the interviews in a few minutes. And here, top 8. Ljubavicius winner in BTC3. No, it was something wrong with that results. It's certainly not what we saw on the track.
So we are in Park Fermé after an amazing Baltic Touring Car race. All the way till the finish line was the fight for the first place. And okay, the guys are checking the tire pressures. That's the winner, Bilinskas. He will check the tire pressure in the rear, but we will speak with him in just a few seconds. So he's not only driving, but he is working as a part-time mechanic here as well. Checking the tire pressures, but yeah, it was a really interesting race between the two leaders, Bilinskas and Ljubavicius, and we will get to Bilinskas. Let's try to get Bilinskas. So, Bilinskas, congratulations, amazing run. How was it from your position?
All good, just bad that two guys from the last row started. I think three guys broke down from our class, so that's sad. So really we left three of us, I think.
Of course, you won the competition, but how did you manage, Alex? Allow Ljubavicius to take the pressures. How did you manage the overtake?
I don't know. I just go inside in first. I don't know which corner. And he was relaxed, I think, and then in the second half of race he started pushing me. So we had contact here from the first corner. So all good. Good race. Just missing. Need more participants. That's the problem in our class.
The class is fast, and I'm sure you will get more competitors. So congratulations and good luck for the second one.
Thank you.
Let's check maybe with second place, or we can get to BTC2 class winner here, Simo. Hi Simo, congratulations. Great run for you in BTC2 class. How was it from your side?
Yeah, clean race. Clean and fast. It was really enjoyable.
And you had the speed to fight with BTC3 guys as well there.
Yeah, actually I was controlling my speed, so it would have been possible, yeah. but Antti was coming from back, so I was just actually controlling my speed according to Antti. So.
What do you think in the second race the competition will be closer?
Obviously, Antti will do his best, so yeah. Yeah, but let's see. Guys are also getting faster and faster, so I think it will be interesting.
Okay, good luck, and let's hope for a clean race.
Yeah, thanks.
So that was the winner of BTC2 class, Simo Lind, who knows that he will get Good competition in the second run from Antti and all the other guys. So yeah, here we are. Park Ferme, everybody's chatting with each other. And this is one of the nicest, of course, feelings in racing to get to the finish line and then have some chats with your fellow colleagues. So yeah. I think that's it from Park Ferme, and we'll be getting ready for the grid in just a few minutes. But right now, back to the commentators.
So, welcome back to the gorgeous Riga. The time here in Baltics is almost 10:30, and we are waiting for the race. This is for the ABC race cars. ABC race is the name of the class, and as you can understand, it is really the ABC of circuit racing. Very basic cars, just 1400cc. Engines are, of course, up to 1400cc, I would say. Of course, different engines, engine output between some 75 and 90 horsepower, and more or less standard. You can do very little with those cars, basically just put the roll cage in and all this safety equipment, and that's it. And the cars are balanced with balancing weight, ballast weight as well. So if you have a more powerful car, you must carry more weight, and the result is that those cars are very equally balanced. Here highlights from the first race of BTC cars once more. And now ABC race cars are on the track, going to take their places on the dummy grid, and here is the entry list. All Latvian flags, but you can see number 8 Thiago Carvalho is sounding not like a very typical Latvian name, and yes, he's a driver from Brazil. He was starting during the first round of BTCC in Pärnu as well, so second time for him. And as I told, those cars are not very powerful. Actually, they are the least powerful cars we will see today, between some 75 and 90 horsepower with 1400 cc engines. But as have been a tradition for several years already, they offer very good racing, lot of entertainment. And what's interesting about this class, they don't have a qualification. They have 2 races on every meeting, and the starting grid for race 1 is determined by a draw. So if you are lucky, you can take number 1 from the hat and start from the pole position. But for race 2, the starting grid is reversed, so if you will be a poleman or polewoman for race 1,
we are on the grid for ABC race 1. Of course, we know these are the slowest cars, but it's really entertaining battles all the way. So here we see from first place we have Robert Zozo, which is actually my old car. So he will, I hope, have a nice and clean, good race. Then we have from P2, that's Martin Riekstins. One of the 6 Toyota Yaris on the grid, rookie this year, so we will wish him good luck. Then from P3 we have Artur Levskis, one of the fastest guys out there here, and I'm pretty sure he will fight for the win and fight for the podium, so I'm 100% sure for that. Then we have from P4 the leader of the championship, the winner of last year, Jānis Hans. I'm sure he will put up a fight, and his aim is only to be in P1, only to be in P1. So Jānis Hans has a good starting position from P4. Then we have from P5. Now it's Agafono's first race for him. So right in the middle of the pack, and I hope he will enjoy it, and I hope it will be fun for him as well. Then we have with number 2 Kristaps Stikuts, really fast guy, only his second season in ABC racing and racing in general, but he's fast and he knows how to put a lap together. So let's see what Kristaps Stikuts can do. Then we have Daniel Longors, also one of the young guns, second season for him, and he's also always good at good result. Will fight for the podium, that's for sure. Daniel Longors in the red Honda, one to look out for. Then we have Martin Sputnik, a really experienced racer with this mini. He showed really great pace in Pärnu, so it will be nice to see, or interesting to see what he can do in Bitternieki. He had good times in practice, so he is one for the podium as well. Then we have also one of the young drivers, Kristāliņš, in this black Renault Clio. We will see how far he can get from starting P9. We will wish him luck as well. Then from next one from P10, it's our Brazilian Thiago Carvalho starting here, but also he knows how to put the lap together, and I'm sure his aim is only to go up in this first race. And then of course, the return of Kristaps Stikuts, the first ABC race. Winner or champion, and he's back to fight for the Latvian championship. He's starting almost from the back from P11. That means in the second race he will start further up. But yeah, great speed yesterday in practice, and I know he wants only to win. That's the expectation from him. And then in the back we have Eric Voits, also a good racer. Also I think his second or third season in ABC race, and that means he will start from first place in the second race. So yeah, that's the whole grid of ABC race, and I can't wait. This will be a good one. This will be a good one always. I can't remember a boring ABC race, and this is I think the fifth already or sixth season for them. So stay tuned. Let's get back to the commentators and enjoy the race.
Thanks, Arturs. Once again, Arturs, as you noticed, has raced in the ABC cars as well, and actually his former car is starting from pole position Under number 18, Robert Sosolinch is the driver. And talking about how many different makes are represented, somehow Toyota Yaris is the most popular car on the grid. And Janis Hans, who is the leader of the championship after first round in Pärnu 1 month ago, is running Yaris as well. And he's starting from P4 to race 1, so one can expect that he will be among the leaders, if not at the top, after a few laps. 10 laps will be the race distance for ABC race cars, and that is one of only 2 races which will be started from standing start. So rolling start has taken over for almost all classes. 12 cars on the grid. Green lights still on at the gantry. Talking about Pikernicki track, this version, which is sometimes called as a ring of speed or loop of speed, is 3,662 meters long. Talking about turns, if you start to count them on the map, you can reach different conclusions, but generally speaking, there is 14 turns. And the track itself is very technical, having 3 longer straights as well, throttle sections. Now everything seems to be ready for the first race of ABC. ABC race actually is the name of that class, not simply ABC. And looking at this picture, you can call it Toyota Yaris Open as well. As you can see, 6 of those 12 cars are Toyota Yarises, and all of them have painted green, so it's really difficult to understand which car is which just by numbers. But Janis Hans, the leader of the championship and last year winner, is number 1. And here we go. Through turn 1 they go. For those cars it should be full throttle, but as you can see, turn 2 is very close to turn 1. There is just maybe 100 or even less meters between them, and it means that with faster cars you have to start braking for turn 2 already in the middle of turn 1, which makes this combination very difficult. This is turn 4, which is flat out for almost every car. I would say for every car. And here, over the bridge, turn 6, the most tricky part of the track probably. And we saw during the first race how one car was almost lost, but driver somehow managed to save it. Get back from the gravel to the track, and car was really sideways there. And this is danger in that place. Now on the backside of track, the turn called Kino Studio. It is because Riga Film Studio used to be there at the outskirts of track, just a few hundred meters from this turn. And then museum or motor museum. It's because Riga Motor Museum is here behind those trees on the left side, just at the track. Penultimate corner called Sand Hill. It's because of sand dunes which used to be there. Now they are covered with grass and other plants. You almost can't see them, but they are still there. There is a lot of sand under those pine trees. And the final turn, Sailor, named after Estonian single-seater constructor and driver Ant Sailor, who was killed in that place in 1968. So, warm-up lap is over and ABC cars are going to take their places on the grid for their first race over 10 laps. There is so strong wind. You can hear it through the track microphones, and green flag, everything is ready for the start. And the race is on. And Janis Hans from P4 immediately makes a very good start, and he's already overtaken number 22 Martin Sriekstich. Robert Sotol is still the first, but Hans is going into turn, and there is already crash involving at least 3 cars in the background. And Thiago Carvalho, unfortunately, is one of them, and his car has taken a big hit. There is almost no front right corner on his car, and red flags out. Yes, it's very expected outcome. Carvalho seems to be alright. Is he climbing out of the car? There is doctor standing at the car. Yes, Carvalho is well, but let's see what happened. So Hans made a very good start. He's on the outside now, trying to fight for second or third. But yes, it was Carvalho's car which took the most severe hit in this crash. And you can see there is no front right wheel on his car. And as red flag is out, we will have a break. Doctors all there. And drivers have some heated discussion, of course. If I have heavy contact and car is broken, even before turn 1, actually the contact happened even before turn 1. Can we see from this picture what happened in the background? Carvalho made a good start as well, but yes, there was actually, he was sandwiched between 2 other cars, and as a result of that contact went sharply to the right and hit the concrete barrier. That is one which ripped off the front right wheel from his cars, and this is only the aftermath. Very, very unfortunate. Of course, Carvalho is fortunate in that he's more or less well, which can't be said about his cars. It's totally destroyed. Now flatbed is here, and let's make a break with our comments until the racing resumes. The track needs some cleaning. Cars must be transported back to the pit area, and then second start for ABC race 1 will be given. Stay with us. So at least we have some information from the clerk of the course. ABC race 1 will take a full restart, and at local time of 11:05 it is in 14 minutes. So ABC race 1 will be restarted over full 10 laps, and the start time will be 11:05. Stay with us and we will be back in about 10 minutes. So here we go again. ABC race cars, at least 9 of them from original 12 are now back on the grid and ready for the second attempt for race 1. You saw from the replays that Diego Carvalho, number 8, and Krister Salinš had a collision even before turn 1. Actually, Carvalho tried to go to the inside, but he didn't realize that Salinš had some overlap with him, so they touched. Carvalho went straight into the inside barrier, and those two cars bouncing back on the track hit also number 11 car of Eric's Voits. So Carvalho, Salinš and Voits, who should start from positions 9, 10 and 12, are out. And let's see now the second attempt. They will have, of course, warm-up lap, and then we'll see. Talking about the entertainment value this class offers, I of course didn't meant crashes, but even if you don't want it, crashes like this happen, and they are part of motor racing. Because this one was rather unfortunate. Carvalho made a very slight mistake. Maybe there was overlap with Salinš, just 20 or 30 centimeters, but he got a hit to the rear right of his car, and that was it. He was out of control into the barriers, and the contact with the concrete ripped off the front right wheel. So this car is finished for today, or maybe it's repairable, maybe not. Salinš and Voits cars were looking a little bit better, especially Voits. It wasn't clear from the replays what actually happened to him. There was contact, but did he hit the wall? We will see. Maybe he will be back for race 2. There is still some time according to our schedule. Race 2 will start it at 15:35. So it's 4.5 hours almost till that time. Maybe his mechanics and he himself are able to repair the car. But let's return to what we see live. Cars going through the cinema turn and entering the final third of the lap. Now Motor Museum. Very tricky combination, going a little bit downhill, which TV picture hides quite well, but yes, there is some descent here. An ultimate corner. And then they will be back on the main straight, taking their places on the starting grid. Number 25, Daniel Zungurs. That red Honda Civic, one Honda Civic is already out, that Erik Voits under number 11, but here we go. Robert Sozolinch number 18 and Martin Sriekstins number 22 starting from the front row, then Artur Stanilevskis and Janis Hans from row 2. He's trying to find the right place. He was okay, but anyway. Oh, attempt 2 for ABC race cars and drivers. And lights are out. And we are racing again, and this time Janis Hans didn't get such wonderful start. Ozolinch and Riekstins are still in front. Actually, Ozolinch is leading. Riekstins is trying to keep his P2, but it was Stanilevskis on the inside in that red Peugeot who is going to take the lead into turn 2 already. So Stanilevskis is leading in front of Ozolinch, and Hans is trying to regain some places from the outside. Now he's on the inside, there are some contacts, and Danilevski is meanwhile leading. Then there is the army of green Yarises, and it looks like Hans has already taken second, not yet. He's disputing it with number 2, Krzysztof Stikuts. Oh no, they are even further back, and Ozolinch, the poleman, has lost several places. He's already in P6, so Danilevskis has made really good opening lap, and the main thing that series leader Janis Hans is some 100 meters behind him already. Here comes Danilevskis. Three cars battling for the second place, and quite surprisingly Daniel Zungurs, number 25, who started from 7th, is now already in, is still in 3rd, but is he going to overtake Riekstins onto the main straight? Yes, he is. And Hans is still in 6th. Fortunately for Ungurs, the main straight is quite wide, but Ungurs now is firmly in 2nd in front of Riekstins, so Danilevski is leading in front of Ungurs, and big bunch of green Toyota Yarises, actually 5 of them after each other in one row. Danilevski can now enjoy his lead. Actually, it was not that big. It was 2 seconds after 1. But Ungurs has not easy life, because Riekstins is just on the bumper, his rear bumper, and here on the left side you can see the current standings as well. Danilevskis, Ungurs and Agafonovs. number 99. Nauris Agafonovs is currently third. Kristaps Likuts fourth, and Janis Hans only fifth. But I would say that while Danilevskis is increasing his gap to the second place Danilevskis, all the other cars are firmly together. Let's see what the gap has done during the second lap. It was exactly 2 seconds, which Danilevskis had at hand after lap 1. Now the gap has reduced to 1.8 seconds, so here is a battle for third. Is it already Hans? Yes, it is. Hans and Riekstins side by side through turn 2, but Hans is now already has a nose in front. Can he complete the overtaking maneuver? He's now on the inside, and probably Riekstins is giving way, and of course it's not so easy. Riekstins is, no, he's not. He is now settled in fourth, so Janis Hans has compensated his bad start, and he's now already in third. But Danilevskis was some 2.5 seconds, even a little bit more, in front of him on the line, while the two backmarkers are battling between themselves. Also, Lynch, the poleman, has dropped to P9. Salinch and Voits, they are shown racing, yes. Cars number 23 and 11, which were involved in the first race crash, they are back on the track. Probably not very much aligned, and you can see this green Toyota Yaris train. 5 cars in one line, led by Janis Hans, then number 22 Martin Riekstins, and all the others now Risaka Polovs 99, Kristaps Leipnieks number 111, and Kristaps Likuts number 2. But meanwhile, Ungurs has caught Danilevskis, and that will be interesting. Of course, it will play in hands of Hans. Well, Hans must catch those two in front, but when or if they start to battle each other, the gap was between two leading cars just 1 second on the timing line. Number 111, Kristaps Leipnieks looks very racy here. He tries to over Martin Riekstins 22. But Hans has not been able to pull away from other Yarises. They are still running in one long train, while 2 red cars are firmly in front, Danilevskis and Ungurs, and here they go. And now Ungurs is really close in the gap. He's already on the back bumper of Danilevskis, and is he going to try and overtake from outside? No. 4th lap will be completed, but 2 leaders are very close now, just 0.3 seconds on the line. And Hans closing in little by little. So Danilevskis had a huge lead during first 2 laps, but now Ungurs has caught him, while Hans was some 2.5 seconds almost back on the line. And interesting thing is that Agafonovs and Leipnieks have caught Hans. I thought Hans will be running away from that green army, but it hasn't happened. quite the opposite. He has got some company in the form of Agafonovs and Leibniz. Here they go. But what is happening in the front? Not very much. Going through Kino Studia. Danilevski is still in front, but Ungurs is, I would say, he's just biding his time and trying to find most risk-free option to overtake the current leader. And no, he cut the corner. There was some dust flying in there, but Ungurs is, it looks like he's driving very wisely, not attacking his rival in every possible and impossible place, but just keeping him under pressure. But until now, first half of the race is completing 5 laps, but until now Danilevski has not cracked. He's still in the lead, and Hans now has hands full of work because Agafonovs and Leibniz are just waiting for a moment, or trying to find the moment to jump the series leader for third. The status quo is remaining at least in top 5. I don't think it will stay like this till the checkered flag. And Hans has managed to put at least 3 or 4 car lengths of clean air between him and Agafonovs. Can he pull away? I wouldn't say. The re-extinction number 22, who started from the front row, has now dropped to 7th, while leaders will complete their 6th lap in few seconds. Here they come. Danilevski is in front, Ungurs behind him. But we haven't seen any attempts for overtaking the leader from Ungurs. Leibniz meanwhile has set the fastest lap. He is currently only in P5, 1:46.3. Has been his best result, but it didn't help him very much. He's still in the wake of Agafonovs, who is running in the slipstream of Hans in P3, 4 and 5. They're not that far from the leaders, just under a few seconds, but seemingly unable to close that gap, although Hans was about 3/10 per lap faster than 2 leaders, Danilevski and Ungurs, in front of him. But the big picture is still the same, and now several cars ran a little bit wide at Hospital. But no big dramas here. Hans was one of them. Did he lose anything? No. Quite the opposite. He has increased the lead over Agafonovs in P4, but what 2 leaders are doing, still in the same succession, but Ungurs was now really hanging on the rear bumper of Danilevski's. Danilevski's has led this race basically from turn 2 on the opening lap. And now, yes, we can say that Hans has broken away finally from Agafonovs. Now he's firmly in third. He has no need to defend his position anymore, and it may mean he will catch Ungurs and Danilevski now, so probably we will have a battle for the victory between 3 drivers. Danilevskis and Ungurs are a little bit more than 1 second away from Hans, but Hans has gained some space over Leibniz. Now he has lost it. So Leibniz, who set the fastest lap 1 lap ago, has now overtaken Aganafonovs and caught Hans. Hans is defending heavily into the hospital, and this is of course something very nice news for Danilevskis and Ungurs. And Hans, maybe he's handful of battle with Leibniz. He can't attack those two in front. Are going to complete their lap 8 in few seconds, but still no signs of attack from Ungurs. But you can be sure he's studying what his rival is doing in front of him, trying to find his weak spots. Now Danilevskis has made no big mistakes, at least we haven't seen them on the screen. And Hans has lost his 3rd place to Leibniz, so on the main straight Leibniz simply went by Hans. Actually simply, what is simply? He had much better exit from final turn and so could use it to overtake the series leader. Now Leibniz, Hans, Agafonovs, E3, 4 and 5, and maybe Leibniz is able to catch Danilevskis and Ungurs in front of him. There's not much time remaining, 8 laps already completed, 8.5, so just 1.5 laps remaining. He certainly has the speed. Comparing lap times, Leibniz was 3/10 faster than the leader Danilevskis during the previous lap, but Danilevskis is still keeping his lead in front of Ungurs. Go through museum, and Leibniz now seems as a free way, not only in front of him, but Hans is some 4 or 5 car lengths behind him. And here is Danilevskis, who made a mistake in the penultimate corner. Does it present an opportunity for Ungurs? Yes, there was an opportunity, but Ungurs certainly is lacking the top speed. Now Ungurs is trying to go to the inside. Danilevskis shuts the door, and it means that Leibniz is now in the same company with them as is Hans already. So one slight mistake from the leader and all the situation has changed. Danilevskis is still the leader, but now Ungurs is under attack from Leibniz already. Leibniz is trying to go to the outside before the breach. Is it going to be successful? It's a very bold move. Can they? Yes, they could. Somehow they went through the breach side by side. So Danilevskis now has run away once again, but who is going to be second? Is it going to be Leibniz, or is it going to be Ungurs, or maybe Hans even? Or maybe even Agafonovs in P5. So top 5 are almost together now with just half a lap to go. So Danilevskis has been really good. We saw one mistake from him, but it actually played in hands of Leibniz, Hans and Agafonovs. My Ungurs is still second, but who will be third? It's the big question. Danilevskis, who started from second row from P3, is on the main straight for the final time. checkered flag is out, and Artur Danilevskis has won the first ABC race in front of Daniels Ungurs and Kristaps Leibnieks. Top 3 were covered by just 1.5 seconds, with Janis Hans in 4th and Nauris Agafonovs in 5th, just few tenths behind. 6th went to Kristaps Stikuts, and actually we have 10 cars in the finish. Martin Sputnic has retired after 6 laps, but both Krister Salic and Erik Svoits were involved in the crash during the initial attempt, start attempt. They returned to the track and have finished the race. So that was the first race for ABC race cars and drivers. You could see that what was promised was delivered. There was some really good racing. Maybe not for the victory, although the way how Daniels Ungurs kept Artur Danilevskis under pressure for many laps was good driving for both of them. And the only mistake from Danilevskis we saw made the final 1.5 laps very interesting, but eventually positions in top 5 didn't change, and Danilevskis was the winner, winning margin under 1 second. And looking to our schedule, it is 11:27 now, and according to the schedule we should have Porsche GT3 CUP, actually NEZ Sprint Challenge. First race started at 11:30. There will be some delay for sure, but now the ABC cars have returned to the pits, and I hope Artur is ready already for the interviews. Anyway, Porsche's, the fastest cars, the fastest class, will be the next one on the track. Their race will be over 20 minutes plus 1 lap, but now over to Artur's, who should be somewhere near the pits already. Cars have been weighted. It's a pity we had this multiple car crash during the first start attempt. Fortunately, only one victim, Thiago Carvalho, who was not able to start restart the race, and it's difficult to hope that he will be ready for race 2 in the afternoon, but we will see. Now let's wait for the interviews. They should start in few seconds. Stay with us.
So we are on the part of ABC race. After the first race, here we see the cars are getting weight to be exactly on their minimum weight. Here's the winner of the race, Artur Danilevskis. We'll get to him a little bit later. We have here some other drivers. Daniels Ungurs is going to the weighing as well. And let's speak maybe with okay, Kristaps Leibnieks a little bit later. Maybe we can get Janis Hans for a few words. I will interview in Latvian and afterwards I will translate. Jāni, nu izties ļoti brauciens jums tur, ne?
Interesanti, jā, varbūt tas papildus svars, kas ir, varbūt nenāk labu, bet redzēs. Nāksim otrajā, te jau manīs.
Nu, pēdējais apus fans no malas izskatījās, ka bija baigi labi.
Kaut kāda galvā matemātika jau tajā brīdī man iesakās, jau otrajā posmā. Tā bija vajadzīgs.
Jan says that of course he's feeling the weight from the first race, the handicap weight, because he was the winner of first run in Pärnu a month ago, something like that. And he said that he did calculate risk on the last lap, so he didn't want to push it and to make a crash or something like that. So he's a calculated driver, but fast as well. And he said, let's see what we can do in the second run. Now we can go and try to speak with the winner. That's the red Peugeot 206. Let's see what they take his helmet off. Artur Latviski, angliski. Okay. Noņem, diver. So Artur will take his helmet off. Started from I think P. From P3 on the grid, and was the winner in the end. Arturim diezgan drāmas brauciens, restarts vispārējais, otrajā braucienā restarts bija labāks.
Jā, diezgan bija labs, tikai starts sanāca pa zāli uzbraukt, kā nebija tā kā pirmajā tīri diezgan. Jā, bija tā labi. Kā bija pirmajā braucienā, atkārtos.
Un pēc tam ļoti interesanti cīņa Daniela, teiksim, visi garumā, visi sarunāts, ka brauksiet aiz otru un cīnīsies tikai noslēdzošos apļos. Jā, tā bija sarunās, lai tas Toyotas nevarētu noķert. Un diezgan labi sanāca. Bija beigās mēģināt apzīt, bet no tā taisies ir mēģināja. Un otrajā braucienā nevarētu aizmūs baigā cīņa, vai ne?
Jā, es domāju, ka būs ļoti cīņa, centīšos kontaktiem, kā tāda stumšanās tālāk. Jā, paldies.
So the winner of this race, Artur Latviski, said that he had a little bit of a busy start. He was on the inside, had to cut on the curb, on the grass, so not so clean as in the first. But still managed to do well, and he said that was the plan, not to fight with his teammate Ungurs in the first laps, and that they can get away from the other cars, the Toyotas, and afterwards, they fought it out, and right now we have to go to the Porsche 911 GT3 CUP Grid, so that's from my side, and we will meet on the starting grid, so back to the commentators.
So Porsches, as you can see, are gathering on the starting grid little by little. They had their first race, the series actually is called NEZ Porsche Sprint Challenge. The cars which I used are Porsche 911 GT3 CUP cars, exactly the same which are running, for example, in Porsche Super Cup, which is one of the supporting acts of Formula 1 rounds. Cars are all the same. And the qualification was run yesterday, but talking about round one, which took place on the Finnish track of Alastaro 2 weeks ago, Roberto Skupčikas and Mattias Salonen have the same total after that races, 39 points. Henri Tuomala, number 23, has just 2 points less, 37, and Valter Zviedris, Latvian driver, under number 15. So here are the highlights from ABC Race 1. Back climb again, and Artur's back.
And we are on the grid for the next race. Porsche GT3 CUP, the fastest cars around here, and it will be amazing. We have 11 cars on the grid. Yesterday in qualifying, the winner was Matthias Salonen from Finland, the young gun, and he also did a track record for BTC circuit for racing cars. So congrats to him, and he will be joined on the first row by Valters Viedris, the Latvian hero. Everybody here, of course, in the grandstands will be cheering for him. As we have only a few minutes till the start, we will speak with him afterwards. Let's hope that he will be on a good spot. And then we have Henrik Tuoma, of course, another fast driver. And look at the cars. The newest generation, 992 generation Porsche 911s, GT3 CUP cars. And I think the first 4 or 5 cars are equally fast. Then we have from P4, Thomas Kangro, another really fast driver. And then of course, next one up, Jani Kakela. Joni Kurika, so we will see great fights, we will see great cars, and we will see great battles as well. So join us in the live stream, and of course I'll be back commentating duties in just a few moments. So a few moments till the Porsches will be on track, and let's hope for a nice fight, and let's hope for a great result.
As Artur's already mentioned, Matthias Salonen, the Pullman, under number 20, set the lap record. Of course, it's all unofficial lap record, but still the fastest lap for GT cars. In Bikkernäki, his best lap time during the qualification was 1:17.539, and he was less than 3/10 faster than number 15, Valters Viedris, who is also starting from the front row. And mixing in with them was number 23, Henri Tuomala, who lost out the front row position to Viedris just by 0.014 seconds. Then there was a little bit larger gap to fourth place, Thomas Kangro, number 48. He was some 3/10 behind Viedris and Tuomala, but the race will be probably a little bit different anyway. Salonen, Viedris and Tuomala, the top 3, seem to be very equally balanced. Then Kangro, Kägele will be perhaps the next company, but those drivers behind them, starting from number 89, Joni Kurika, who is starting from P6, were a little bit slower. Unfortunately, as Matthias Salonen is sharing the series lead, here's co-leader Robertas Kupčikas, who won the opening race in Finland 2 weeks ago, is not here. His car, number 91, is driven by Tomas Svidinskas this time, and Svidinskas Lithuanian driver is starting from 9. So Salonen, Viedris and Tuomala, top 3. They were not significantly, okay. They were clearly faster than all those behind them, but the race over 20 minutes plus 1 lap can be a very different story. We saw it at Alastaro. Even when Kupčikas was leading the first race, another 4 or 5 cars were sitting in his wake because Kupčikas was defending his position, and it may be the same story here. Bikkernäki, for those cars, is quite difficult track for overtaking, so even if you are a faster car, you must find a risky place to overtake your rival. And those very fast 510 horsepower Porsche 992 generation cars may not be that easy. But let's see. Of course, local audience is fancying the chances of number 15, Valters Viedris. He's starting from the front row. Porsches will take rolling start as well, but they have also 2 laps, warm-up lap and the formation lap. Warm-up lap is just completed. Both the drivers, of course, are continuing to warm up their tires to the desired temperature. All cars running on the identical Michelin tires in Porsche Cup competitions. Running through the elbow turn 2. And yes, it's a timed race, 20 minutes plus 1 lap. And once more looking at the rankings, Kupčikas and Salonen have both 39 points. Tuomala, who is starting from 3rd position today, has 37 points. Zviedris has 32, and Thomas Kangro, who is starting from P4, has 30 points. So top 5 in the rankings are also quite close to each other. And as Kupčikas is not starting in Riga, he was the winner of race 1 at Alastaro, while Salonen with the victory in race 2. Salonen has very good chances to grab the series lead. Anyway, we are now ready for Porsches to start their race 1. Salonen on your left and Zviedris on your right. And Porsches are go, go, go! Salonen and Zviedris. Zviedris on the outside of turn 1. Is he going to attack? No, he's not. So Salonen keeps his lead, but Zviedris going into turn 1 on the outside. And it looks like there was Kangro under attack. Yes, Kangro has lost his 4th place. Meanwhile, top 3 has remained as they were on the starting grid. Salonen, Zviedris, Tuomala. So realistically looking, Zviedris at his best hopes into turn 1 and 2. And it seems that Salonen made a little mistake under braking into turn 2, but it was enough for Zviedris to grab the lead from him. Expect lap times in the region of 1:18, 1:19. First lap will, of course, will be a little bit slower. Salonen leading the pack after lap 1 in front of Zviedris, Tuomala, and Kägelä is 4th, having jumped Kangro during the opening lap. Then there is a little bit larger gap to 6th place Jonne Kurikka. The most interesting is of course top 3 now. They are trying to break away from Kägelä in 4th. The gaps are yo-yoing in some parts of the track. Zviedris is closing in to Salonen. In other places, Salonen is pulling away. At the very early stages, just 2.5 minutes have passed since the start. It is over 20 minutes plus 1 lap. But But Svedris is certainly keeping the pressure on the leader. It was exactly what he did during the first race in Finland. But Kupčikas, who eventually won there, kept hold of his lead, and Kägelä has taken the fastest lap, currently 1:19.8, but Svedris is keeping pressure on Salonen. So top 5 is clearly formed: Salonen, Svedris, Tuomala, Kägelä and Kangro. Ulrika in 5th, already some 3 seconds behind Kangro. Some dust, no big dramas. Top 5 drivers are all less than 1 second. At least they were 1 lap ago. This time I suspect Kangro was a little bit slower, but the fastest lap went to Tuomala this time. No, Kangro is still within 1 second to Kägelä in 4th. So status quo remaining. Just top 5. But you can see and you can sense from this picture and those things happening on the track, and looking at the timing screen, that top 3 drivers are a little bit faster than Kägelä and Kangro behind them. Although it takes some time to materialize that speed. And now Kägelä has dropped away from Tuomala. It's very clear from this picture. Of course, it's not a big gap and nothing is decided yet. The race is just 5 minutes old, no more. Timing screen exactly tells us what the story was. Kägelä lost some 3 or 4 tenths to Tuomala, and the gap between them is now more than 1 second. Meanwhile, these were Eduardas Klepikas number 92 and Jukka Eerola number 18. 7th and 8th in the standings. Their own nice little battle. Of course, for every driver it's important to have, it's nice to have actually your rival who is more or less has the same speed as you. But here is top 3 and top 5, and we can tell that Kägelä has now regained some time. He lost 1 lap ago. Let's see what the timing tells us. Yes, he has. Meanwhile, Kangro has lost out a little bit, and Kägelä set the fastest time in the process as well. As usually, the Porsche race on this track means putting pressure, putting constant pressure on your rivals. And important thing, talking about lap times, it's very important because according to the regulations, the starting grid for race 2, which takes place in the afternoon, is determined by the fastest laps in race 1, and we saw during the first round at Alastaro that it may bring some unpleasant surprises if you are, for example, leader and you are holding back other cars. So those have a little bit more free air in front of them, can set 1 or 2 fast laps, and it means they will be in front of you at the grid for race 2. So while Salonen is firmly in lead, Svedri second, Tuomala third, they have lost the fastest lap. Fourth place man Kegela. Are there any changes? No, there are not. Eight minutes have passed since the start. Anko has now get closer to Kegela once again. Looking at this picture, one can say that top 5 are running in the same formation as they were set on lap 1. Yes, the gaps are fluctuating here and there, especially with Kegela and Kangra, but top 5 has more or less remained together. Again, some dust was kicked up through final turns, but it was just wheels running a little bit outside of the white line. No big dramas here, everything was under control. It was Thomas Kankro who kicked up that dust. Lap times 1:18.6 for top 3, 1:18.4 for Kegela, and 1:18.6 for Kankro as well. So only hundredths and thousands of seconds between them in lap times. Hospital they go. Is having a look on the straights. He's of course not seriously thinking about overtaking maneuver at the end of back straight into Kinoa Studio. It's almost impossible bad, but this picture tells us that Kegela has caught top 3. They are now in one long train of 4 Porsches. And Kankro is also close, so gaps are not increasing, rather the opposite. And again, Svedri is showing himself into turn 2. Is it just showing, or is it trying to get better cooling for his brakes? He was running more than 10 minutes in the wake of another car and braking heavily several times during one lap. It may overheat your brakes. The pace is very steady. 8 laps are now completed and 1:18.6 are the best times. 1:19.4 and so forth. 1:19.6 was the leader's last lap time, and Thomas Kankro in P5 was the fastest man in top 5 on the previous lap. So certainly Salonen is holding back. Exactly as 3 times Formula 1 world champion Jackie Stewart once famously told that he must be as slow as possible and as fast as needed to win a race, and this is exactly what Mattias Salonen is doing, starting from pole position, making decent start keeping his lead, and he has done it for 12.5 minutes already. And Kangro is showing himself to Kägelä as well. They changed positions on lap 1, and Kangro certainly wants to take that place back from Kägelä. Again, some dust up by Kangro. Picture of the race, overall picture of the race is almost exactly the same which we saw 2 weeks ago at Alastoro. Some cars are different, some drivers are different, but running very close to each other in one formation at the top. I've seen somewhere already. But no change here. Now leader Salonen has upped his pace a little bit, 1:18.8. Was his previous lap, while all the other top 5 members were over 1:19. Actually, Svedri's lap time was 1:19 exactly, 1:19.000. Didn't change anything. He's still firmly in second, behind Salonen and in front of Tuomala. And we haven't seen any noticeable mistakes from the 5 drivers. But dust flying here and there. It's not a mistake, it's just using all the width of the track between white lines and over those lines occasionally as well. It's a part of the game. Now Svedris is shown in 5th, but it's not really. He's still firmly in second on the track. Whatever the reason, timing to show him in P5. Oh, Kangro now was quite on the edge, exiting hospital. 15 minutes have already passed since the start, so is it some peak kicking in for the drivers? Fortunately, it's not too hot weather today. Temperature is under 20 degrees. Wind is quite strong. There is warning flag. It's not false start, it's just warning flag. We didn't see whom it was, but perhaps it was Kangro for the track limits. Meanwhile, on the track, little has changed, at least in top 5. Those cars are in the back, Raimo Niemi and Thomas Svidinskas, number 47 and 91, and they have a nice little battle between them. Svedris is still second, not 5th, as the timing screen is showing. So our Latvian audience keep cool. Yes, now black and white flag was shown to number 15, Walter Zvedris. There has nothing changed on the track. Still there a loop. Ah, okay. Okay, but I actually have done it. I've done it. I've muted it. Yeah. Because I hear also we hear this sprint noise and that with a delay as well. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So back to the business with our comments once more. The time 20 minutes is now over, but it looks like leader Malonen managed to cross the line before that time ran out, so it means we are now on the penultimate lap, not the final lap. But now the gaps are already clear. Salonen is some 2 seconds in front of Tomalo. Actually, Zvedris is between them on the track, and in the background, Kankro has caught Kägelä once again. Meanwhile, this race between Raimo Niemi and Tomas Vidinskas for P9 and 10 is still going on. Yes, we have a confirmation that Walter Zvedris has been shown black and white flag, but it shouldn't mean that he has some penalty time. You can see clearly, and here is Kankro trying to jump Kägelä. They were side by side exiting turn 2. Now Kankro is on the inside and he's in front, so Thomas Kankro finally managed to regain the lost position which Jani Kägelä took away from him during the opening lap. And it's Daniel Skurnik who was just lapped by the leaders in car number 13. But I suspect Kägelä and Kankro are not done yet. Here they go. And now the leaders are going to start their final lap. No, it's checkered flag already. Matti Salonen was the winner, that's clear. Timing screen shows that Henri Tuomala was second and Thomas Kangro third and Walter Svedris fourth. And so I have a suspicion that Svedris have been given 5-second time penalty, but it is really suspicion. I can't see it from any official source, can't confirm it, so I can tell you only what I see from the timing. Niemi and Klepikas jostling for the position, and Klepikas is going to... No, he's not going to the inside into the very final turn. And checkered flag for them as well. And they were the last cars on the track because Daniel Skurnik, who took P11, was lapped and has already got the checkered flag. So that was the first race for Porsches, and looking at the fastest lap times, Jani Kägelä, who finished 5th, has the fastest lap time, 1:18.4, but it's much more interesting between Salonen, Tuomala, Kangro and Svedris. They are separated just by hundredths, and it seems that Kägelä and Salonen will be in the front row for race 2. With Salonen and Kangro, Kägelä and Salonen in race 1, Kangro and Tuomala row 2, and Svedris, who loses out, will start from row 3 with together with Jukka Eerola into race 2. And here are the highlights.
And we're in the Parc Fermé after the Porsche GT3 Cup first race. An exciting race. They were fighting up until the end for the first positions. And here we are with the race winner, Matthias Salonen. So good job. And how was it for you?
Well, first of all, thank you. And it was hard. Like first half of the race, it was just racing and pushing. And after I gained a little bit gap, I started to calm down and just pull a gap away with others.
We saw some flat spots from you. Did it affect the driving?
Those were only little flat spots, so they either just doesn't even matter or just a little bit take off the grip, but for me it was okay.
And the plan for the second race, I don't know the lap times 100%, but you will be pushing, right?
Yeah, for sure. I will start from second, so that's pretty good. And just try to stay there or even gain position.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
So Mattias Salonen, the race winner of race 1. We will try to get Walter Zviedrs quickly for the... Okay, he's right now with the Porsche media. Okay, we will get him in just a few seconds. He will rehearse what he's saying and then get with a better interview with us. Here we can check out the other cars. So we had a little bit of incident between, or not incident, but yeah, Kakela and Kangro. They had a nice fighting together for the fourth place, I believe, yeah, because Tuomala we had on third place. So yeah, exciting racing. We had some position changes, so that was nice to see. Here we see the car of Walter Zviedrs being brought back from the weighing. And then we have next cars who will be weighed as well. Of course, everything has to be according to the regulations. So we have a fair competition, fair fight. Here we see number 23, Henri Tuomala, third place today. In the first race, of course, they will be having a second race as well. Yeah, pretty busy here compared to after other Park Fermers, because we have a lot of media, a lot of interest, of course, in this North European zone at Porsche GT3 CUP or NEZ Porsche Sprint Challenge. A lot of young talents from, as we spoke, from Finland, from Estonia, and of course right now also from Latvia. Challenging the drivers, challenging each other, and of course maybe we can try to get Thomas Kangro for a few words as well. Thomas, maybe we can have some words with you as well. So, great fighting there and a position gained in the last laps, right?
Yes, but I didn't want to gain the position back to my starting place. I wanted to gain further up, but it's still okay. It was a hard race and very good battle with Kakela.
And why was the pace a little bit lacking, or what was the problems or challenges in the first race?
Start was a little bit hard. I went out of trajectory in the first corner, and then I a little bit overheated the rear tires, which made things hard. And then in the end it was just, again good, and I catched Kakela.
Good luck in the second.
Yep, thank you.
So Thomas Kangro, yeah, with some challenges in his first race, and right now we can get to Walter Zviedrs. He was in second place in first race. Let's talk with Walters. Walters, congratulations, started second, finished second. How was the race for you?
So the race was quite nice. I had the pace also in the start, and in the end little didn't manage the tires, so the pace in the end wasn't what I expected as well. But I'm happy about second place. Just some strange warning came to us in on our system, so maybe there's a 5-second penalty. I don't know for what still, but I did everything right, so I hope it gets dismissed.
I think we saw on the live stream, maybe it was before the bridge corner, there is a cone, so maybe it was flying away. I don't know who hit it, but maybe it was that.
Okay, probably, but I didn't really see it because I was behind the car in front, so if it was that, maybe that's the penalty, and let's see what I can do for race 2. So I had the pace in the start, so just manage the tires in the second race.
And of course, it's not easy to overtake here. You have to wait for a little bit of mistakes. We saw that Salonen did lock up twice. Were you thinking, so that's maybe my time?
Yeah, I thought the mistake will cost him more, but he did get back from the mistake quite well. And in the end, his pace was faster, as I said, and he managed the tires a little bit better. But yeah, he made some mistakes, so maybe in race 2 he makes one more mistake and I can go for the gap.
Do you know which position you are starting yet, or?
Not quite sure. I need to check the times. Yeah, it's interesting that the second race is starting from the times that we got in race 1. So it's quite interesting. So let's see what place I start. Maybe I can fight more if I'm a little bit further down. But yeah, it was a good race for me.
Okay, good job and good luck for the second one.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that was Walter Zviedrs, the only Latvian starting at this Porsche GT3 Cup. And yeah, I think that's it from here, from the Parc Fermé. We saw some fights. We saw that people are eager to get a better result in the second race. So stay tuned. Let's get back to the commentators and we'll get ready for the next races.
Thank you, Arturs. And probably the mystery is now resolved, although we still don't have official confirmation. Yes, the black and white flag was shown to number 15, Walter Zviedrs. It's sure, we saw it on the screen, and there is an announcement from clerk of the course as well. But as Arturs told, maybe it was for hitting that cone at the bridge turn. It will be resolved for sure, but shame for Zviedrs if he really gets that 5 seconds penalty, because he will be not P2 but P4. But on the other hand, you have to keep within the rules. The rules are all the same for everybody. Anyway, we have official confirmation about the BMW 325 Cup. Their pit is now open and pit will close at 12:25. It is in about 7 minutes. You can see the majority of cars were already on their dummy grid. So we will make a little break from our live commentary now, while this is the qualification, actually not qualification order, but it's the starting grid. Leo Messenger and Julius Kirsi is starting from the front row, but we will return to what happened in qualification in a few minutes. At 12:25 we'll be back. Stay with us.
And we are back on the grid. It's time for, the most action-packed race yet. BMW 325 Cup Race 1. 38 cars on the grid. So, the battles will be hot, that's for sure. And we hope for a good race for everybody. So, from pole position starts Leo Messenger from Ruod Racing. The best time yesterday in qualifying. He's really focused and he can't wait to get the car running and to start from the first position and try, of course, to win. Then we have from the second place, Julius Kirsis from the Lithuanian team Dream to Drive. They're checking something under the hood. Let's hope that everything is all right there. Starting from the second position, let's hope that everything is all right there. But it seems like there's no big stress. So Julius Kirsis from a really great position there. Then from third place, we have the first Latvian, Uldis Dimaks from Papas Jūrmala Sacīkšu komandas. Maybe we can have some quick words with Uldis. He is always fun to talk with. So Uldis, a really great starting position for you. How do you feel?
Very great. that should be fun, you know. That's good day, good organization, so good grid position. Let's have fun.
The first time you're starting so high up in the 325 Cup, what's your expectations from you?
I hope I will have a good ride, good fun, you know, no expectations, just have a fun, you know.
That's good. So enjoy the race.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
So that's the spirit. Uldis Timacs wants to enjoy the race. Of course, he would like to end up on the podium, that's for sure. But yeah, the mindset is there. So good luck to Uldis Timacs. Then we have from P4, really great position there also from Lithuanian driver Aurimas Mištautas. Maybe we can have a quick word with him as well. He's come over from BTC3 class, where he is one of the fastest guys there. And right now also getting up to speed with the 325 Cup car. Aurimas, how are you feeling?
Stress at this moment, concentrating to the start. So just I will try to do my best in this race.
So Aurimas, of course, is focused for the start. And yeah, of course, this is one of the most nervous moments when you're waiting in the car. At the moment when the lights go out and you start racing, everything is fine, and then you are on full attack mode. But right now, of course, the stress is there, and we have a few minutes still till the start. Then we have from P5 there, Richard Šubeckis, the championship leader after the first race in Pärnu. So let's see, maybe we can have a few quick words with Richards as well. So Richard, starting this time from P5, what can you do?
I don't know, I will see in the race. Right now in front is my teammate, so I will try to be careful and see how the race goes.
The aim, of course, is for the top spots, right?
Yes, of course, I want to be in the top 3 places and also do a good time to start the next race in good positions.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
So Richard Šubeckis, of course, his teammate from Papas Jurmals Sacīkš Komanda out front of him. And yeah, the aim for him is to go as high as top 3, maybe even higher. Then we have also Izidorius Paukštis from P6, another Lithuanian driver. We have 3 minutes left. Also, as Aurimas Mištautas, who starts in front of him, coming from BTC3, and it seems like he's getting to grips with the car. Izidorius Paukštis getting faster and faster with every race. So yeah, we have Lithuanians, we have Latvians, we have French drivers from different teams, and yeah, this is of course KTK Racing Division, good team as well from Lithuania. And then we have a few other cars behind. As I said, 38 cars, and the fights will be from position 1 up until the last position. And I can't wait to get back to commentating, to see this race live stream. This is, I think, the race a lot of you wanted to see. A lot of you have come here to Bitterneck Circuit to see it live. And yeah, enjoy. Let's hope for a clean one without crashes and incidents. And see you in commentating and, of course, at Parc Fermé.
Thank you once more, Arturs. We have really 38 cars on the grid. It may be sound much, but if you can see that all the starting boxes, or almost all the starting boxes on the Bitterneck main straight are filled, but we have had even more cars. 1 month ago at Pärnu during the opening round we had 42 cars, and a few years ago at Pärnu they had to paint additional starting boxes onto not only onto the main straight but onto the main straight extension, just to put all the cars on the straight on the start. There are of course regulations if basically if there are more than 36 cars, there should be another so-called B final or consolation race, whatever, however you do call it. But as there were only 2 cars over that limit, jury decided that everybody will allow to the main race. So here we go for the warm-up lap. Leo Messenger and Julius Kirsis will start from the front row. And yesterday's qualification was interesting in the sense that it was held in 2 groups. and according to the regulation, the faster group, actually the group which has the fastest driver, and it was Leo Messenger, will start from the odd positions and another group from the even positions. And interesting is that Messenger won his group, and his gap in front of Uldis Timax, who was second in his group, was almost a second. Meanwhile, Julius Kirsis in Group 2 was just 2/10 slower. But if Timax had been in Group 2, he was not second, but would have been in 6th. So even if the groups were decided by draw, somehow they were very uneven. The Messenger group, or how we should call it, Messenger himself was very fast, but all the drivers behind him were surprisingly slow, while in the other group the level was much more even, and for example first and third were covered by less than 2/10. Anyway, everything is now ready. Cars are on the warm-up lap. They will take standing start, and the race distance will be a little bit longer for them compared to ABC and BTC cars, 14 laps. And for them it will be very, very difficult to go through turns 1 and 2 without any losses. We have seen, for example, last year quite a big pile-up when somebody in the front of the group, the contact gets slide or there's some crash between them, then all the field behind them must somehow try and avoid them, and it's the difficult part. It's the difficult part of that race. So Julius Kirsis, former BTC racer, starting from the front row. Messenger was actually the pole winner during the first round at Pärnu as well, and he won race 1 there. And when Arturs was talking to Messenger, he told that Messenger is second in point standings. Actually, both he and Richard Shubetskis, who starts from P5, have the same amount of points. They both had 1 first place and 1 second place at Pärnu, so they both have 110 points. But Shubetskis is the series leader because he won race 2 at Pärnu. And they carry success ballast as well. Shubetskis has 50 kilos, Messenger 40, and third place man in standings, Romet Racing, who starts from 14th, has 30 kilos. Now everything seems to be ready for BMW 325 Cup race 1. Cars are on the grid. Messenger on the left side of the picture, the front row, and she's on the right. Lights will be go on one by one. And here we go. Main thing is go to turn 1 and 2, and Shubetskis had got a very good start. Messenger is clearly in front, but Kirsis is going to lose his second position probably. Let's see. Looks like they have managed to take turn 1 and 2 without any losses. There is some contact already on the back side of the track. Going over the bridge first time, and somebody is already very sideways here. It it was number 17 Artyom Skotslamazashvili, but no big dramas. So Kirsis is back in P2, followed by Dimax and Shubetskis. Even if his Kirsis start wasn't not the best one, he's now in second behind Messenger. And it's a long train of cars. Here they come. Returning from first lap. It's Pavel Beskrovny on the left, trying to take a position away from number 111 is Doris Kopstis. Kopstis started in front of him, but now has lost the position. So Messenger Kirsis Dimax Bonavicius is shown as fourth. Beskrovny in the front of this group. Beskrovny currently the highest placed Estonian driver. In 10th. Skotslamazashvili once again going, actually trying to take a position away from number 32, Richard Shubetskis here. So Dimax third and Urbonavicius fourth. Cars, but from different countries and from different teams. There is slippery track flag shown in the background, red and yellow. And top 7, Messenger Kirsis, Dimax, Urbonavicius, Bonkjavicius, Mistautas and Lapins have managed to pull away from all the others. Veteran Dimax, who has driven almost everything which has 4 wheels and engine and has done it successfully, holds P3, but first 2, Messenger and Kirsis, seem to be much faster. Problem for Dimax is mainly that Urbonavicius behind him looks very racy as well. Just a few meters behind Dimax. Here they go over the bridge. I missed out as in 6th, was a little bit wide, but probably didn't lose any time. Is in 8th and is now losing many points to his main championship rival. Messenger is clearly in front. His gap over second place Kirsis was 2/3 of a second, but now it's even more. I think it's already in the region of 1 second over Kirsis, while Dimax is still holding third, but Urbonavicius is all over him. Is Urbonavicius trying? No. He maybe thought about it, but bailed out from that move. Dimax, of course, having long years of experience from this track, knows how to defend. But you have the feeling, but that those behind him, Urbonavicius, Bonkjavicius, Mistautas and Lapins, are a little bit faster. Where is the third man in standings? Moment Racing only 15th, so he has not made any progress. Quite opposite, has lost 1 position. And here is jostling for P5, 6 and 7. And it was Bonkjavicius who stayed in 5th. And another try from Urbonavicius to overtake Dimax. It didn't happen. Those two, and here is what happened. Not too much, I would say. Now 3 laps are completed by leaders. No changes in top 7, with Richard Subetskis in the background as 8th. But Paulius Urbanavičius is keeping the pressure on Uldis Timacs. Timacs seems to be a little slower, but on the other hand, Urbanavičius of course is trying to put everything onto one card and overtake Timacs. Timacs didn't take part in round 1, so he's not the championship contender. Urbanavičius can be, and here is a drama in turn 2. It is number 90, Attis Vespanis, who made a spin there. Did he did it on his own, or was there an helping hand? Let's see. Perhaps there was a contact already entering the turn, but here Vespanis certainly overcooked it, exiting the turn and made half spin to a full spin in another direction. Fifth lap is completed by leader Leo Messenger, and the gap between him and Kirsis is now 1.3 seconds. Timacs is still in third, but in the background we can see that Subetskis is closing in to Lapins in 7th and bringing Kozlov-Mazashvili with him as well. Here Subetskis and Kozlov-Mazashvili. Number 32 and 17. They are still quite long way away from Lapins in P7, but certainly they are closing in. The lap times, actually Subetskis and Kozlov-Mazashvili were almost 4 tenths faster than Lapins in front of him. And Urbanavičius tries to take a place away from Timacs, but he had now very good exit from Hospital. They are side by side on the back straight. What can Urbanavičius do? Nothing. Timacs stays in third in front of him, but in the process Bonkiavicius, Mistautas and Lapins closed in. Meanwhile Messenger and Kirsis are far away in the front. And somebody is here in trouble. Looks like a retirement here. And now Timacs has a long train of 4 cars behind him. And Bonkiavicius here made a little mistake, and does it mean Mistrautas is going to jump him? Yes, they are side by side, but Mistrautas' car was already a little bit in front. Going through. Oh, and there is a big accident. There is a big accident after the bridge, and it is probably red flag. Yes, it is red flag. It is one of Roder Racing cars. But the red flag is out. It means the race is cancelled after just 6 laps. And this car is very broken down. And if we can see it, what happened from the replay, but it seems it may have been a classic breach accident when you lose the car going over the crest, then trying to regain the control. Maybe you hit the barrier, maybe you spin, but as the concrete barriers are very close on the both sides, usually you will hit them if you lose the car over the bridge. So red flag is out. We will see what happens next, but the current, let's see, can we see from the replay what happened here? Top 7 went through. There was in the dust, but maybe it was Krishani's Oskerko. Another car in the dust. So, no, it wasn't Oskerko. Oskerko maybe went to the gravel. There is yellow flag out already for the following cars. Everybody is trying to reduce their speed, running into that cloud of dust. So, Messenger, Kirsis, Timaks, Urbanavicius, Ponkjavicius, Mistautas, Lapinš was top 7. Shubetskis, Kotslamazashvili and Oskerko completed top 10. And 2 retired cars are in this picture. But I really can't tell you at the moment who exactly they were. Marshals will have a lot of work because the radiator in the car front part was broken. Some cooling agent was flowing onto the asphalt. Although the left side of the track is not an ideal racing line, you have to clear that part of the track as well. And cars are now waiting on the main straight. Actually, not all of them. Some of them were just arriving from the cool down lap. Of course, the people who suffer most from this situation are Messenger and Kirschis. They had clear advantage over next cars, over Timaks. It was in the region of maybe 3 seconds already, maybe even more, but now it's all gone. It remains to be seen what will be the order for the race, which restart order. Here again, somebody went out but returned. And here is the crash. So many cars went through gravel, at least 5 of them, before that red flag crash occurred.
So yeah, we have right now the red flag. Unfortunately, after a few cars crashed out, there was something slippery on the bridge corner. Let's try to speak with some drivers. Maybe they saw something there. Here we have Richards Šubeckis. Maybe Richards, did you saw what was there so slippery on the bridge corner?
No, I didn't see anything slippery. I just saw that one car was in the wall and the second was standing a little bit later in the grass. That's it.
And what was in the first laps? Some positions lost?
Yeah, the start was very difficult. I was inside, but they pushed me outside the track, so I had to back down. In the next corner, I was going side by side with two other guys. The one guy almost spinned in front of me, so I had to brake, and every other driver overtook me.
But we saw on the live stream one brave moment. I didn't remember. I think with the Artyoms you did go on the outside on the bridge corner and overtake. That was amazing to watch.
Yeah, I was thinking that Artyoms will push me out, but he was very clean and leave me space, so all good.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
So Richards didn't see anything slippery. Maybe let's check Krišjānis Oskerko. Hi Krišjānis. There was something really slippery on the bridge corner because every second car was going outside. Did you see anything or?
I didn't see anything. It's just that for me the grip was good there. So I think it's just the heat and the aggressiveness the guys have, putting it all on the track and pushing it to the limits. I think there's perhaps I'm wrong, but I didn't feel anything on the track. I think it's just hard racing, really.
And first laps, you gained some positions. How was it for you?
Yeah, I used my opportunities. Had a pretty okay start, and jumped on the inside where I could. Had a little bump on the rear from the competitors, but it was all good. It didn't mess up my line, and yeah, used my opportunities really. Now I have to do it again in the restart. Thank you.
So yeah, two of the top Latvian drivers didn't feel anything. I don't know, maybe let's try to check somebody who was there on the outside. We have Kārlis Ozoliņš. Kārlis, did you see something slippery on the bridge corner, or why was every second car going off there?
Everything was slippery today, really. But yeah, the bridge turn, really slippery. I managed to almost kiss the wall once, but I understood that you have to slow down a bit today during the race because it's really slippery. Guys in front of me went right next to the wall, back of me, everyone. I think everyone tasted those walls at this race, but yeah, glad that driver's okay. Really sad for him, not the best weekend, but yeah, we are okay. We're okay.
And how was the first part of the race for you?
Great. Gained 4 positions already on the start, and this is right now the highest where I've been, and we are ready to fight because during the race I saw that I am driving faster than in qualification with this super hot track, so we are really good, we're feeling good, and we are fighting for the top 10 surely. Thank you.
So Kārlis Ozoliņš from Dagville Motorsport, and let's try to check in with the returner, Kristaps Blūšs, of course our famous Latvian drifter, has come back after 10 years. Kristaps, just a few quick words. How was the first laps for you?
Oh, that was crazy, like smiles for miles, like when I don't know, 10 cars going into one corner, I'm enjoying it like full mode. Like this is something I really missed. So this is like, sometimes it's distraction derby, but otherwise, yeah, it's just a lot of fun. So I'm enjoying in full mode.
Good luck. So Kristaps just with a big smile on his face and ready to rock and ready to race. Right now, of course, the stewards, the marshals are trying to get the cars back into a position because we will, of course, have the classification, I think, with 1 lap before, something like that. So yeah, a lot of cars still. I think we should have 36 cars left on the track. And let's hope for a clean race from this, and let's hope that the drivers have learned their lessons and will adjust their speed on the corners, especially on the bridge corner, to avoid such incidents. So yeah, I think that's that from the grid, and back to the commentators, and we'll be going back racing just in a few moments.
And now we have found out who that unhappy guy was. It was number 83, Dimitris Gornes, but as you heard from the grid interviews, the track is really slippery, and we could see from the replays as well that it was really like every second car went wide over the bridge, and if everybody goes wide there, sooner or later somebody will hit the bridge. And here are highlights from the first part of the race. So it was number 83, Dmitris Kornevs, who was unlucky to hit the barrier hard off the bridge corner, losing it actually not in the gravel, but he lost it going onto the curbs. Here is what the standings look like. It was after, I think, 5 or 6 laps out of 14, and we still have no word from race director what will happen next. Race will be restarted. It's almost sure, almost, but not completely. We just should have one more race before the lunch after this one. And you can see Polish driver Karol Wika, not the best day for him today. He was much faster and much higher in the rankings during the first round, but Pikernicki track with all those numerous tricky corners and concrete walls always very close to you. If you are visiting this place first time, try to be cautious just to bring your car home. But in some places, especially over the bridge, if you can be fast there, you gain a huge chunk of time. If you try to be careful there, you can bring your car home in one piece, but on the other hand, you are going to lose a lot of time. So this is called experience. And yes, this is Porsche, which is celebrating its 75th anniversary this year, and we have safety cars from Porsche. And of course we had Porsches racing today as well, and they will have their second race later in the afternoon. So we have now official information from the clerk of course. Resume will be by order in second lap. That's interesting. Anyway, start will be behind the safety car in line one after another. So it's single file restart, as it is called over the pond. One formation lap, and remaining distance after restart will be 8 laps, and overtaking only after the start finish line. So it's clear now for everybody. The only thing which is not yet clear is when the race will be restarted. Anyway, until it happens, we will have some break in our comments. Stay with us, stay tuned, return to you later. So here we go once again. Safety car in front. Racing cars. Leo Messenger, Julius Kirsis, Uldis Timaks, Paulius Urbanavicius, Polias Ponkjavicius, Aurimas Mistautas, Martin Slapins, Richard Shubetskis, Artyom Skoslamazashvili, and Christianis Oskerko, the top 10. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I see. Just saw you. I was trying to switch off those notifications. I don't know. Maybe I switched off something I shouldn't. Okay. 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 So I try. Yeah. Kuradi perse.
And we are in Parc Fermé. We are in the Parc Fermé of BMW 325 Cup Race 1. Here we see the winner, Leo Messenger. He's getting congrats from his team as well there. Second place, we have Julius Kirs is there from Dream to Drive team. This is, of course, road racing. And Paulius Urbanavicius in third place. A really hard-fought competition. And let's try to speak with the leaders. Leo. Congratulations there, of course. So, yeah, Leo, so yeah, really disturbed race with some pauses, restarts. How was it for you?
It went good for me, I can't complain. I kept the leading position, but it was really difficult to get away from behind. I was trying to manage the car, but also to push both at the same time, and I couldn't get away. So pressure till the end, especially with the red flag, sadly, who brought us together again.
In the end, we thought that maybe you could pull up a gap, or it wasn't so easy in the end?
No, it was definitely not easy. And the lap times were, I think, decent compared to the first one we made. So I think we are going fast.
Okay, and the plan for the second race?
Let's try to do the same.
Congrats. So we will try to get second place here as well. Julius, for the live stream, congratulations on second place. How was the race for you?
Interesting one. You know, we had with the Messenger, I think, quite a good gap from the third place, and then 2 red flags. It's much more stress and you know, but maybe much more fun.
Okay,
in the end, you had some nice battles with Paulius as well there.
Is coming through vMix or Zoom?
Happily, I'm on the front one.
Okay, so good luck for the second one.
Thank you. Thank you.
And let's try to get Paulius as well. Third place, Paulius, congratulations. Your speed is back?
Yeah, our speed is back.
Okay.
Finally, we found the problem which we had with the car, and we found it yesterday in the evening. So huge thanks for the road racing. They helped with the parts. Now we see that we actually are capable of being in a top 3. So hopefully the second race will be
anyway,
not
if I stop speaking, then
how was
I
it
should mute
psychologically with
my
all the red flags, with the pauses?
vMix.
Yeah, it's actually very unfortunate, and always you are feeling not well because maybe someone from your team or someone close got crashed.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating about that, but once the green flag is there, you are full speed. again.
And how was it? Was it possible to catch Kirsis or?
Yeah, sure. I was right in the back of his, and I was actually catching up, but he is faster in some corners, I'm slower in others, and we are in a very equal car, so it's a very intense racing, and I'm happy with the result today.
Okay, good luck for the second one.
Thanks.
So that was our and your top three here at 325 Cup. We have more than 30 cars, of course, here finished. And I'm sure we will be, let's try to move around a little bit, get some other cars in the picture as well, who would have fought really nicely. So yeah, we can look around a lot of interesting cars, and we can maybe get Kristaps Blush. We had a really nice interview with him in the break. So they have a little bit of discussion going on there. Kristaps, you were really happy in the break. Right now, a little bit of discussions about racing.
No, there is no discussions. We gained some more spots, and I think I'm 13th. Started as a 24th, so 11 places up. That's really good result, and happy to be close to the top 10. But we really got the pace and already passed the guy who was in the front of me on the finish line. But then I misshift and he switched it back. But now I see that there is no pressure on rear right tire, so we lost some speed, and I'm happy that we could save the 13th place, because this is almost flat, 0.5 bar like in a drift. So, but I'm used to it, so didn't really make sense. So I'm happy and looking forward for the next race.
And the plan for the second one? To go into top 10?
Hey man, I don't know how is the start grid. Like we finish it? Lap times. Well, probably they will put me somewhere back. However, I improved a little bit the lap time, but I don't really have to worry about. I'm just gonna do all the best I can and just all in, and we'll try to take a good start, pass some cars, and then keep them behind me. Thank you.
So, Kristaps Blush still smiley after the finish, and yeah, he gained a lot of places. I think he gained the most places during the race. Yeah, let's see what all the drivers can do in the second run. We are getting ready for the next race, GT cars, fast cars. So let's head back to the commentators, and we'll meet again on the next grid.
Thank you, Artur. And the next race will be for BTC4 and GT cars. Meanwhile, highlights from BMW races.
And we're back on the grid for the GT race, the fastest cars. Oh, this will not be easy. Let's go a little bit off the way to get on the right spot. Here is the pole position man. That is Ignacio Mantas with this really, I don't have the words, exquisite, amazing, exclusive and really fast car. AMG GT3 Mercedes, an original factory GT3 car. I think maybe the first one in the Baltics, that's for sure. And Ignacio Mantas starting so from the pole position. He was first on qualifying. They're right now a little bit speaking, so I won't intrude them. We can go through the cars because the cars are really beautiful. Jyrki Peltola, so Jomantas from Lithuania, Jyrki Peltola, the driver from Finland. Maybe we can go check. Peltola seems quite relaxed. No, he doesn't want to do some interviews. No problem, they're really focused. They have to be focused to drive these fast cars, but really beautiful Chevrolet Corvette for him. Then we have from P3, Tautvydas Rudokas from Lithuania with this Porsche GT3 CUP car. He will be ready to fight with the cars ahead of him as well. So 3 really nice GT cars. Then we move on to the next, and we have a TCR number 44. Andrius Baublis from Lithuania with the TCR, Cupra TCR or Seat TCR car. He'll be starting here from P4 overall. And then we have a lot of beautiful cars afterwards. Here we have the Peugeot 308. Artur Šimins, I think the only Latvian on the grid here, is ready to fight as well. Artur is happy, thumbs up, everything all right, and ready to fight with the cars around. Then a really special Nissan 100 SX, Gediminas Baksis from Lithuania. He's happy as well. A really beautiful car, guys. Let's hope for the best in the race. Has some quite competition ahead of him as well. Then we have number 16, Aivaras Remeika from Lithuania, also really experienced driver and has built this Audi for many years, so he is ready to fight as well. Starting from P7 overall. Then we have from P8, it's Drew Holland, and we have the minute sign. That means we have to go off the track. We can walk together. With everybody else. We have still a few cars there behind, and a few cars starting out of position. That means that we will have a lot of overtaking. So back to the commentators, and let's hope for a nice race.
Thank you, Arturs. Now we are back in live. And let's have a look to qualification results. Ignacio Mantas in that number 63 Mercedes AMG GT3 Puka GT3 car was the fastest, and he was the only one who set lap time under 1 minute and 20 seconds, 1:19.5. Peldola's best lap time during qualification was 1:20.3. Then Rudokas and Baublis were already significantly slower. Rudokas 1:22.3 and Baublis 1:26.888, and so on and so on. And we should have 14 cars on the grid. I say should because both Jyrki Jõnkari number 47 and Lithuanian legend Ramonas Čapkauskas number 15 didn't set times in yesterday's qualification. Čapkauskas, of course, is in the same Porsche which Terzivietris drove in first Porsche Cup race, and the same can be said about number 91, Tautvydas Rudokas. That car was also in Porsche Cup race earlier today. 14 laps will be the race distance for GT, BTC4 and TCR cars, and they will start the race from rolling start as usual. And we'll have not only a warm-up lap but also a formation lap, I suspect. Anyway, we saw safety car going by, and now we saw racing cars as well. Jomantas was the winner of round 1 at Pärnu as well. But Peltola's lap times suggest he was quite close to the Finnish driver. Actually, yes, there are 14 drivers from Lithuania. Just one Latvian driver, 2 Lithuanian drivers, and 2 Holland, who is a domiciled Brit living in Lithuania. Warm-up lap is underway. Safety car is going slowly through penultimate turn. Formation lap should follow. Very different machinery, starting from brand new GT cars with Jomantas Mercedes, and on the other end of the spectrum we may put, for example, Aivaras Remeika's Audi A3. I've seen that car for long years on Baltic circuits. Remeika has had many technical issues, but usually if he manages to drive to the end, he will be very fast. And Čapkauskas is number 15 car, yes, but it's not Porsche, but it's for TCR, so we have 2 TCR cars. Andrius Paublis, number 44, starting from P4, and Ramonas Čapkauskas, number 15, starting from P14. Čapkauskas is certainly a very experienced and fast driver. The question remains in what state his car is. I've seen that car for several years already. It used to be in yellow and red DHL colors for some time. Čapkauskas' team is running that car. This time he's sitting behind the wheel himself. Yes, he's a Baltic racing legend from already previous century, from 90s, when fighting for Baltic titles in single-seaters. Later he has tried whatever machinery, touring cars, GTs, TCRs, really whatever. But now drivers get ready for the rolling start. They already went through the film studio turn and arriving to the museum turn. The final section of the track. Leaders still in single file. Number 63 Jomantas should be on the left, as you see, with Peltola next to him and Rudokas behind him. The grid is now more or less formed. So there are some fast cars in the last rows, so we can expect quite eventful race here, and everything is ready, and here we go. So Jomantas and Peltola starting from first row, and Rudokas keeping with them, and Peltola jumps to first through turn 1, and Jomantas had a look into turn 2, but Peltola covered the line. No place for Jomantas there. And you see that Čapkauskas had gathered several positions already in the background. So was it Peltola's excellent start or was it Jomantas' not so good start? It doesn't matter anymore because Jomantas dives past his rival in the hospital and now is leading the race. The first three are gone for the others already, but looking at the qualification times, it is what had to be expected. And Jomantas once in lead is running away from Peltola as well. Here we go with Udokas firmly in third. But interesting things will happen behind them, and it seems that Šimins in his Peugeot is currently fourth. Yes, he is in front of Axis and Paublis. So Paublis has lost 2 positions. Čapkauskas has really gained 7 positions during the opening lap. Starting from 14th, he is now running 7th, and Paublis in front of him in the same car, Cupra TCR, and I think Čapkauskas is looking for an opportunity. He should be much faster than his compatriot. But Šimins in 4th. Actually, he started from 5th. So he's improved his position by 1 only. But Bakchis behind him, at least on the straights, looks to be faster. So this is Šimins' train. Šimins himself, Bakchis, Paublis and Čapkauskas. One Latvian leading 3 Lithuanians, and that is for P4. That Peugeot is very close in specification to TCR cars, but while TCRs have 2-liter engines, that Peugeot 308 has 1.6. And now Čapkauskas goes for it into turn 1, but Paublis didn't give him room, so Čapkauskas had to bail out from that move. But he's certainly trying, and they are becoming a company as Thomas Raudon is in his... And here, no, it's not overtaking, it's lapping actually. Aivaras Remeikas Audi A3 has an issue, and here Čapkauskas once again, this time into hospital, tried to jump Paublis. But the latter was much better under acceleration on the outside. Now Paublis is looking in front, or is he? No, Čapkauskas again firmly on his tail. He's to the beginning of the main straight, and Bakchis in that Nissan 180. Now Čapkauskas sees his opportunity once again, and this time he is side by side. Who is Paublis, but can he? No, he can't. Once again, Čapkauskas couldn't complete his move. Otto Paublis was... Oh, there was some contact while Paublis overtook Bakchis, and Čapkauskas follows him, so Bakchis is losing speed. everybody's overtaking him. Meanwhile, Čapkauskas now had to defend against Raudonis in Porsche Cayman. And Siemens has used it, and you can see what the gap between him and BaTCC is now. At least 100 meters, maybe even more. So it's a very clear illustration what happens when you start to fight. It means you lose a lot of time and a lot of speed, and those in front of you or behind you, they can use it for their advantage, but still Čapkauskas is behind Paublis. Also now they are 5th and 6th. And New Holland has got Raudonis in front of him as well. GT4 cars, Porsche Cayman and Ginetta G55. Meanwhile, Bakshis is in the pits, or pit area should I say, and it looks like the race is over for him. Meanwhile, leader Ignacio Mantas has completed 5 laps already. He just set the fastest lap time 1:17.772, and it's almost 2 seconds faster than he was in qualification yesterday. Of course, there is absolutely no need for him to set such times, except maybe he tries to take the record for track record for GT cars into his hands. Peltola in second place is already more than 15 seconds behind the leader. So there is no competition there, and New Holland has jumped Thomas Raudonis, so Ginetta is now in front of Porsche Cayman. And Holland now sees that Čapkauskas is still fighting with Paublis for 5th. And comparing the lap times, they are almost equal. They are almost equal. Maybe those few TCR cars are even a little bit faster, so Holland is certainly not catching him. And here is what happened. So Holland went quite slowly into the final turn, but had much better acceleration than Raudonis, who went onto the outside curb and lost some pace, and it was easy play for Holland just to sail by. And Paublis now is certainly catching Siemens. Last time around he was full 9/10 faster. It's just a matter of time when those 3 cars will be together, perhaps, because Čapkauskas still looks very racy. Tries to find a place where to overtake his compatriot. Is it into turn 2? No, it's not. I've seen Čapkauskas trying the same move for several times already now, but somehow he bails out every time. Some half-hearted moves, I would say. Certainly Čapkauskas has the speed. On the other hand, they need to catch Siemens, and when they start fight between themselves, it will be more and more difficult. Meanwhile, Peltola will now overtake Darius Žitlinskas in another TCR car. Blue flag was shown to Žitlinskas because Rudovkas was catching him as well. And Urdokas has managed to stay quite close to Peltola, so if Peltola would have some problems, Urdokas can benefit from them. But this intra-Seat battle is not resolved. This time Čapkauskas just showed himself into turn 2. There was no serious overtaking attempt. And behind them, Domas Raudonis is keeping himself in the slipstream of Drew Holland's Ginetta. But what is Siemens? What is the gap between Siemens and Paublis? It was 1.5 seconds, 1 lap ago. It has remained in the same region. Paublis hasn't closed in significantly. And the reason is here. The reason is because Čapkauskas is harassing him, and this time Čapkauskas got quite a good exit from the final turn. Will it result into overtaking his rival? Meanwhile, Jomantas, the leader, is already behind them and going to lap them. Blue flags are out, so Čapkauskas is now make it a little bit easier. Let the leader by. Leader caught them in very uncomfortable place just before the bridge. So you won't risk even trying to overtake lap cars there. Now here comes Jomantas overtaking Čapkauskas first. And then Paublis, and then Siemens in one go. And so it's now quite uncomfortable for Siemens as well, but Jomantas went by before the museum turn. But certainly Paublis and Čapkauskas are now much closer than they were 1 lap ago. Jomantas is going to complete his 10th lap already. He has lapped everybody for second and third place cars. But no, Siemens is keeping his advantage over Paublis. It was 1.5 seconds, and it is still 1.5 seconds. And Čapkauskas still trying in vain to jump Paublis. They are in very similar cars. Not exactly identical. And now Drew Holland has almost caught Ramonas Čapkauskas. And he's bringing Raudonis with him as well. So if Čapkauskas is not going to overtake Paublis, then he may be in trouble. On the other hand, looking at the lap times, Holland was maybe 1/10, just 1/10 faster than Čapkauskas. Again, very good exit by Čapkauskas. Paublis was at least as fast as him. Now Čapkauskas goes. It was almost side by side under braking, but what happens is that Holland is now attacking Čapkauskas, and that is Peltola coming from behind. So now there are again blue flags out. Everybody must pay attention and let Peltola by. But you see what happened. Čapkauskas went for it and lost a lot of ground to Baublis. And Holland was there and tried to use the situation. He wasn't able. But for this man, Artur Šimins, it all plays into his hands. We're talking about the gap. It was 1.5 seconds for several laps, but now it was actually 1 lap ago already. It was not 1, but 2.4 seconds. And you can see this train which has formed behind Andrius Baublis. New Porsche is going to overtake them as well as Tautvydas Rudokas. Oh, it was very close. Rudokas is trying to lose as little time as possible while overtaking slower cars. That was a little bit dangerous situation while he slotted between Baublis and Čapkauskas, and Čapkauskas has now walked away from Baublis, but having both Holland and Raudonis behind him in close succession. And Čapkauskas now is forced to defend already into hospital, and this may present an opportunity to Raudonis as well. At least he showed himself to Holland. Leader has completed 13 laps already, so leader Ignacio Mantas is on his final lap. Gap to Jyrki Peltola has grown to over 20 seconds. So there is no question about who is going to win this. Mantas manages to keep his Mercedes between the white lines through that last half of the lap. But what happens behind him? Šimins, it looks like, has more or less guaranteed 4th place for him, because Baublis was already 2.6 seconds behind when they crossed the line. Last time. Here comes the leader. Everything is clear with him, as is with the second placed man Jyrki Peltola and third placed Tautvydas Rudokas. And here comes the winner. Ignacio Mantas takes the victory in Bikernecky. Jyrki Peltola is somewhere in the woods still, some 22, 23, maybe even 25 seconds behind. Here he comes. And Rudokas was just a few seconds behind in that blue Porsche. So top 3 are now over the line. Comes next. It looks like Artur Šimins has kept his 4th place, and next positions have not changed as well. Holland tried out of the final turn to attack Ramūnas Čapkauskas, but Čapkauskas, an old fox, changed the line so that you couldn't use his speed. So Jomantas the winner, Peltola 2nd, Rudokas 3rd, then Šimins 4th, Baublis 5th, Čapkauskas 6th, Holland 7th, Raudonis 8th, Vasiulavicius 9th, and Jyrki Jõnkari 10th. That was the first of BTC4 GT and TCR races. Now the schedule tells us that we should have a lunch. The lunch break will be, of course, much shorter than it was supposed to do, but anyway, at 3 o'clock Eastern European time, 15:00, we will be back live with BTC 123 and V1600 Race 2. And while the cars are returning to the pits, we can tell that Jomantas had a gap of 27.6 seconds over Jyrki Peltola at the finish line. So basically almost 2 seconds per lap faster. Comparing the fastest lap times, it's interesting that Rudokas was a little bit faster than Peltola. So it means that into race 2, the first row will be 2 Lithuanian drivers, Jomantas and Rudokas, while Peltola will start from 3rd. But who will be 4th? It looks like Andrius Paublis, number 44, who started from 4th into this race as well. So this was the 5th of our sprint races, the last from pre-lunch. And while you can follow the highlights, we will make a break in live comments and return at 3 o'clock.
Kaut ko es mainu tagad. Kaut kas mainās? Jā, bet tas ir vaidbalans vienkārši. Es nezinu, pamainīt vaidbalans. Pagaid, paspēdīšu. Es paspēdīšu 2 minūtes, atgriezīšos 5. Davai. Jā, novērtē šito. Es nevaru mazāk. Tā kā vienkārši viens settings nomainīt visu. Vajag daudz. Nu, labi, tā. Tagad. Es to varu pamainīt. Tagad. Viens no šitiem darbiem, un pēc variants. Šitās. Davai, gains 7, rāk 9. Nezinu, kaut ko pierakos, nāk vai nevajag. Nu labi, davai.
starts BMW 325 kausa otrajam braucienam. Ļoti labs šoreiz padavās Valteram Zviedrim. Aiz viņu uzreiz ierindojās Kārols Jovaišs, pagājušā gada čempions. Te redzam, kā vairākas mašīnas vienlaicīgi viens otram blakus. Lapiņām arī izties, ka labs starts. Nu, te iet kārti, skatāmies no vienas puses, otras puses. Nu, redzam, Matīs Mežaks pielīdz iekšmalā un tik garām Ramūns Čapkauskas, ko mēs neredzējām, teiksim, pirms tam skatoties. Un, nu, ļoti beigās solīdi visi izbrauc cauri pirmajam pagriezienam, varbūt ar kaut kādiem minimāliem kontaktiem, bet nu jebkurā gadījumā nekas drastisks. Un šeit redzam Lapiņš ar Oskerko kino studijā. Te mums saslīdēja Jānis Hāns, kuram tad Ramanovskis centās ielikt iekšmalā. Un te mēs redzam šo bīstamo momentu. Hāns Švilī izslīdēja ap divu ārā. Jautājums izstījās, ka varbūt trāpīja pa betonu vai netrāpīja. To mēs neredzam nevienu, bet nu, fantastiski automašīnas kontrola no Kosmoza Švilī puses. Nu, jā, tur es domāju, ka tas bija arī tāds sacensību incidents. Jāvērtē tiesnešiem. Es pārāk negribu spriest. Un šeit mums arī tas moments, kur trāpīja Lapiņš, izšķaidīja savu lukturu pret Urbanovičs aizmugurē bumperi. Tā kā, jā, nu šeit visu laiku bija ko redzēt, un šeit, protams, savā starpā cīņas, viens otram blakus, un, nu, lūk, šis bija episks moments, kā Sānslīdē uzbrauc tiltiņā virsū Toms Bērziņš, nu, un šeit, protams, liktenīgais moments, Somu pilots, kas 6. numurs, Juso Puhak uzbrauc virsū, uzstūrē virsū, principā, Ričardam Šupeckim, kurš tad attiecīgi, nu, principā jau nevarēja vairs tur neko darīt. Par laimi, lūk, redzam, Somu pilotam viss bija kārtībā, izkāp ārā, noteikti pēc tik daudz kūliņiem, 9-10 kūliņi, nu, bija sakartīts, bet cerams, ka viss būs viņam kārtībā. Te arī, manuprāt, interesants moments, ko mēs redzējām, vai arī citā aplī tas bija, kur izdomāja, ka vēl tiksim, bet jā, lūk, šis ir restarts. Šis ir restarts, kura pāris piloti nedaudz izstījās, ka nogulēja. Jā, te mums daudz tiltiņu izejā pa oļiem. Te ir, jā, šis ir bīstams moments, bet notur arī 34. numurs, kas bija Julijus Kirsis. Un te mums Sānslīdē arī Krišjāns Oskergo. Te mums labs manevrs, kur Matīs Mežaks ielec iekšmalā un nedaudz izstumi Andri Čatu no trases. Tur noteikti arī abiem būs ko patiskutēt par šo momentu. Un šis arī nu, ļoti bīstams moments Matīs pārmalā. Un lūk, Karmen Krau redz, ka nāk pa to pusi Toms Bērziņš, kurš neatlaiž pedāli pa zāli un beigās vēl tiek garām Karmenai Krāvai. Beigās gan viņai izdevās, manuprāt, pozīcija cīnīt atpakaļ, bet lūk, uzvarētājs 2 braucieni, 2 uzvaras ātrākajā Valters Zviedrs. Labāk vairs nevar.
And welcome back to the Baltic Touring Car Championship Round 2. Afternoon races will begin in a few minutes. The first of them will be BTC and V1600 cars. And we will have 5 sprint races in the afternoon, exactly in the same order like they were in the morning. BTC cars will race over 10 laps. They will be given a rolling start after this warm-up lap and the formation lap. And what we saw in the morning, it was quite an interesting race, especially about the overall victory between Arturas Kilobavicius and Gediminas Bilinskas. They were two fastest in BTC3 as well, as you can see, multi-class race. Bilinskas managed to win the race by just 0.3 seconds. They changed positions several times, but fastest lap time on the other hand went to Kilobavicius. So Kilobavicius in 86 BMW starting from pole position, and that 86 is blue BMW compact with a short body, and number 84 Gediminas Bilinskas in red and long BMW with coupe body will start from P2. Third time belonged to number 07 Justas Kudavicius in race 1, because why I'm talking about lap times, because starting grid for race 2 is determined by best lap times from race 1. But we saw Kudavicius parking his car inside hospital turn just a few laps after the start. So it remains to be seen if he is on the grid or not. But from P4, the fastest man from BTC2, Anti-Artsev, is going to start his number 3 Honda Civic. And talking about those cars, BTC3, which is the fastest and most powerful touring car class in this race, are almost exclusively about BMWs. Justas Kudavicius Mazda Miata was the only non-BMW in that class, and BTC2 is almost exclusively Hondas, with actually on the entry list there was just one Toyota GT86, but unfortunately we haven't seen this car on the track today. And then lower classes, BTC1 was won by number 5 Dovidas Akstinias in his Renault Twingo, a little blue car, and V1600 winner was Ernest Eglitis, number 116. So race 2 now, and over 10 laps as the first one. And the main question again is Bilinskas or Kilobavicius for the overall win. And in BTC2, Simo Lind was the winner in race 1. Anti-Artsev was almost 7 seconds behind. And Lind, if he only wanted, he could have mixed in with big boys as well, but usually he don't want it. Just guarantees his win in his own class. Now everything is ready. Cars are going to through museum turn. And Kudavicius' white Mazda seems to be there. Yes, he is. Just behind Kilobavicius. And now everything is ready for the start. Bilinskas is a little bit further down compared to Kilobavicius. And it will go, and it was Kudavicius who had very good start. So it seems Bilinskas Bilinskas is now he's back in second already. While Kliobavicius is holding the lead, but Kudavicius and Bilinskas are fighting for second. Who is going to be in front? It looks like Bilinskas in, and that is BTC1 winner Akstinas, who went off from turn 2. And the same story like in race 1. Kliobavicius in front, Bilinskas just behind them. Him then Kudavicius and Simolin trying to keep the pace of big boys. And once again Bilinskas jumps his rival into hospital, and that smoke is coming from Bilinskas' red BMW, and it's not that something is wrong with that car. Quite the opposite, everything is right with that car because it's a diesel engine BMW, and the smoke which comes out from the exhaust is very much a black one, not a blue one. But now Bilinskas is leading, Kliobavicius is under threat from Kudavicius, and Lind just there and already put away from all the others. Is currently in 5th. There is lower reaches of our field, and here V1600 drivers are fighting between themselves. Number 116 is Ernest Eglitis, who was the winner in race 1. Oh, very different cars from different classes. Akstinas in his BTC1 car in front of this train. Then a lot of V1600 cars following in close succession. That is number 227, Kasparas Rutsmiesis, who tried to overtake into hospital, but he was too far behind. Meanwhile, leaders have already completed 2 laps. Order is still the same: Bilinskas, Kliobavicius, Kudavicius, Lind. Eglitis, Meilands, Rutkesis is the order here. Rutkesis has lost 1 place. Eglitis, Meilands and Carlssons are currently top 3 in V1600, but there is a huge fight going on. Actually, that car which carries big number 88 on its side should be car number 18. There is some confusion about it if you look at the timing screen. But currently V1600 top 3 is Eglitis, Meilands and Carlssons. They are now in the picture as well. But Carlsson's position is really under threat from Rutmesis. Meanwhile, here are the leaders. Now BTC3 cars made some progress, and Simolind in BTC2 leading car has fallen behind. But this is Antti Artsev attacking Tadas Petukauskas for 2nd place in BTC2. Nice red Honda Integra Type R. And the Honda in front, and do it on the Hondas behind him. As I told, BTC2 is all about Hondas, even not Honda Open, but more like a Honda Cup. But that's production car racing, and if Honda has managed to make cars which are best suited to racing, then it's so. Kauskas in the newer low Honda Civic is defending against Yartsev. Meanwhile, in V1600 the field is now more spread out. No more direct fight between Yetis and Carlsons. Carlsons has fallen back, maybe 3-4 car lengths compared to Rudmiazis. The foot race is not over, it's just 4 laps completed by the leaders. Three leaders together, still together. Bilinskas, Globavicius and Kudavicius, 3 Lithuanians, 2 BMWs and 1 Mazda. Simolind in 4th overall is actually in no man's land. 4 seconds behind this leading group, but on the other hand 7 seconds in front of 5th place Tadas Petrokauskas. Different lines through final turn. And I would say that Kudavicius Mazda seems to have a little bit more speed, but those two in front. Now Globavicius is going on to attack in turn 2. But unsuccessful, and he at least managed to save his P2 because Kudavicius was very close already. But the lead has changed, and it is problem for Bilinskas. It is exactly what we have seen 1 month ago during the first round at Pärnu. He was very fast, but that car, diesel BMW, is really fragile. And here's the outcome. Bilinskas maybe, although I'm not going to think he can complete this race, he can finish this race at this speed. To be classified, you have to complete at least 75% of the distance, and in our case it means 8 laps. But let's see if he will be on the main straight. We will see if he is going to continue the race or will turn into the pits. Now Raivis Meilans is taking some very adventurous line through turn 1, and it means that Kaspars Rudmiazis is now in front of him in P2 among V1600s. Which means that Ernest Eglit is in front of them, has even easier life. Aha, this is where the real problem lies. Meilans went wide through the final turn, then perhaps tried to compensate for it into turn 2. All in all, lost the position to Rudmiazis. But here are the leaders now. Globavicius and Kudavicius, they are already catching slower V1600 cars. them. Everything is still very much open. Udmies is now second in V1600s, but comparing the lap times, is he going to catch his leader? Probably not. Kliobavicius has set the overall fastest lap time. They have a really tough life overtaking those slower cars. And Kliobavicius almost lost out to Gudavicius through turns 2, 3 and 4. Still not over. 4 V1600 cars are still in front of them. Now Kliobavicius did a really wise move and jumped another car before hospital turn. Blue flags are shown to back markers. And yes, Kliobavicius maybe has increased his lead a little bit, but it's still not over yet because V1600 leader NeZ Glitis is still in front of them. They must overtake Glitis. Still on the lead lap, but deep in the field. Number 24 is Tadas Jonaitis and number 10 Andrius Geblis. Both BTC2 cars, Honda Civics as you can guess, and Katokauskas. Meanwhile, has put some free tarmac between himself and Antti Artsev. They are fighting for second and third in BTC2. And Katokauskas is probably going to take second in his class. Artsev kept very closely, and here Simo Lindis overtaking slower cars as well. Artsev was able to keep Kauskas in his front for quite a long time, but now there is more than 1 second already between them. And was it number 10 Geblis or 24 Jonaitis, but one of them has retired. And Bilinskas is still on the track, so he's going for the points. Just trying to cover those vital 75% of track. Meanwhile, the leaders are already on the final lap, so he was now one time only left. And should have no problems with that 75 problems. And Kliobavicius now clearly put the pedal to the floor, and Kliobavicius was left behind. They are able to complete this lap. Kliobavicius is going to take victory from this race. Just half a lap to go. That's a good flag. Cars from different classes. No direct fight here. Yartsev has closed into Katokauskas while driving slalom between those slower cars, but he's still too far behind. Just few turns to go, and it would be impossible for him to catch the leader. Meanwhile, The winner is over the line, and his name is Arturas Kliobavicius. Justas Kudavicius takes second, and Simo Lind will be third over the line. Kliobavicius is also the winner in BTC3. Lind takes victory in BTC2. And who is going to be BTC1 winner? Perhaps Dovydas Akstinas. He's still somewhere out on the track. So this was the first race of our afternoon session. BTC and V1600 cars, 4 classes together. Maybe not that exciting, but that fight about the victory between 3 cars until Milinskas diesel BMW got the problem was maybe not spectacular, but still there was some excitement. And Simo Lind once again did what he's used to do during a few years already, mixing at the top with big boys after the start, and here top 8. So yes, Akstinas was the winner in BTC1, and Ernest Seglitis took another victory in V1600. And Bilinskas, the erstwhile leader, completed 9 laps and was classified as 15th, so he gets some points in his class, which of course was his goal after that problem developed. But now hopefully Arturs will have some interviews with the front runners from BTC classes.
again. We're in the Parc Fermé after BTC 123 race 2, and we have the race winner here, Kliubavicius. How are you feeling? And nice run, yeah?
Yes, great. It's actually first time I will be on the podium, and the win also quite nice. But had quite some pressure from my opponent because he was pushing all the time from behind. So yeah.
And yeah, the start, somehow Bilinskas managed to get you. Is he faster on the straights, or what was the thing there?
Our cars are quite similar in pace, but slightly different in engine, so maybe he has more advantages pulling out of the corners. So maybe it was his advantage, but we can still keep on the same pace when on corners. But yeah, so I was then also quite catching him, let's say, because he was getting slightly slower and slower, but eventually broke down as far as I understand.
Yeah, and how was it with Justas breathing down your neck for a lot of laps?
Yeah, it was quite difficult. And actually on the very end I had some issues with fuel levels, so barely managed, but okay, I did so. But quite intense, I would say, yeah.
So enjoy your podium.
Yeah, thanks.
So that was the winner, Artūras Kliubavicius. We can speak, of course, with Justas Gudavicius as well. You have a big smile on your face. How was the race?
It was awesome. You know, when you have the fight all the time, like for all 10 laps, you have this close fight in the first between the three of us, Artūras, Gediminas, myself, and Sibalin is incredible fast as well. So he was breathing down our necks as well. So it's 4 drivers really fast and at the front and together for the majority of the distance. It's awesome. And the best thing is not to win the race, but it's actually to have this fight, you know. And the heat of pursuit, you know, this is something awesome. You cannot experience that anywhere else. I recommend racing.
Yeah, nice emotions. What was in the first race, the issue on your car?
Incredibly, my half shaft broke. So this car is not that powerful. It doesn't have so much torque, so it shouldn't be breaking half shafts. Somehow it did. So I lost the power to the wheels. I had the engine, I had the gears, but I could not put the power down to the ground. So that's a pity, because I could have probably placed second or third in the first race, maybe even first. You know, things happen. Anyways, it was a good fight as well. So I knew that there will be a good fight in the race too. So we managed to source the half shafts here locally in Riga. We have friends here, so that's what friends are for, to help each other, you know, when you travel to another city, another country, and they help you to continue the race basically. So this is awesome.
Great to hear. So congrats on the second race, and see you at the next races.
At the next stage, for sure. See you there. See you there.
So Justas Gudavicius happy about the fight, and it was an amazing fight. We saw it all race long. I think we're getting ready for the next race as well. Maybe we can check with Simo. Yeah, just okay. No, he's talking there, but he's the race winner in BTC2 class. So congrats to him. And yeah, that's, I think it's all from the Parc Fermé, and we are getting for the next race, which will be ABC race 2. So back to commentators and see you on the grid.
Thanks, Artūrs, and thanks to the drivers as well. Such optimism after the race, even if you are not winning. And I would say that Justas Gudavicius just managed to open the character of the racing, why people are doing that, because they are enjoying that. But now over to the next race. ABC race is as the name suggests, should be very ABC of motor racing, and actually it is. You can just jump into these cars and start racing. They're not that fast, 1400 cc engines from 75 up to 90 horsepower, and the regulations prohibit almost all modifications. Just put the roll cage in, safety equipment as well, and here we go. Plus, of course, they have ballast weight to compensate and to balance different cars and different engines. And what we saw in race 1, first we saw, of course, the crash between 3 cars, and what I now noticed that the best news is that car number 8, Toyota Yaris of Thiago Carvalho, the Brazilian driver, is also on the grid after race 1. They had actually at the race at the start of race 1, they had a crash between 3 cars into turn 1, and Carvalho hit the inside concrete barrier quite heavily. There was no front right corner on his car, but amazingly,
and
right
we are
now.
back on the grid right now. ABC race. Hopefully, have all 12 cars, and we have from second place starting the first ABC race champion. I think it was in 2019. Yeah, I think a few years back, 4 years back. Can we have a word a little bit with Kristaps Leipniks here? So the first race was quite eventful, and are you looking forward to the second one?
Yeah, I hope so. That the second round will be a little bit easier for for me, because first was quite rough, and I have a few collisions as well. So hopefully second round will be easier for me.
So yeah, you have no cars in front, just one on the right, and a good start, and then a solid pace to maintain, right?
Of course, yeah. Actually, second round is only on me. I need to get a good start and just to hang on the track.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
So yeah, that was Kristaps Leipniks starting from second. So he is one of the favorites. He was second, I think, in Pärnu. Then we have Tiago Carvalho. He's back on track. So huge congrats to the team. Really put the car together, and he is back. So good luck to Tiago as well in his second race. Here we see a little bit of repairs done here for Salin's car as well. And let's check what we have here. Martin Sputnik had some technical issues, he said, in the first race, but should be okay right now. He's starting from P5, so also a good view out on the front. Then we have from P6 starting Daniel Ungurs. He was second in the previous race. He's happy as well, and he is ready to fight for the podium again. So yeah, not so many cars in front of him, so he should be able to fight. Then Kristaps Stikuts from P7 starting. Let's hope that he will get back to the pace and try to get some positions there as well. So we have here a few Yaris's. Yeah, we have a Yaris army here again. Number 99, our debutant Nauris Agafonos did a really solid job in the first one. Was for quite a long time driving together with Leipniks and Hans, and right now he will try to overtake a few cars again. And then we have here Janis Hans, and with the team manager Janis Vanks here as well. So they will have a big job coming from P9 to get back to the front, but I'm sure they're up for the challenge, and we can expect a really nice and eventful and actionful race for Janis Hans. Then we have Artūrs Daņļevskis, the winner of race 1, who was doing a solid job right now, starting from the end, starting from P10. That won't be easy, but he's up for the challenge, that's for sure. So watch out for Artūrs Daņļevskis as well. And then we have with number 22, Martin Rieksniņš with the Yaris. Another Yaris, also good speed in the first half of the race. In race 1, and in the end the Peugeot 106 of Roberts Ozoliņš. So that's the grid. All 12 cars are back on the grid, and we're really happy to see that. Yeah, really heroic job by the teams to get the cars back, and that's really nice to see. And I know it's not easy to do that, but the team spirit is working, and we can get ready in a few moments, in a few minutes. We will have the second part, or the second race of ABC race. So stay tuned, back to the commentators, and enjoy the race.
So yes, we must explain that ABC race is somehow unique class in the sense that they have no qualification. Starting order for race 1 is determined by a draw, and the order is reversed for race 2. So if you happen to be the poleman for race 1, then you are going to start from the very last position in race 2, and it is exactly what has happened to number 18, Roberts Ozoliņš. who started from P1 into first race. But Erik Voits, number 11, who is starting from pole now, was one of those who was involved in that first turn crash in race 1. He and number 23, Krister Salins, managed to take the restart as well. The cars were not that badly damaged, but about number 8, Thiago Carvalho, it's really a wonder that this car is in one piece and with all wheels on it and all body parts and so on and ready to race. I wouldn't bet on it after race 1 because the contact with the wall was really hefty, and this car, in the right sense of the word, had no front right corner whatsoever. Anyway, all 12 cars are on the grid. 10 laps will be the race distance, and ABC cars are one of 2 classes which will start from standing start. Going through the field in this class should not be that difficult because although cars are quite similar with their pace, they are, let's say, not that fast, and you have a lot of time. And we could see from race 1 that there was a long train of initially 7 cars, then 5 cars, then there was first 2 fighting between themselves and next 3 between themselves. So it's quite usual in this class that groups will be formed and they will battle inside of their groups. But during the opening where all the cars are close to each other, there is good chance, good possibility to overtake others and improve your position. Let's see what happens. Warm-up lap is all about to beginning in few seconds. Erik Voits and Kristaps Leipniaks from row 1, Thiago Carvalho and Krister Salins from row 2, Martin Sputnins and Daniel Sungurs from row 3, Kristaps Stigmuts and Nauris Agafonov from row 4. Janis Hans, the series leader after round 1, and Artur Stanilevskis, race 1 winner from row 5. And finally, number 22, Martin Riekstins, and number 18, Robert Sosolins from row 6. And half of the cars, 6 are Toyota Yarises, and this year they have the same color scheme as well, that dark green or dark blue, how do you like? Of course, there are some differences. Numbers you can see, and then mirrors are also have different colors. Janis Hans, for example, has pink mirrors. Thiago Carvalho's car carries Brazilian flags on its mirrors, and so on and so on. Talking about lap times, which were actually in this class, of course, they don't determine anything, but fastest lap during race 1 was set by number 111, Kristaps Leipniaks. It was 1:45.9, So if you compare it to the fastest cars around here, in GT classes, Mercedes AMG GT3 was 1:17 something, so almost half a minute per lap slower than the fastest cars today. But it doesn't matter, the fun is there. Cars are quite evenly balanced speed-wise, so it means that constant fighting is guaranteed as well. And exactly that we could see during the race 1, and hopefully it will be the case this time as well. But now leading cars are already in their grid boxes. Voits and Leibniz in row 1. This car is a little bit battered as it was involved in that turn 1 collision in the first race. Now everything is ready, green flag. If you see green lights, then I can tell you that, yeah, on the other side there are red lights. And here we go, race 2 is underway. And it seems Leibniz, as he told in an interview, he has managed to make a good start. He's still second. Voits is on the inside, but is Leibniz going to take the lead from the outside into turn 2? Yes, it's exactly what he's trying to do. He runs a little bit wide, so no lead for him yet. But now it's down to the exit from turn 1. And Leibniz is in front. It is exactly what was his plan, so everything is now going according to Leibniz's wishes. He has taken the lead after just 3 turns, and we can see it was Daniel Ungurs in 4th already. Ungurs, yes, in that red Honda Civic. And another red car, that Peugeot Artur Stalevskis, is a little bit further back. So while they are fighting themselves through the field, Leibniz has all the aces in hands to increase his lead and just to drive away from others. But as it stands, Erik Voits in number 11 Honda Civic is not allowing him to do that. And meanwhile, Ungurs has jumped Salins already, and he's in 3rd. So it's a real danger for Leibniz. Top 3 has broken away from the others a little bit. Janis Hans is already in 4th. Series leader has made very good progress starting from 9th. Danilevskis is trying to overtake 2 cars in one go. Managed to jump Butnins. Or did he? They're still side by side through turn 4. Now Butnins is on the outside, but he will be on the inside for the bridge turn. Butnins went for it, so that was really very brave move. But Danilevskis, I think he just gave some room for Butnins to avoid the contact. But it means that the leaders are driving further and further away from him. And now Leibniz has managed to shake off Voits as well. But we will see more closely when they reach the main straight. The gap between top two was just 0.4 seconds 1 lap ago. And the good news for Danilevskis is that he is now in front of that train. He has cleared Butnich. And running behind Carvalho, and Butnich was very close to hitting that high curb at the pit entry. Managed to keep the car on the track, also lost one more position to number 99, Nauris Agafonovs. And yes, Leibniz is now 0.7 seconds in front, but not Voits anymore. Ungur has usurped the second place, and that is a real danger for Leibniz. So when Leibniz told that he's trying to make a good start, take the lead and drive away, okay, first 2 points, first 2 boxes were ticked, but driving away seems to be very difficult from now on. But this is still only third lap of 10. If you're looking at the timing screen, then replay from the start once more. So Voits on the left and Leibniz on the right of your screen, side by side through turn 1. Voits was a little bit in front, but here Leibniz goes for the outside. A little bit too outside, I would say, but still he had good exit speed. And here he is still leading the race, although now Daniel Ungurs is just maybe 10 meters behind him, and Ungurs has set the fastest lap as well. Voits has fallen away from them. And Leibniz is clearly defending his position into turn 2. But this presents a good opportunity for Ungurs. The acceleration out of turn 2 and 3. Now sits firmly in the wake of Leibniz. Actually, we saw that exactly the same picture in race 1. The only difference was that while Ungurs was running second, then the leader was Artur Danilevskis that time. Danilevskis now is only 6th and having a gap of 6 seconds to leader. It may look not that much, but in this class, there was slight contact through the hospital turn. When Ozolins had real problems in the cinema turn as well, running a little bit wide onto the gravel there, and now Janis Hans has caught Eriks Voits for third. But this pair is fighting for the victory in ABC Race 2. Leibniz has been the leader for 4 laps already, but Daniel Ungurs, who started from P6, is now in his slipstream. But what we saw in race 1, Ungurs had no problem with keeping himself in the slipstream of the leader, but there were actually no overtaking moves. With only 4 laps completed, it's too early now as well. I think both Leibniz and Ungurs are thinking more about increasing the gap in front of next cars, because although Voits is still third, Hans is just him and potentially much faster. And here comes Hans from the outside into hospital turn, and now he is in third. He pushed Voigt's back to 4th. But there are no changes between the leaders. Hans must now overcome a deficit of 3 seconds if he wants to mix into this fight. Literally centimeters between the cars. Half of the distance is now completed by Kristaps Leipnieks and Daniels Ungurs. And what is... Oh, they have already more than 4 seconds in hand in front of Janis Hans. So I would say that it's almost impossible to Hans to catch this leading duo if they are not going to do something silly. And somehow surprisingly, Voigt is also keeping the pace with Hans. Meanwhile, Danilevski is already 5th, or is he? No, he isn't. That is huge fight and side by side into bridge, and now Danilevski is firmly in 5th. It was Nauris Agafonovs he was fighting with. And Diego Carvalho is in this group as well, and he's going to overtake Agafonovs as well. And also in that trio is number 2 Kristaps Stikuts. At the end of this lap we will see what the pace of Janis Hans will be. So here's that moment running side by side through bridge. There was probably a slight contact, but you could see that Danilevski's red Peugeot was running a little bit sideways, but the driver kept his foot planted and went through the turn without any problems. Hans is not going to catch those two on your screen. Comparing lap times, Leipnieks 1:46.6, Ungurs 1:46.5, but Hans 1:47, so the gap increased between second and third, and by half a second. And again, Hans has not been able to pull away from Voigt. They're still together. But looking at the front, even if Ungurs will not be able to overtake Leipnieks for the win, we will be the winner of this meeting as it stands, because he was second in race 1 as well. Leipnieks was further down, third. So, no, that way Leipnieks will be the overall winner in that way. Also the point system. Anyway, let's see. It's only 7th lap underway, still 3 laps to go. And they are as closely together as it can be, just centimeters. In some occasions, Ungurs sets the fastest lap once again, but he was only 0.05 of a second faster than Leipnieks in front of him. Meanwhile, Leipnieks once again was forced to defend his line into turn 2. Laps more. Hans and Voigt were separated by 1.1 seconds on the line, so maybe it's now the moment where Hans has decided to pull away, or has managed to pull away. He should have the pace of those two front runners, but somehow wasn't able to do it the first race as well. There we saw a big bunch of cars at the front. Second race is a little bit different, but with Leibniz and Ungurs in front, with 2.5 laps to go, nothing is decided. Just one slight mistake from Leibniz and Ungurs can take the lead and probably the win as well. Almost exactly the same lines as well. Turns maybe Leibniz ran a little bit more wide line through the final turn. And you could see in the background that now Hans has really pulled away from Voits. And here is a mistake from Leibniz. Here is a mistake from Leibniz. He went too deep into turn 2. And can Ungurs benefit from it? They are side by side running through turn 4. And Ungurs knows he's in front. Can keep it. That is still side by side running. And it looks like Leibniz will be on the inside through grid. Yes. And Ungurs decided it's wiser to let him front. But that was close, that was really close. And they can do it now, they can fight for the remainder of the distance. 1.5 laps, because Janis Hans, as you can see, is more than 7 seconds behind them. Hans, of course, can see that those two are fighting in front, but he can't do anything. They are simply too far in front. Nine laps will be completed now, and we are on the final lap. Actually, 2 leaders are, but still nothing is decided about the winner. And now Leibniz is defending. It's all about defense now. Just 3 kilometers. 3 more kilometers to go, but they will be very long kilometers because Daniel Ungurs is breathing just behind him. Almost touching through the bridge. Ungurs hasn't been so close. Perhaps through the whole race, and now Ungurs, no, he takes conventional line while Leibniz is still defending through the hospital. But their top speed down the straight is more or less same, and Hans made here a slight mistake. Can it be closer? I would say it can't. Three more turns to go. Kristaps Leibniz has led this race from lap 1, but Daniel Ungurs is thinking about the victory as well. So is he going to go for it? Yes, he did. At least tried, but Leibniz didn't break down. So Kristaps Leibniz took the victory in ABC Race 2 in front of Daniel Ungurs. Janis Hans is 3rd, Erik Voits 4th, Artur Stanilevski 5th, and so on and so on. And Diego Carvalho, whose car was very bruised and battered, and it's very mild expression. Actually, it had only 3 wheels on it after race 1 start. Takes 6 in front of Nauris Agafonovs, Kristaps Nikuts, Martins Riekstins, Martins Putnins is 10th, and all 12 cars are now crossed the line. So 100% of cars finished the race and all on the lead lap. That was a really good race, especially thanks to Kristaps Leipnieks and Daniels Ungurs. They managed to run at least the second half of the race, separated by just few meters, maybe centimeters occasionally. And once again, ABC race proved that even if the cars are slow, their entertainment value can be very high. They are equally balanced. Drivers can manage them quite well, and so it goes. Now waiting for the results, which should appear in a few seconds, and here they are. So Hans didn't manage to close the gap significantly during the final 2 laps, despite Leipnieks and Ungurs fighting in front of him. On the other hand, his gap to 4th place Erik Voits was some 1.5 seconds. He was clearly faster. And the next race, while these ABC race cars are certainly the slowest, over to Artus.
Of ABC race 2. Here we see the leaders, of course, will get weighed. Kristaps Leipnieks, he should be here in just a few seconds. Then we have Daniels Ungurs and Johannes Hans in 3rd place. Here you have all the other cars, I think, from P6 on, who will be put here already. Yeah, I think we should get Kristaps Leipnieks in just a few seconds. Solid job by him. In the end, it doesn't matter if you win by a hundredth of a second or by 10 seconds. A win is a win, and here we see we will try to get Kristaps Leipnieks the winner of second race. And if my math is correct, then also the winner of the round. Let's try to speak with him after this eventful second race. Yeah, Kristaps seems really calm. Kristaps, so a great run there. How was it from your position?
Actually, this ride was like 10 times harder than I expected. So nobody's here to give me some presents for free, so I need to earn this 1st place. It was quite hard.
And yeah, Ungurs had the speed to keep up with you. Did you have a few tenths in you, or were you managing a little bit also to not make mistakes?
I don't know.
But you were pushing hard.
Yeah, of course. I think I came till my limit this time.
Okay, so congrats, and see you on the podium a little bit later. So Kristaps, of course, in a really big fight there. In a really big fight, and a little bit tired, of course, as well. He had to push very hard. We will try, look, here comes the 2nd place, Daniel Ungurs. We will try to have some words with him. Let's see if he wants to speak English or Latvian. I can translate afterwards. But yeah, he had really to push as well. Tried his best. 2nd race where he finishes in 2nd position. So let's see if he will be happy or not so. But he has a smile on his face, Daniels Ungurs. Daniel, you want to speak English or Latvian? We can do English. Daniel, you seemed a little bit tired, but it was an amazing race. The whole race keeping up with Kristaps Leipniks.
Yes, of course. Hard race. Hard, of course, opponent, driver, but I best we can do this evening. Yes, so I think it was a great race. Great battle. Much thanks for my dads for this car, and yeah, so I have no words. I have no words, to be honest.
So you're happy. That's nice to see. And we saw in the end there was maybe some options, but you didn't make a kamikaze move. You kept it clene.
No, I wanted to do kamikaze move in the exit to the smooth counts, but he closed the line inside. So yes, but it was strange because in that straight in the tilts corner in the last lap he much been slower than before, and I don't know because, but still a great weekend. I am very happy. Paldies jums līdzjutējiem, kā atnācāt, atbalstiet. Paldies jums liels.
Okay, so that was Daniel Ungurs, really happy with his second place there, and yeah, at the end he said thank you for the support from the fans, and let's see. Yeah, so that was the top two. Jānis Hans was in third, and yeah, so let's get back to the commentators. An eventful race, and we are getting ready for the next race. See you on the grid. And we are back on the grid for the second race of Porsche GT3 Cup. The first one was interesting. The second one will be interesting as well, because we have a little bit of a different positions. From pole position, the fastest lap in the previous race, Jani Kakela starting from P1. So he will, of course, try to maintain that position. And right now he's getting cooled a little bit with some shading. And then from second place, the race winner of race 1, Mattias Salonen, of course, he will aim to get back to the top spot. And of course, we will wish him luck as well. Then we can go on to P3 from Estonia. That's Thomas Kangro. So starting from third position, in a good position, of course, to go to the podium. Of course, yeah, he starts P3, he wants to end P3, that's for sure, or maybe a little bit even higher. Then we have from fourth place, Henri Tuomala, of course, also a really fast and good driver as well, starting from P4. And yeah, they start with the lap times from the previous race. So that's how the place are. The grid is put up. From P5, our only Latvian, Valters Zviedris, had a tough race. Race 1, finished second, then a little bit of a penalty, I think, some seconds. But still, I hope he's in a good mood. Starting from P5, his eyes and his look is only to the front, that's for sure. So, Valters Zviedris, good luck for him in the second race. And then from P6, Jukka Eerola, starting from P6. And let's see how far he can go up. And then we have a lot of beautiful still Porsche cars there, P7, P8, P9, up until P11. And yeah, 1 minute left, so let's get back to the commentators. Let's hope for an entertaining race, and see you back in Parc Fermé after the race.
Certainly, if we look how the race 1 was finished, finishing order was Salonen, Tuomala, Kangro, Mäkelä. Starting grid for race 2 is quite mixed up, and the driver who lost most was Zviedris. Of course, he was keeping P2 throughout race 1, but comparing the lap times from race 1, Mäkelä was clearly the fastest, 1:18.4, but those four, Salonen, Kangro, Tuomala and Zviedris, all had times of 1:18.6. And if you are standing in Zviedris' place, he was last of those four, and if he would have been only 0.1 seconds faster, he would stood in row 1 at the side of Jani Mäkelä. Now he must start from E5, and we could see during the race 1 how difficult it is to overtake with Porsches on this track. They are so evenly matched, and they are quite large and heavy cars, while the track is not among the widest in the world. First of all, Zviedris must do a very good start. Actually, talking about that penalty which appeared on the timing screen, it is not there on the printed finish protocol, because it's not official yet, but Zviedris is reinstated into P2 behind Salonen and in front of Tuomala. So top 5 from race 1 were Salonen, Zviedris, Tuomala, Kangro and Mäkelä, and there was huge gap to 6th place Jonne Kurikka, and all the other drivers can expect probably quite a similar outcome from race 2 as well. The race duration, we will have a timed race. Race duration will be 20 minutes plus 1 lap, and Porsches will begin their race from rolling start. They are now on the warm-up lap, then they will have 1 more lap called formation lap before they start, and then that 20-minute race. And while the previous race, ABC race, was the slowest of the day, this one will be probably the fastest, or at least the class itself is certainly fastest. Mattias Salonen yesterday set the new track record for GT cars. Of course, it was during the qualification and can't be counted as an official track record, but still, he did one lap faster than anybody else on this track with the GT car. Today's lap times are about 1 second slower than yesterday in the qualification. But this was logical. And what we could see in race 1 was the fact that they were much faster in the beginning of race than in the second half. And gaps closed down quite significantly, at least in top 5. But now the formation lap is not almost completed, but let's say 2/3 of it is already completed. And in about 1 minute time, the start will be given. Grid has almost formed already as they're going through museum. So let's see what happens. 2 weeks ago in Finland during the first round, we saw very close race, but very few overtakings. And here we go, and Svedris jumps up, and he's now side by side with Kangro, and in front of Kangro already, so Svedris has really made a very good start. He's now already third, and is he going to be second after turn 2? Hopefully it was not a jump start. And Svedris, no, he's still third, and he stays third, going into bridge for the first time. But from Kangro's viewpoint, he lost 1 place at the start once again. The same happened with him during the first race now. Kangro is very close to Svedris as they go through film studio, and Kangro tries to overtake his Latvian rival from the outside. What happens next? Whoa, and there is a contact. Both fly off the track into the gravel, and this, I would say, was not a wise move from Kangro's side. Is he able to move away out from the gravel, or is moving? And yes, he's driving away. Meanwhile, for Svedris, the race is probably over. He's beached firmly into that gravel trap. Luckily the car is more or less in one piece, but yeah, he's not going to move out of there under his own power. Yellow flag is out. Are we going to see a safety car? It would be a wise move, because Svedris' car is certainly standing in a dangerous place. But no sign of that. Kagela, meanwhile, yes, and now the safety crew is at Svedris' car. Svedris is still sitting in it. red flag. So yes, the race is cancelled. Svedris is out of the car. And it would be interesting to see what exactly happened. Who changed the line, who kept the line. But certainly there was a contact between Kangro and Svedris. Here is the first stage of that. And what happens here? I would say it's as pure as a racing incident can be. There was room certainly for Kangro. He was on the curb with his left side wheels, but probably slid off there a little bit, and Svedris meanwhile kept it as close as possible. So unfortunate collision for both for sure, because they were ready to fight for the victory maybe, or at least top 3 positions. Now, while Kangro was able to drive away from the crash site, Svedris is beached in the gravel. We can't see the left side of the car, which the driver is looking at currently. Of course, his thoughts should be, can I go back to the track? He's actually, while red flag is out, when the race will be restarted, the starting order will be counted back by 1. So basically, it should be the original starting order. Or is it going to be order after lap 1? We will see when it happens. Kangro's car, Kangro is shown go forward, take your place on the grid. And let's see where the stewards place him, marshals place him. So yeah, the only Latvian driver in this race, Walter Svedris, finished the race in this way. Unfortunately, there is once more the same situation. Kangro tried to fight back. And here is the moment when they touched. It was very, very slight touch, but you can see the result. Both cars going off into the gravel. Kangro was more lucky, he managed to drive away under his own power. But Svedris, who slid much further into the gravel, is still there. Can he restart the race? Remains to be seen. Here's Ramonas Čapkauskas, his crew chief, the car owner. So some discussion about what the starting order will be, and it looks like it will be original starting order, because the red flag came out during the second lap. First lap was the only one which was completed, and if we count back for 1 lap, then yes, it's the original starting grid. So Svedris himself is guiding marshals to dig out the car in the way, in the most unharming way, to guarantee the car will be ready for the race. Yeah, what a shame for both of them. Both Kangro and Svedris, they were fighting for at least top 3 positions. Kangro, it seems, have still some chances because he is on the starting grid already. There is no official confirmation yet which order and how the race will be restarted. And we will make a break in our comments when the action resumes. Svedri's car is already moving out of the gravel. Actually, it looks like he's going to take place at the wheel so he can restart the race after red flag, but we will see in a few minutes. Stay with us. Now we have the official information that Porsche Race 2 will have a full restart. It means full distance, 20 minutes plus 1 lap, and from the original grid positions. And there was Svedris already in his car driving through the final turn. In the background, is he going to take his place on the grid? Yes, he is. The question remains, what is the condition of his car? But looking at the outside, at least from the right side, we couldn't see anything is wrong with it. Yes, floor was certainly hit when he landed in that gravel trap. But he is pushed back. Quite interestingly, because if I read full restart, then my logic tells me that everybody should start from the same position they were originally, but he was pushed even further back. Does it mean he will start from the pits? Looks like so. And Tractor was still doing the track cleaning job at the museum turn. We have had several red flags. I think it's fourth already. Two of them happened in the first BMW race. Yes, Zviedris is heading to the pits. Yeah, if race director gave him such order, it's pity, but he has to follow those orders. You can do nothing about that. But all the others, especially those four, I would say that Conger was really lucky with that move. First of all, his car was able to move out from the gravel trap under its own power, and he can retake his spot on the grid, while Chapkauskas mechanics are now looking at Zviedris' car. A lot of gravel is surely everywhere in the car. Now the jacks are up and car is up on the jacks, so they can look beneath the car. Wheels are taken away. I'm still not sure if Zviedris can restart this race. Actually, mechanics are doing everything they can to give him that opportunity, that's for sure. But for all the 10 drivers, everything is ready for the restart. Still 20 minutes plus 1 lap from rolling start. Using blowers to blow away all that dust and sand. Oh, it looks not so good. If they are taking away the engine cover, then usually their problems are a little bit bigger, not just cosmetics. What a pity. One of the favorites of this race maybe is not out, but his chances have taken a hit for sure. And Zviedris is shaking his head. I still think it was a racing incident, although there is nobody to blame. But of course, Conger could have been a little bit more cautious. And usually if you go to the overtaking, here you can see where the hit, where Conger's car hit the Zviedris one. And it has been not that light touch, we thought initially. There are some big dents on the left side of the car. Now they are putting back the lower cover of the engine. So all that gravel is removed, hopefully. Raimoniemi's car is pushed to the pits as well, number 47. What has happened to him? Meanwhile, green flag is out and cars are going to the warm-up lap for the restart of Porsche's race 2. It's a pity, we have only 9 cars currently instead of 11. But on the other hand, we have from that leading group, we have still 4 cars on the track instead of 5 originally. And of course, Jani Kägelä, who is starting from the pole, he was the one who suffered most if we let by Valter Svetris, but Kägelä was firmly in lead after 1.5 laps. Now it's all gone. He must do it once more from very beginning. But yes, if we are looking to the situation how that collision occurred, Svetris was boxed a little bit by Salonen into hospital, and going out to the next straight, Kangro used it. He had much better exit from hospital. Still 2 warm-up laps, or to be precise, warm-up and formation lap, and it means full restart. So they are now beginning their formation lap. So yes, Svetris was boxed in, blocked a little bit by Salonen into hospital turn. Kangro used it, had a better exit onto the back straight and then into film studio turn, tried to overtake Svetris from the outside. He couldn't do it, but tried again into museum, and it was there where the contact occurred, and Svetris, as you can see now, is forced to start from the pit lane. What can he do from there? And is the car in order? Mechanics, of course, had a look, but there was only so much they could do. And yes, Raimoniemi seems to be out as well. His car was pushed back into the pits as well. We didn't see what happened to him and what is the outcome. So basically, Svetris will be allowed to the start when all the field, yes, Niemi is out of the, no, he's still sitting in the car, but helmet is off. And it should mean he's not going to take the start. Meanwhile, the field is already going through the penultimate turn. Just 9 cars. Some empty spots on the grid. And here you go, somehow Salonen was in front of Kägelä, whereas when the start was given, and it may it may be a false start. It just may be, I'm not sure. Kegela still is leading and Kangro is now second already in front of Salonen. And Svedris managed to stall the car when exiting the pits. Now he's in full speed. You can see how far back he is, even compared to Daniel Skurnik, who is 9th. So Kegela, Kangro, Salonen and Tuomola is top 4. But does this order mean that Kangro has got a 30-second penalty? And here is Svedri's trouble. Exiting the pits, maybe he stalled the engine or almost stalled, and then all of the brakes into turn 2. Not a good beginning certainly, but Kegela and Kangro are in front, and then there is quite a large gap to third place Matthias Salonen, who is running together with Henri Tuomola in 3rd and 4th. Svedris is already past Skurnik in P9. And now he's past Tomas Svidinskas as well. But the further he gets, the more difficult it will be. Yes, Svidinskas and Skurnik are disputing the final 2 places, 9th and 10th. Because Niemi is out. So realistically looking, I won't believe Svedris can climb any higher than 5th, even after those 20 minutes. But yes, quite interestingly, Kegela and Kangro are clearly the leaders, and Salonen with Tuomola are only 2 seconds behind them after just 1 lap, because it was just the very first lap. Nothing is decided yet. And Svedris is now in front of Klepikas already. So in 7th, and Urika and Eerola are the next, whom he must catch and overtake if he wants to achieve a decent result at least. Certainly not a good one, but decent at least. But we will see, it's a long race, 20 minutes plus 1 lap. There is time for many things to happen. Kangro has been quite peaceful after that start, where he jumped from 3rd to 2nd. He's keeping himself just behind Kegela, and fastest lap was set by guess whom? Walter Svedris, of course. So his car is seemingly very much in the working order, but lap times just 1:21.6 are not great anymore. And Svedris here, the 3rd car in that trio, has already caught Janne Kurikka, and is he going to overtake? Not yet. It's certainly just a matter of time when it happens. He must of course keep his cool, and he's fast. The Finn, Now Eerola is the next one. Be caught and overtaken. Leaders have meanwhile completed how many laps? Probably 2 or 3, even 4, because my timing screen has frozen. Can't tell you exactly, I can tell you only that 5.5 minutes have passed since the start. Salonen and Tuomola still in P3 and 4. And it was now Kangro who showed himself to Gagala in the front. No changes of positions there. Kangro is still maybe holding back a little. Has increased a little bit. But by not too much. Well, Salonen and Tuomola are still running in the formation. I haven't seen any attempts from Tuomola to overtake. Salonen hasn't even showed himself in the mirrors. Yes, it's really quite interesting comparing their overall pace from lap 1, not the fastest laps, but the overall pace and yesterday's qualification results. Nothing told yesterday that Gagela and Kangro will be able to pull away from Salonen and Tuomola, but still they do. Salonen was already more than 3 seconds behind leader Gagela 1 lap ago. Decreased a little bit while 6 laps are completed, and Svedris is now P5. It's where he should have started, but the trouble for him is that he's already 8 seconds behind the leader, and even Salonen and Tuomola, who are maybe fighting, maybe just running in formation, are about 5 seconds in front of him, and to catch that gap, to catch them in remaining 11 minutes, it's virtually impossible. Svedris sees that the gap is almost all the length of backstretch. When he's entering the backstretch, Salonen and Tuomola are already turning into the film studio turn. But let's see if they are going to do something between themselves. Kangro has taken it steady after 2 laps. And another fastest lap for Svedris. So he definitely gets closer to both Salonen and Tuomola, but it was just by half a second. The gap is much wider. At least Svedris can now show how fast he can be. No one in front, no one closely behind. Rico behind Svedres in P6 is running at a decent pace, but was again about 1 second slower than Svedres last time around, so that gap is growing all the time. Leading Tour is completing their 8th lap. The first half of this race is already over. And Kägelä this time is taking defensive line through turn 2. And Kankro is now very close, at least was very close under acceleration. Svedres is still the fastest man in top 5, but only just. If Kägelä is going to defend his position aggressively against Kankro, then Salonen and Tuomola can catch them. But I would think Svedres is too far back to be involved in the lead battle, whatever happens in front. Eight more minutes to go, and again, now Kankro had very good exit from the final turn. He's going to the outside of Kägelä into turn 1. Kägelä is defending the inside, and Kankro now switches back and they have a contact. Probably they had a contact, but you see what happened. In one move, all the gap in front of Salonen and Tuomola is gone. With just one move. It was very well done by Kankro until the final part of that move. He simply went into the turn a little bit too fast, too deep. Kägelä had to defend. Kägelä took back the lead, but all the lead, all the gap in front of Salonen and Tuomola evaporated, and it means Svedres is now just once more. Here was, yeah, that was certainly, there was at least one contact or maybe even two. And it means that top 5 are now together again, top 4. And Svedres is closing in very quickly. Let's see what the lap times this time around. Svedres was more than 1 second faster than anyone. I mean Salonen and Tuomola, and he was almost 2 seconds faster, more than 2 seconds faster than Kägelä and Kankro. But still it will be very, very difficult for Svedres to fight back from his situation. Now Kägelä is defending into hospital. Kankro tries the outside once again, but this time Salonen was there, and Salonen is going to jump him into film studio. Yes. And Kankro now has the taste of his own medicine. And it all plays in hands of Kägelä and Svedres as well. Kägelä has increased his lead, and Svedres has almost caught Tuomola. But catching another car is one thing, overtaking is completely different one. So top 5 is now covered by 2.5 seconds only. And Kägelä's lead is a little bit more than 1 second. Nothing is certain yet who is 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes plus 1 lap. Salonen now made a mistake exiting hospital, and there is a chance for Kangro. Kangro thought about going to the outside once again. Now he's on the inside for the next turn. And Kangro, what a move this was! What a move this was by Kangro! Absolutely excellent, going into museum first part to the inside, and then I think Salonen simply thought, okay, if you're doing that, I'm not going to resist. So Kangro is back in second and Salonen back in third with Tuomola, and Svedri is now in his wake. Kangro once again proved that he's a very spectacular driver. Okay, first time with Svedris, it wasn't that great outcome, but this time with Salonen, it was absolute classic. This is what we want to see, and who can tell, actually, who can tell that it's difficult to overtake with Porsches on this track? Yes, it's difficult, impossible. Has proved it several times. But probably for him, Jani Käkelä is too far in front. The gap has grown to almost 2 seconds. But maybe a little bit faster even now, but his tires now suffering after all the moves. 2.5 minutes to go. Käkelä, Kangro, Salonen, Tuomola, Svedris. Top 5 are covered by 4 seconds. Now it's quite unbelievable if we think about the start or restart of this race. I'm not talking about only where Svedris started, but how the first laps went. Käkelä and Kangro were far away in the front, and Salonen and Tuomola, but now those gaps are non-existent. One minute and 20 seconds remaining, so it's again very close if this is the final lap or is it the penultimate lap. Depends on where the time is running over, but looking at the lap times, Käkelä 1:19.8, it may be the final lap. Looks like everybody is cooled down. Svedris may be looking a little bit racier than those in front of him, but there is very little he can do during these final turns. Just 15 more seconds, so I would say that this is the final lap. No, it's not final lap, it's penultimate lap. 20 minutes will be over in a few seconds now, and it means that Leader Jani Kekela started his final lap just now in front of Toomas Kankro, Mattias Salonen, Henri Tuomala and Walter Zviedris. It's difficult to believe that positions in top 5 will change during that last lap, 3.662 kilometers. Even less now because all those 5 cars are now already on the back stretch. Just 5 more turns. What we have seen, how important those turns can be. Still, Jani Kekela has only one more turn until the checkered flag. Here he comes. And checkered flag is out. Jani Kekela has won the second Porsche race in Toomas Kankro, Mattias Salonen, Henri Tuomala and Walter Zviedris. After all those dramas before the red flag. Kurikka will be 6th. He has got the checkered flag as well. Jukka Eerola 7th. Eduardas Klepikas shoot cross line in 8th. Tomas Svidinskas 9th and Daniel Stulnik 10th. So that was it. A lot of drama, but not happy end for the hometown hero Walter Zviedris. At least he set the fastest lap, being the only one in 1:18s, 1:18.898. Kekela and Kankro 1:19.2, Salonen and Tuomala 1:19.4, Kurikka 1:19.7, and all the others over a minute and 20 seconds already. So that was the second eventful Porsche race. We have, according to our schedule, 2 more sprints over 14 laps. But the interesting question will be who will be the overall winner. Kekela and Salonen both have 1 win on their name, but Salonen's second best result is 3rd, while Kekela was 5th, so Salonen should take the honors of overall winner today. And here are the end results from Porsche's race 2. Raimaniemi unfortunately wasn't able to restart the race. He was in
What an exciting race! What an exciting race! The second one of Porsche GT3 Cup. A lot of action, a lot of fights, a lot of contacts as well. And in the end, the win was for, where's our winner? Jani Kekela, number 39. Here he is. Here he is. We can try to get some words. Of course, first maybe we will have okay, they're speaking with each other. We can try maybe to get Walter Zviedris or to get the winner. Let's quickly talk. Jani, what a race, fight until the end. How are you feeling?
Awesome. Yeah, the strategy was to get on front or stay in front and make a little gap. Made it, but then had to fight really hard. And, Thomas hit me on the other side. I think it was really tricky to turn left after that hit, so somewhere mid-race. But yeah, extremely happy.
Yeah, we can see it on your face, and enjoy the podium.
I will. Thank you. Thank you.
Jani Kakala, the winner of second race. In second place, we should have Thomas Kangro. Where is Thomas? Thomas is here, and they are talking with each other, maybe about the incident. Let's allow them to do that. Okay, maybe that's not what we want. Let's keep it internal. They can discuss that themselves right now. Of course, it's in a heating moment right now, of course, because yeah, it damaged the race for Zviedris. Kangro could continue, it could continue to fight. That's why there are going some ongoing discussions there. But we got the race winner. He was pretty happy. Let's maybe try to get Thomas Kangro. Thomas, maybe a few words quickly. So a really hard-fought battle. In the end, second place. How was it for you?
It was hard. I wanted to catch Kakela, but he defended really well. I tried a few times, but he did a great job. Yeah, hard battles, little contacts, but that's racing. Hard racing, and all guys did a brilliant job. So, thanks.
So yeah, of course, really hard-fought racing, and here we see the car goes up to the weight bridges to get the correct data for the weights, and that everything is in compliance with the rules. Of course, we will be getting ready for the next race. Maybe we can try to get some words from Walter Zviedris. He's right now, okay, they're still talking with Kangro. But I think he's not in a happy mood right now. Okay, maybe we can catch him later, as we are preparing for the second race of BMW 325 Cup. So that's it, I think, from the park for May. And yeah, see you on the grid and back to the commentators.
So that was it with Porsches. Now we have another German make in the order, but even before that, Porsche's highlights.
And we're back on the grid. The second race for BMW 325 Cup. It will be amazing. Let's hope for no red flags. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Let's hope for clean racing. The second time from pole position today, Leo Messenger. He was the winner, of course, also of the first race. And he will start back from the front again. Right beside him, we have Julius Kirsis from Lithuania, so Messenger French driver. Kirsis also finished second in the first race. Let's see what he can do in the second one. From third place, we see Martin Šlapiņš will be going also from a good position. So a little bit of battle scars on the car, but otherwise it seems everything is all right. And let's see. Yeah, from P4 we have Artem Skotsmazashvili. Unfortunately, he didn't finish his first race. Had some battles there. With Richard Šubeckis and some other drivers. It's 3 minutes up until the start, so let's not bother the drivers and just walk to the next. Paulius Urbanavičius starting 5th place. He finished 3rd in the first race. He said he had some speed to get up to 2nd place, and right now, of course, he will be on the hunt and will be looking forward. Paulius Urbanavičius back up to speed and in a really good mood. Starting from P5, he agrees, he is good, and then we continue from P6. The championship leader going into this race, Richard Šubeckis, also same as Artem Skotsmazashvili, was a DNF unfortunately, but right now he is ready to fight. And then we have from P7 Kristians Oskerko, from P8 Aurimas Mištautas. But yeah, that's the minute signal, and we have to go back to the commentators. So let's see, and let's hope for a clean and nice run, and see you afterwards.
So top 2 from race 1 had also 2 best lap times, 1:34.3 from Messenger and 1:34.5 by Kirsis. And here's the top 8 starting spots. But Martin Šlapiņš, who will start from P3, he is a very fast driver, which the starting positions proves. But while he finished race 1 in P6, he was hit with 20-second penalty for crashing into Uldis Timaks. Actually, we didn't saw that crash itself, but we saw when Timaks was standing in this turn 2, having been hit from behind. We didn't see the moment of that crash, but yes, it seems that Šlapiņš was the guilty side in that occasion, and he lost his 6th position and was classified in 23rd only. So the top 6 from race 1 was Leo Messenger, Julius Kirsis, Paulius Urbanavičius, Povilas Ponkjavicius, Kristianis Oskerko and Pavel Peskrovny. How many cars will be on the grid is difficult to say. At least we saw that both Šubeckis and Kotslamazashvili are there. Algirdas Keldrin is also retired from race 1. He crashed into the barriers at Hospital Turn after contact with Kristo Grindbus. Grindbus actually was classified as the last one lap down. Anyway, now the BMWs are already on their warm-up lap. And ready to take positions on their grid for race 2. So yes, as Arturs mentioned already, Richard Šubeckis was leader in standings today in the morning before today's races, but he didn't score in race 1, while his shared leader or co-leader Leo Messenger had exactly the same points, 110 points after first round was the winner in race 1. So again, anything can happen. Last year we saw Messenger being hit at the start into turn 1 and his car was more or less destroyed. So everything can happen with everybody. And Uldis Timax, who was hit by Martin Slapinch, seemingly, although we didn't see it, was classified as 32nd in race 1, but he should take P10 on the grid. And I think there he was. Yes, on the side of Povilas Ponkjavicius. So everything is now set for exciting race 2. Last cars are in their grid boxes. Green flag is shown at the end of the grid, and now the starting procedure can begin. And here we go. So Messenger had a very good getaway. Kirschis had not so good one. And so Kirsch is already being attacked by, is it Ponkjavicius? Yes, on the inside. And Potslamantashvili on the outside as well. But Kirschis is still second. Whoa, there is some crash with multiple cars involved. Christoph Rindfus is one of them. That green and white car, and the red flag is out once again after just 2, and this is Martin Slapinch this time. What happened there? And there is another 2 cars somewhere in the scenery. Probably they were involved in the same crash. So Martin Povilas Ponkjavicius, and there was in the front, this is Ponkjavicius, and in front of him it was Pavel Peskrovne with Bruce and Peter car. Oh yeah, there are a lot of cars everywhere on the track. I think I've counted some 7 or 8 of them not able to take the restart. Okay, and here is Carl Lang once more. So how long it will take? 400 now. 11 is Emilia Olvidate, the lady driver. So boys have not been very Olvidaite's race is also. This is Pavel Peskrovne, 6th from race 1. He's climbing out of the car at the hospital turn as well, so for him the day is over. But what actually happened? We didn't see. We saw just new cars arriving into turn 2. But what happened in the background remains a mystery. Can we see something here? This is everything under control. Where did it go wrong? I think there were several hits probably. A chain reaction, typical chain reaction. because Peskrone, who was probably the highest placed involved driver, he started from P12, and as his car's front end was hit, he probably drive into somebody. Ponkjavicius started from 9th even, so he has also hit somebody in front, because the engine, is it, or is it Ponkjavicius? Is it not? It was KTK car, but I'm not sure anymore if it was Ponkjavicius or somebody else. Anyway, shame again that this happened, but now the red flags are out. Track must be cleared, and then maybe there will be a restart. Can we see here what happened? No, we can't. Yellow flag was already out for the last drivers in the field. But what exactly was the reason? Some dust appearing, and that's it. What happened in the dust or beyond the dust, we didn't see. Greenbus is reversing out of this situation, while Lapin's car is now on the flatbed and will be recovered to the pits, but it probably won't be able to take the restart. And how many more victims we had, it's not clear yet. Yeah, that's Peskrovny's car standing in hospital turn. This is how far he made it. And broken down cars everywhere at the track sites.
So we're back on the grid a little bit faster that we would have wanted. It's what's the red flag, and the first lap wasn't completed, so it will be a full restart. And of course we will have a lot of minutes till the track will be clear. We have, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 cars on the side of the road, and that will be, yeah, a long job. But let's try to fill it with some interviews. And I wanted earlier to speak with Artyoms about his first race and about, of course, the start. Artyoms, hi. Your first race came a little bit too early to end. What happened there?
As usual, contact. Unfortunately, yeah, my first race was stolen from me. It was a nice mood. Was planning to fight for top 5. Yeah, now we'll see what will be with the race 2.
You had a really strong lap in the first race to put yourself so much high. How was the first lap?
All was good. I feel that Leo will have pressure.
Okay, so good luck in the restart.
Thank you.
So Artyoms Kotstamazashvili is ready to fight in the restart. He says that it won't be easy for Leo, our pole position man. And let's try to check with some other people. We have here Urbanovic. He was in front of all the carnage. Shubeckis was maybe there. We have some talking going on here. I think there are some repairs right now here as well. So there was some contact there in the first corners. So some quick repairs on the grid here for Krišjānis Oskerko. Maybe we can have a quick word with Krišjānis. Krišjānis, so almost one lap done in the second race. What happened at the first corners?
I would say almost one corner done. Got punted pretty bad in the rear, and they turned the car, and I hit Lapin's then as a result. But yeah, contact from behind for you. Yeah, I got
whacked pretty good, and yeah, the wheel is not straight right now. We're trying to see what we can do in order to still have a chance of fighting.
Okay, good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, first a hit in the rear for Oskerko, and then he hit Lapinch. So it was a snowball effect, we could say, unfortunately. So we have some time still, and the cars are getting repaired. Here we see also Povilas Bonkevičius. Maybe we can have a quick word with Povilas as well. Povilas, what happened in the first corners?
In the first corner, I don't know, I had the contact, somebody pushed me into the back, and I don't know, car start goes, you know, sideways, and I thought I saw the car in front, and I thought, okay, I will stop, push the brake pedal, but I don't know why the brakes are so not so effective, and I pushed the front car, and then, you know, everything happens by itself, but I don't know what was going.
Better luck in the restart.
Yeah, I hope so.
So yeah, it was some big snowball reaction. Somebody from behind hit everybody, and then yeah, it ended in the big crash with Lapinch and everything else. So here we have Uldis Timacs as well. Uldis, you told us before the first race you would love to enjoy it. I think you enjoyed it up until lap 5 or 6.
Yes. After first race there was some, you know, misunderstanding from the other driver. So yeah, no fun for me. I think no fun for him also. But let's enjoy again.
And what happened in the first corners? Did you saw?
Yeah, I was in the middle of that mess, and I just luckily, you know, I had to pass through gravel, but I was safely there. So I don't know. The Lapinch was involved and Osterko, so I don't know what happens. It was behind me afterwards, but I had to avoid this.
Okay, enjoy the second one.
Thank you.
So Uldis Timacs, yeah, there was some. Let's move a little bit down. We have the tow truck going back. To get some other cars. So yeah, Timacs said that it wasn't fun for him, and we see that a lot of cars, P11, P12, P14, P16, P18, a lot of cars are missing here. And here we have the fast Estonian driver Romet Reisin. Maybe we can ask a few questions to Romet as well. Romet, hi. Did you see what happened there in the first corners?
Yes, that was crazy. So, some racing incidents with Lapinch, and yeah, anything not about to say about that.
How did you manage to avoid this all?
I don't know, I just go through there. This is racing, so yep.
And how was the first race for you?
Not so good. So many incidents and so many action on the track. I don't like it.
So let's hope for a better one right now.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, thank you. So Romet Reisin here, not enjoying the first race with too much contacts there, too much going on, and here we have a few a lot of battle scars here as well for Artur's Sarmas car. There we have Karl Suozolinch and a lot of other drivers. We would love to maybe speak with them, but they are too far away for us, so that's no problem at all. But yeah, we are missing. We see on the grid spot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars here already. So yeah, I assume we won't see them on the restart. Maybe they can join a little bit, yeah, from the pits as Walter Zviedrs did in the race before. I don't know. Maybe not. That's you have to read the regulations to know that. Yeah, let's try to move back to the grid. Maybe we can get a few words with some other drivers there as well. But I think, yeah, Aurimas Mištautas we have here. With Bonkevičius we already spoke. Maybe we can check with Urbanovičius what's his plan is for the second race. So Paul is, yeah, some repairs still going on there. on Oscar Koskar. Maybe we can have a few words with Urbanovicius. Paulius, so how was the start for you?
For me, to be honest, the start was like really good. I got like 3 positions and went next to Julius in the second place. So for me it was like really perfect, but I was looking in my back mirrors and I already noticed that there was like a huge incident in the first corner, which is a common place, and knowing the driver up front, it's very uncommon in such a driving style. So it's very unfortunate that I saw that it's more than a couple of cars. It's like a huge accidents, and after we got a red flag, it's also quite difficult for the drivers to adopt, because you are going really on the back of another car. It was same for me, and once the red flags are out, it's not always that you see them, but the car in front sees them very quickly and they start to brake, and it can cause also an accident. So I believe that this was also one of the causes why we have so many cars crashed.
Yeah, but the red flag, I think, was brought out a little bit later, and the incident, it was a snowball effect. Somebody from the rear hit somebody. So in the end, it wasn't the fault of the drivers in front or behind you, but a little bit further down. So that was a snowball effect at that point. But you have a clean track in front of you. I don't know if the car is repairable, flap-inch or not, but still, what is your goal for the second race?
Well, for me, to be honest, I would be happy to finish in the top 3. So I see that all the drivers are really fast around, not only in front but also in the back. We are all in like 1/10 of the second, so it doesn't mean that I am in this position and I have much of an advantage. Actually, we are very close, all of us, in the top 10. So if I will finish in the top 3, I will be happy for this day.
Okay, good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
So Paulius Urbanovicius in a good spirit, had a good start right now in second race. And we'll try to do it once again. So yeah, we are missing, I think, 5, at least, I think 6, 7 cars, unfortunately. And yeah, let's hope that the track will be cleaned pretty fast and we will get a full restart. So 14 laps once again. Maybe we can have quickly a word with Julius Kirsis as well, as we are still have to, yeah, we have a big pause right now to wait. Can we speak with Julius for, let's do it like this, yeah. Julius, so again, red flag, again, a big pause. What are you doing during these minutes?
Talking with the team members, if it's available.
So how was the start for you?
7 from 10. Okay. I hope that this time it will be a little bit better.
9 from 10.
Okay.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks.
So Julius, not 100% happy with his start right now, but he will try to better it. And yeah, here we have poleman Leo Messenger. He was in front after the first corners, but yeah, again a full restart. And yeah, I think we can wait. I hope the track will be cleared. As I said, we have 2 tow cars, and we had, I think, 8 cars on the side of the road. So let's hope we can clean everything up quickly and then move on to the full restart of BMW 325 Cup second race. So back to the commentators, and let's hope to be back soon again.
Yeah, there is a little that can be added. Some cars are still standing on the verge of the track or on the track, as you can see, Pavel Peskrovny's car number 24, while Emilia Ulvidaites number 411 was on the flatbed driving by. Yes, Emilia wasn't handled politely by boys. The sole lady started today, but things like this happen, and it was, yes, as the drivers explained, classical example of snowball effect or chain reaction, where one contact causes many others. Who was the culprit who started this mess remains to be seen. I think stewards will have some job to do, but what is certain information is that start time, or restart time should I say, is 17:45, and it means in 8 minutes those cars which are still able to move will be back on the track. So far so good. Let's make a little break in our comments now, and we will resume with the comments when the action on the track resumes. Stay with us. Actually, we have some updated information from the clerk of the course, and track is still cleared and restart time is not unknown. We'll be informed as soon as possible. At the starting grid, we can see here that there are several empty spots. For example, behind Leo Messenger, Martis Lapin should have stood there. He was not. We saw his car was very second-hand. And then there were 3 empty spots behind Uldis Timax, who stood in P10. And those missing are Pavel Peskrovny, number 24, Janis Horeliks, number 19, and Karl Lang, number 81. All those cars, actually, Horeliks and Lang's car were already transported back to the pits, and Peskrovny was still standing at the hospital turn. Then we also saw number 411, Emilia Ulvidaite. Her car was on the flatbed and recovered back to the pit area. But of course, there are more and more empty boxes on the grid. Some 8 or 9 cars were hit. And we saw Christianis Oskerko as well, that he was telling that front wheel alignment was not what it should be. And this is probably between turns 4 and 6, somewhere near the bridge, before the bridge actually. And as you can see from the job the marshals and the tractor are doing, there was a lot of coolant on the track. Now they are trying to remove it, actually not remove it, but putting absorbent onto it and then just wipe away. There will be a lot of dust during the warm-up lap and maybe during the first laps of the restart as well, but all this work must be done, otherwise the track will be very, very slippery. And if we think that Pavel Peskrovny with his broken down car reached hospital turn, it is perhaps half the track. So if we count that track is 3.3 kilometers, then more than 1.5 of it needs cleaning. It all takes time. The only concern is that I've lost count how many red flags we have had, maybe 5 already, and it of course means that our schedule has flown out of the window, and the concern is about the 2-hour endurance race at the end of the day. It was scheduled to start at 7 o'clock, but we will have a prize giving ceremony, sprint prize giving ceremony even before it. But while the cars are not out on the track but waiting for the restart, nothing happens. There is one more race to go. So when those races will be started is yet unknown, and we will have then the prize giving ceremony, then the 2-hour endurance race, and they will be concluded by prize giving ceremony for endurance race. So when exactly anything happens remains to be seen. But then let's make a break until the action resumes on the track. Cars are more or less now at least on the flatbeds or back in the pits, and it means that it wouldn't probably take too long for cars to get back to the track. Also looking at what marshals are doing at turn 5, there is still some work to do for them. Stay with us. Welcome back to the action. Action on the track has resumed a little bit earlier than expected. But anyway, now BMWs, how many of them, I'm not able to say, but all the remaining BMWs are now on their warm-up lap for race 2. It will be a full restart. It means from standing start and 14 laps as prescribed in the regulations. And this is the starting grid, theoretical. I'm almost sure Lapinch, who should start from P3, will be not there. It will be quite difficult with Oshkerko from P7 as well. He told that his car has no front wheel alignment anyway. More than Beskrovny, Horelix and Lang from this page are missing for sure, almost sure. Let's see. Their cars were transported back to the pits, although there has been quite a long time since it happened, so maybe some of them were repaired. Actually, the start-finish straight looked like more like a free-air car repair shop at one moment. Lots of cars were standing and only first few were complete without bruises. Those 3, 4, 5 cars which were in front and managed to avoid that carnage. But now this is still warm-up lap is going to be completed and everything should be ready for the restart of race 2. Lights are going on. And yes, Lapinch is not here. And here we go. Hopefully no red flags this time, that's the main thing. Messenger is still in front, but will be first into turn 2. And it's Paulius Urbanavicius. He told in an interview that he had absolute perfect start. First time, this time the start is even more perfect for him. He's now second behind Messenger. And it looks like everybody has studied something. Track is slippery until until the hospital turn. So I'd say basically half of the track is covered with coolant and liquids. So top 3 are clearly formed. Messenger, Urbanavicius and Kotslamazashvili, and Urbanavicius is already showing himself to leader Messenger. Everybody has gone through hospital turn this time in one piece. Actually, we will have 11 laps, not 14, if I look at the timing screen. Yes, 11 laps, not full distance. And it's a sensible move for sure. And Shubetskis has joined the top 3. Richard Shubetskis, who was a series leader this morning, but retired from race 1 after crashing together with Artyom Kotslamazashvili. Actually, they are disputing P3 currently. And Kotslamazashvili is covering the inside, who is Julius Kirschis. And Urbanavicius has taken the lead. Urbanavicius has taken the lead really from Messenger. That's the main news. Here they go. Kotslamazashvili now in third. Then Shubetskis, Kirschis, Timax. Oskerko, Baustis, Mistautas and Romet Reisin completing top 10. And that was Oskerko number 63 who was covering the inside line into Hospital Turn. His car was badly hit during that carnage. It seems mechanics have done a good job, and Oskerko, maybe his car is not 100%, but at least he's currently 7th and managing to hold other drivers behind him. It is BaTCC now who tried to go from the outside, tried to overtake Oskerko from the outside. Nothing happened. Autos and Racing are in the same company as well. Fastest laps goes to Messenger, despite Navicius leading the race. When Oskerko told in the interview that the wheel alignment is wrong, it should affect his car everywhere, basically, not only in the turns but on the straights as well. Rub off some speed, and maybe it's the case because BaTCC looks like being a little bit faster, but Oskerko is covering the inside line into Hospital again, and BaTCC car has carries a lot of duct tape on its pair. Right corner. But yes, Navicius is now leader, having been already almost two laps leading in front of Messenger. It's a long way to go. Messenger can fight back. And once again, BaTCC is taking very wide line through the penultimate turn, but actually it gives him nothing. On the other hand, he's not suffering as well, but on the main straight now Oskerko is under attack from BaTCC once again. And Mistautas mixes in well, while Racing decides it's better to look what the others are doing in front and try to benefit from the situation if something goes wrong with them. And now something has gone wrong because Mistautas has jumped BaTCC. So they swapped places. Meanwhile, fast lap has gone to Richard Shubetskis. I think with Koslamadashvili for P3, but this train has formed behind Grishanis Oskerko. And Messenger is in the front once again. Urbonavicius has lost his lead to Messenger. And in the process, both Koslamatashvili and Shubetskis came much closer. We have one leading quartet, with Timax and Kirsis just a few meters behind, and now Shubetskis is trying to overtake Koslamatashvili down the main straight, going to the outside now. He has more speed, but can he carry it through the turn? No, he couldn't. Koslamatashvili stayed in front of Shubetskis. And here is what is here. In the background, yeah, it's a situation where BaTCC lost a position to Mistautas. One picture. Then Oskerko, who is defending his 7th position, has been under attack from BaTCC initially, and now Mistautas is the closest rival to him. but somehow Skerko still is in front of all those competitors. Looking from Skerko's P7 behind, all the gaps down to P12, Karlis Odolin's gaps are less than 1 second, so it's one long train. And here in the top 6 we have 3 pairs fighting between them. Messenger and Urbanavicius for P1, Kotslamazashvili and Shubetskis for P3, and Timax and Kirsis for P5. And Skerko in the background seems to have been freed from the attention of Mishtautas, while Paustis and Reisin are very close to Mishtautas. Skerko and all those behind him train. Six laps will be completed in few seconds. Messenger is still back in control. Urbanavicius is almost full, not full second, maybe half seconds behind, but here is Kotslamazashvili battling with Shubetskis. Shubetskis is clearly faster down the main straight, but until now Kotslamazashvili has given him no chance. Covers the inside into turn 2 once again, and that's it. Shubetskis can't do anything. Whoa! And that's a collision between two Lithuanian drivers, Mishtautas and Paustis, if I realize correctly. Somehow they met, turning into turn 2, and the direct beneficiaries, actually Reisin was already past them. Here comes Shubetskis into hospital. Bailed out from that move in the last moment, so Kotslamazashvili stayed in front. So what happened? Two cars. Oh, it was very simply lost car under braking. Oh, it's the very ending of this situation. Shubetskis once again trying to overtake his compatriot on the main straight, but this time he was too far back. There is even no point to trying, but Paustis is still standing in turn 2. His car is on the outside, on the very dangerous position. Local yellows are out, but hopefully there will be no more red flag. The way it happened remind me of situations where rear axle we blocked, he somehow got sideways on braking, and while he can't move the car, maybe there was some technical glitch. But Kotslamazashvili is now attacking Urbanavicius. Messenger is clearly in front, but Urbanavicius is having some difficulties. So the fight is this trio is now for P2, while Messenger is already clearly in front, and Shubetskis goes for it into the final turn. Can he do it? Yes, he could. Forced Kotlamazashvili a little bit wide, and Kotlamazashvili is now going to be overtaken by D-Max as well. Not exactly, D-Max had no top speed to do it. Two yellow flags waved while car is still standing on the outside, and Paulius Pontjavicius has disappeared from the timing screen as well. He was in top 10. Povilas Pontjavicius, sorry. Aha, it should be his car. But he is not alone. On the outside of Cinema turn. Yeah, this is Pontjavicius' car. The evacuation road, and this race seems to be over for him. 3 more laps to go. Messenger has now more than 1 second in hand over Urbonavicius. Then Betskis, Kotlamazashvili, D-Max, and a little bit further down Kirsis. Down in the field, battles are going on everywhere, as you can see from this picture. Here the race is over lower positions. Number 71, who was leading that group, was Janis Ubelis, actually in 10th. Not so. Oh! Lots of confusion into turn 2. Actually, yellow flags are out there. You can't even attempt overtaking there. It was the silliest move, and this one was even more sillier. So you see, you know, yellow flags, double yellow flags, waved yellow flags are there. It means you must reduce your speed. But there were drivers who went for overtaking. Shubetskis managed to jump Kotlamazashvili. He hasn't been able to drive away from him. Quite the opposite, and Dix has joined the company as well. But here is huge gap to the 7th place Christianis Oskerko. Oskerko was relatively alone there as well, because Raisin is some 3 seconds behind him and alone as well. Last lap is underway. Last lap for... Oh, and there is another mess. Some big cloud of smoke. Not smoke, but dust rather. Somebody seemingly went off. And again, people don't know the meaning of yellow flags. Yellow flags are shown already in turn 1. So that will be lots of work for stewards. Because actions like this must be punished. It's the most blatant action you can do to ignore the regulations. But this is the leader and this is a second placed man, so Leo Messenger is going to make double winning both BMW races today. Paulius Urbanavicius is second, but who is going to be third? Looks like Shubetskis in front of Kotslamazashvili and Timax. Yes, it is. And there was car in the gravel at Hospital, but it is on the final lap, so affects little. Many bruised cars arriving to the finish. It's a relief, of course, for the drivers and for the crews. It's finally over for today. So Leo Messenger took victories in both races, and it means he will bring home 120 points from Riga. He had 110 before those two races, and it means he is now the sole leader in the points classification and has a huge gap to second placed driver, whoever it is. It's even difficult to say because maybe Paulius Urbanavicius, he has had two good races today. Third in race 1 and second in race 2. It means a big chunk of points. And something is going on here. Before the, yes, that is car standing before the bridge turn. So there are several cars out on the track which needs to be recovered. Aurimas Mistautas was standing in turn 2, and here are the results. So Romet Racing somehow managed to lose his almost certain P8 to Kristaps Plus. At least he saved 9th. And top 10 was completed by Jānis Ubelis, former ABC race driver. Ramonas Čapkauskas only 21st, but we started from quite far back, so no wonder. Emilia Ulvidaite 19th with a car that was almost right off after that initial start into race 2. And lots of cars which didn't even start race 2. Anyway, we have only one race today, one sprint race left today, but now while the recovering work is on, this is near the bridge turn. I'm not able to tell what car it was. We should have some interviews with top drivers. Arturus will hopefully be ready in the pits very soon.
NEZ Porsche Sprint Challenge 2023 for the DeWALT Grand Prix. So let's start with kind of additional trophies which comes from Porsche, and that is for the race number 1, approved cup for Daniel Spurnik. Also
And we are finally in the 325 Cup Parc Fermé after the second race, and let's try to talk with the race leader. So we are on live stream. Leo, congratulations on your second win today. How was the second race?
It was nice, and we had some action. I got overtaken. I got surprised. I forgot a bit how it is. I need to train more on this. So, yeah, he did a very nice move on me, and I thought like, so where are you? Where are you? Oh, you're just here passing me. Okay. Thankfully, yeah, overtook him. He made a little mistake, and I took advantage of it, and then I could run away a little bit.
So all smiles today.
Yes, it's very good. Yes, happy day. Thank you.
So that was the winner, Leo Messenger. 2 races, 2 wins, and here we are with on the car. Yeah, let's do it. You're really happy with your car, it seems like, Paulius Urbanovičius.
I'm really happy with the car, and thanks to Roder Racing team who supported with the spare parts. Thanks for our mechanics who changed many parts during the Saturday and Friday, but finally we have it running, and it's I'm really happy about the car.
And describe your second race. How was it compared to the first one?
Yeah, second race was more like catching Leo. So we are more or less safe between others, so there was no risks. I knew where I stand, and I knew my target. So that target was to keep at least behind him or in front of him. So of course I was happy to lead, but it's not easy to lead with such a driver as Leo behind. So we had intense fights all the way, and I'm happy to finish second. Thanks.
So let's try maybe to get some other fast drivers. Richard, come also quickly for an interview. So tough luck in the first race, but the second one was much better. How was it?
It was a very hard race. Artyom did a very good job defending me, but they started fighting with the car in front, so I did what I should do and jump in the inside and overtook him.
The move was, looking from outside, really amazing, like a classy job. How felt it from the inside? It's not the usual place to overtake.
My dad told there that it's possible to do, so I was just waiting lap by lap when I have the chance, and the chance came to me, and I take it.
So right now, of course, back to the next races. How are you looking forward? A little bit points lost today, but you're in a good spirit still.
Yeah, I'm in a good spirit. The season is very long still. We have 3 races left. Anything can happen. Just need to fix the car for the next race, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
So that was Richard Šubeckis. He got into this race as championship leader. Right now, of course, a little bit points lost, but still, he said 3 rounds to go. This was only the second round. And yeah, what do we have here as well? A lot of drivers, a lot of chats going on. Let's see, maybe we can find somebody to talk with. But I think everybody, yeah, is like chilling and relaxing and talking with their teammates and family and mechanics and everybody else. Let's check maybe on Kristaps Blush. Kristaps, so you were very happy after the first race. Are you still smiling after the second one?
Oh, definitely, even more. Double smile after the second race. And yeah, it was amazing. I think I used some trick. Hopefully I won't get the penalties. Yeah, on the very first corner, the guys, I hope the other guys misunderstood the situation, but I used it as an advance, and I really passed so many cars, and I think I'm in the top 10 definitely. So I was screaming after finish, so I was so excited. Most important, the car is still in one piece. I can give it back to Matej Smežaks, who gave me this amazing opportunity, and yeah, it was definitely so much fun, and hopefully we can repeat it someday.
I wanted to ask, will we see you back?
As I said, hopefully we will repeat it soon.
Thank you. Nice to hear. Yeah, first race and already in the top 10, Kristaps Blush. So yeah, a lot of interesting fights. Maybe 3 words with Artyom's. 3 words from you. Great race, yeah?
Yes, it was very nice. It's, you know, it's very good to drive in the front. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's easier, yeah, than in the back. Yeah. So yeah, let's wait for the next race. I can already waiting for it. It's very good, very good. Yeah. Fair contacts. All the drivers perfect, respecting, leaving place. Very nice. Yeah.
Nice to see a smile on your face.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
So Artem Skotsamazishvili also with a good second race. And yeah, that's it. I think we are getting ready for the GT race. They are getting onto the grid. So that's it from Parc Fermé. Back to the commentators.
So GT cars are coming to their dummy grid spots. It means we still have some time. But looking at race 1, BTC4, no, we are looking now at the highlights of BMW race 2.
And we are back on the grid, and this is the last sprint race of today and of this weekend. After that, we will have the Nakang Endurance Academy 2-hour race, which basically is a 2-hour sprint, but we'll get to that later. GT cars, of course, the fastest out there, Ignacio Mantas, starting from pole position from Lithuania with his beautiful AMG GT3 car. And yeah, in the previous race, he was only 2/10 away from the lap record that was yeah, made yesterday by Matthias Salonen and with the Porsche. So let's see if he can find a few tenths and maybe go for the lap record. From P2 we have Tautvydas Rudokas. He started from 3rd place in the first race, so right now 1 place up. That means that from 3rd place we have Jyrki Peltola with his aggressive Chevrolet Corvette. Of course, he's from Finland. Jomantas and Rudokas from Lithuania, so a first all Lithuanian row there, but here we have the Finnish driver, really cool car and a really angry sounding car. And then we have from 4th place Andrius Baublis with the TCR Seat. He's also of course getting ready, the mechanics checking the last things there, that everything is all right. And then we have the Ginetta of Drew Holland, who is always ready to talk. Drew is always up for some words. Hi Drew, how are you doing?
Having a fantastic day today in Riga. Beautiful weather, fantastic racing in the first race, so hoping for a good result this time.
Yeah, we saw on the live stream you had some nice battles with the cars ahead and behind you.
It looks like it's my first race of the season, but it started well and enjoying, so yeah, try for another one like that. At least we're near the front, yeah?
Okay, good luck on that and have fun.
Thank you guys, cheers.
So Drew Holland from UK, and yeah, driving his Ginetta, driving the wheels off his Ginetta and having proper fun. Then we have Ramūnas Čapkauskas. He was battling all way long during the second race with Andrius Baublis, and right now I assume he will continue to do that. Maybe we have some time left. Maybe we can quickly have a word also with Artur Šimins, the leader of BTC4 in the first race, starting right now behind the 2 TCRs. So just a quick word, Artur's a really great race 1. What are you expecting from race 2?
You know, I didn't know that in sprint race the lap time counts for the position. I thought first race I ended fourth, I'm going to start fourth, but no worries. It's going to be a great battle with these guys. These are TCR cars. This is not a TCR, but I'm a little bit lighter, but it's going to be a very interesting race. That's why I love it.
We wish you good luck.
Thank you.
So yeah, Artur Šimenis previously has driven a lot of endurance races. So yeah, so he didn't know about the lap time, but still a few cars ahead of him, so it will be really interesting. Here we have really beautiful cars, the Porsche 911 of Audrijus Stasilevičius, really nice color, and yeah, KTK, KTK team. So they'll be having fun. Then we have with number 47 the Finnish gentleman Jyrki Jonkari, always putting up a great show there. And I hope he can do it right now again. And then further back, we have Darius Zitlinskas with another TCR. And then, of course, the beautiful Nissan 180 SX from Gediminas Baksis. Unfortunately, they had a technical issue in the first race. Let's hope they have fixed it and will race. And there we have Aivaras Remeika and Darius Gaucius as well. So that's the grid, that's the GT grid. We have a few minutes still left till the start of the race, but we will head back to the commentators and yeah, enjoy this last sprint race and get ready for the Nankang Endurance Academy 2 hours.
So the first race for GT, BTC4 and TCR cars ended with victory for Ignacio Matas. Only Jyrki Verdola and Tautvidas Rudokas were on the same lap. All the other cars were lapped. And this is the starting grid. I didn't see number 04 Toomas Raudonis Porsche Cayman. Its spot on the grid was empty. But anyway, top 3 cars from race 1 were all BGT Pro category. Then BTC4 cars were the next 3 following. Artur Šimenis was the winner of that category in front of Andrius Paublis and Romanas Čapkauskas. Čapkauskas meanwhile started from the back of the grid, and it was probably the reason why he couldn't overtake Paublis, try as he might. He was simply starting too far back. Now they are almost together on the grid. Actually, to be more precise, Čapkauskas is just behind Paublis once again. And mechanics are already leaving the grid, and it means, yes, there is no car number 04. Toomas Raudonis is missing. Although the car actually is there, and if I have a look to the entry list, then I see that 2 drivers are entered with that car. And it means that while Toomas Raudonis started in race 1, Darius Gaucius will start in race 2, but as he has no time from race 1, he is forced to start from the back. So things like this are also possible. But make no mistake that Cayman is a GT4 car and quite fast. Raudonis in race 1 at more or less the same pace like Paublis or Kauskas or Holland. So let's see. 14 laps will be the race distance for GT cars, and they will start it rolling as usual in GT classes, just to save their drivetrain, especially for those powerful GT cars. Jumantas in Mercedes AMG, Rudokas in Porsche, and Verdola in Corvette. It's nice to see that number 47, Jyrki Jankari, is back with a new car. He has raced his old BMW E36 for years and years. Now he has made a jump of 2 generations to E90. Car seems to be a little bit too fresh still. Jankari had problems with it in the first race, and the speed is, I guess, not there. He is able to drive much faster. But still, it's good to see that he's still on the grid. So the warm-up lap is now completed and drivers will start their formation lap, after which the rolling start will be given. Jomantas lost his leading position at the race at the start of race 1 to Peltola through turn 1 and 2, but kept his cool. His car is so much faster. He didn't have a reason to panic and just jumped the Finn before hospital turn. Because this AMG GT3 is a GT3 car, brand new in this year, and its resources are much bigger than those of Peltola's old Corvette. And in lap times, even Rudokas in his Porsche was faster than Peltola's Corvette. But let's see, racing is quite another thing than putting up just one fast lap. And both BaTCC in Nissan number 180 and Alvarez Remeika in that Audi A3 number 16, they retired from race 1 due to technical reasons. Now they can try once more. The cars are already closing into the start-finish straight. It's formation lap, so we should see some formation. It's not there yet, but now Jomantas will keep on the right side. From his view, we will see him on the left side of the road. Rudokas will be on his side and Peltola just behind. They are still warming the tires. And I would say there is no proper formation. Both they are coming already through the penultimate turn. Now it's there. Now it's there. And so the start can be given. Is it given? It seems so, and Jomantas is already in front. No. Yellow flags out, and it means that the new start will be given. The start procedure was not a proper one. But do they understand what the problem is? Yes, they do. Yellow flags are out everywhere. It's full course yellow. The problem was that the formation was not there. Usually with the rolling start, cars are 2x2 formation in this part of track already. But for whatever reason, it wasn't the case this time. And so the start was cancelled. Yellow flags are out and we will have another attempt. Laps, of course, are counting. So although there is no racing, there will be one less lap to go. And my timing screen tells me that 11 laps are only remaining. Now this would be the backstretch. This would be the proper place to form the grid 2x2. And it seems this time drivers have realized what the problem. Yes, safety car is in front of them once more. These types of false starts happen quite often in go-karting when direct drive cars, go-karts, I usually start having rolling starts. But to be honest, I see it first time in Baltic circuit racing that there is something like a false start with proper cars. But anyway, this time the picture is much better, as it is supposed to be, side by side, or two-file start as it is called in America. Now everything seems to be ready for the final sprint race start. And here we go. Jomantas and Rudokas in first two places, but Peltola is on the inside and jumps Rudokas instantly. But this time Jomantas remains in the lead. And while Schiemitz did a dream start last time, now he's boxed further down and place currently belongs to Baublis. In front of Stasiulavicius, I guess. I saw his Porsche there in P5, and that Porsche should be much faster than Baublis set down the straights. But let's see. Anyway, top three are going their way already. And yes, Baublis is currently fourth. Then Stasiulavicius fifth, and Drew Holland with his Ginetta was sixth on the back straight. And the first, actually, yes, the first attempt wasn't counted as a racing lap, and the distance is shortened to 11 laps instead of 14. And it really happened. Stasiulavicius has used the speed of his Porsche and jumped Baublis for fourth. And here comes Drew Holland into turn 2, and he really now surprised Baublis, and Čapkauskas used the same occasion and went by as well. There is Jürgen Jönker in this company, and Artur Schiemitz a little bit further behind. Finally, Čapkauskas is now in front of the Baublis. First time today. Meanwhile, Jürgen Jönker is going to overtake Baublis as well. Into film studio turn, can he do it? We'll see in view. No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't, but he's certainly faster than Lithuanian driver in front of him. Meanwhile, Jomantas has set fastest lap time 1:19.8, so far cry from his 1:17.7 in race 1. But to be honest, there is no reason for him to try and beat that result from the first race. He's in front, so far in front already. But Chapkauskas is keeping the pace of Drew Holland. Now are 5th and 6th overall. Chapkauskas hesitated a little bit entering the bridge turn. Maybe he was offline a little bit. And Holland instantly gained 20-30 meters. And Jönkäri has dropped away from Paublis as well. One lap ago they went together into Film Studio turn now. Jomantas is upping his pace, 1:19.6. But even that is not great pace. Yes, it's good enough for a victory in this race. But on the other hand, you don't need to push if the victory is already there for grab. You must remain in your own and your car's limitations. And that seems to be what Jomantas is currently doing. Peltola is comfortably second in front of Udokas. It was the picture we saw in race 1 as well. Even if Udokas was had a better lap time, Peltola's car is potentially so much faster. He's not using probably the full potential of it, just to keep it in one piece. Now Jomantas has completed 4 laps, and you can see that his lead over Peltola is the full main straight, 7.5 seconds. And it's growing all the time. 1:19.2 was his previous lap. Meanwhile, Chapkauskas is still staying with Holland. Just a few tenths separating them. Holland in 5th, Chapkauskas in 6th place. AMG GT3 is one of very few modern GT3 cars which still have engine without turbos. 6-liter V8, and its sound is of course incredible. Another fastest lap by Jomantas, and now he's in the next second, 1:18.5. Just for comparison, both Peltola and Udokas did 1:20.8. So Jomantas is more than 2 seconds per lap faster than they were. And actually it's exactly the same picture we saw in race 1. Jomantas had a winning margin of 28 seconds over Peltola, then over 14 laps, but if you count that he was behind the Finn the first half laps, and you can see, and Chapkauskas is now in front of Holland. We haven't seen how it happened, but it has happened, and Siemens is attacking Jönköri for 8th. Even Remeka is not far from them, far back from them. Jönköri's new car is really good looking. Bright yellow with white and black. It's a classic paint scheme. But Siemens is thinking nothing about it. He thinks about how to overtake that car in front. It's not that easy. Probably Jönköri has some advantage in top speed. But then again, reliability wise, he must be rather careful. Six laps are completed already. 6:11. Montas this time was much slower. It's back in 119s once again. But Czapkauskas have pulled away from Holland clearly. 1.5 laps ago they were together and Holland in front. Now Czapkauskas is in front. And not just in front, but 3 seconds in front of Holland. But Rudokas has caught Peltola. Their gap is less than 1 second. And Rudokas is flashing headlights already. Does it mean Peltola has some problem? Yeah, it looks like so. Rudokas is just sailing by. Peltola had no resistance. So Rudokas is now back in second as he was on the starting grid. And Peltola back in third. The question is, can Peltola see the checkered flag? This car certainly has some problem. Is it terminal or can he carry on? This angry sounding Corvette is a very spectacular car for sure. Usually it's very fast. Yeah, Peltola went on to the next lap, not to the pits. But this is Siemens attacking Jönköri into the hospital. They are side by side already. But Jönköri is on the inside. Siemens is trying brave move from the outside, but it only brings Remeka into the play as well. And can Remeka jump Siemens? Yes, he could. So this is how quickly the situation changes. Remeka is now in front of Siemens. Siemens tried to make a move, but wasn't resolute enough. And this gave Remeka a clear advantage, which he used. 3 more laps to go. Remeka 9th and Siemens 10th. So this trio is in one picture, but Siemens tries to fight back into turn 2 and successfully. Remeka didn't start to fight and they are already caught by the leader Jomantas. So 2 laps remaining. This is the first situation when Remeka took the place away. There was contact. There was slight contact. thankfully nothing else, just a slight contact. And this is number 4 Porsche Cayman, Darius Kautsius. He started from back of the grid, but you can see he's still in the back. Last car running was Gediminas Baksis has retired already. And Andrius Pavlis is now catching Drew Holland. Just 1.1 seconds separated them on the line, but probably it's too late, too little, because last lap is already underway. It may be for the leader, I guess, Ignas Jomatas. Yes, Jomatas is coming here. Is he going to catch the car before the end of the lap? It's entirely possible, but now he has dropped his pace. Last lap was 1:24, and I would think he's not going to catch Pavlis and Holland in front of him. So they can continue fighting one more lap, and here comes the leader. 2 last turns to negotiate for him, and then Ignas Jomatas will take win number 2 from Riga. And here it is, checkered flag is out for him. Tautvydas Rudokas will be second. He's over the line as well. Several lap cars. And Jyrki Peltola, whatever happened to this car, to his car, should be still third, despite being more than 40 seconds behind winner Jomantas. Yeah, this nice Mercedes AMG GT3 had no real rivals in this race. Whoa, and this is Drew Holland, and it means that he has lost, he has lost it several times in the hospital turn, and we could see Pavlis disappearing in the background. So it means that Pavlis managed to jump Holland, or did they collide into hospital? It remains to be seen. We saw only the aftermath. Did he lost a car on his own, or was there some contact? Anyway, it was after finish already, so they had finished. Interestingly, Holland should have been in front of Pavlis. Something is wrong with those numbers here. Anyway, it was the last sprint race of today. We still have, first of all, prize giving ceremony for the sprint, and then we will have 2-hour race, 2-hour endurance race, Nangang Endurance Academy. When exactly, it's difficult to tell you, because we have had so many red flags. And it means always delays in the schedule. Initially, the 2-hour race should have been started at 7 o'clock. Now it's 7:16 already.
And
but
we
over
are
to
back.
Arturs.
The last Parc Fermé of sprint races. Here we see the fastest cars around. Winner Ignacio Mantas. We will try to get a word maybe with him. We have Tautvydas Rudokas, second place in this second race. And yeah, here we have Artur Šimins, who finished third in BTC4 this second race. But yeah, let's try to speak with the leaders. We will wait, of course, till they come out of the car. Šimins. Yeah, here we have Ignacio Mantas, the winner of second race as well. And let's wait till he puts off his helmet, and then we will have a word, of course, with him. And yeah, angry sounding cars, of course. And yeah, after the first race, we couldn't come to the Parc Fermé. Right now we can come to the Parc Fermé and interview the fastest drivers out there. So Ignacio Mantas, congratulations on the win. How was the second race?
Very good. Simple, very simple. Not hard. Good weather, tires working, good drivers, no problem. I like it.
And you know that in the first race you were only 0.2 seconds away from the track record. What do you think about that?
Oh my God, I want to be very happy, but I can't because 0.2 seconds till record. Amazing, amazing. I'm very and happy and not happy besides that.
So you can try maybe next time.
100%. Thank you.
Ignacio Mantas really happy with his win, but of course, yeah, a little bit sad about the 0.2 seconds. Here we have Artur Šimins, winner in first race in BTC4, third in the second race. So what are you feeling?
The first race was great, but the second race wasn't so good because I had got the BMW in front of me and he didn't let me go. But now we're running to Nankang, 2-hour endurance race. Thank you, guys. It was an amazing sprint race.
So double job there for Artur Šimins. He's running for Nankang Endurance Academy. They will drive with the teammate there. Let's see who we else can get. So let's check who we can get. Where are all the other drivers? This is, I think, Tautvydas. Interview quickly. No problem, no problem. So Tautvydas, but are you happy? Happy, okay. So Tautvydas Udokas happy about his, and you have another car going and trying to get to the Nankang Endurance 2-hour race, and we have another car going. So, well, we will have a lot of action at Nankang Endurance 2-hour race. So yeah, almost half the grid of this GT race is going to the grid of Nankang Endurance Academy 2-hour race. Drew, maybe we can have some words with Drew Holland. So, do you have a smile on your face, or what happened there in the end?
Tires was totally dead there from last season. So, you know, there's a tire shortage, so we didn't take new ones. I maybe tried to drive a bit faster than I should, but anyway, it was nice keeping up with the modern cars. So, yeah, my mistake in the end, trying to drive too fast on old tires.
But fortunately, the car is in one piece, so that's good.
Yeah, I got away with it. You know, in the lucky play, I failed him going in. I was chasing Cup checkers or whatever, and he's faster, I can say. So trying to keep with him, and then I feel the tires is going away, so I let off. But in the last corner, I make a mistake on brake, and just the back goes. So yeah, but I think we still win class, so even with a spin around. So let's see. Hopefully, we had a good day today. Yeah, thank you. See you soon.
So Drew Holland, yeah, drove off his tires, drove off his heart, and in the end, a lucky escape there. So everything is in one piece. And yeah, I think that's that for the Parc Fermé of this last sprint race, and we are moving on to Nankang Endurance Academy 2-hour race. So back to the commentators and see you at the 2-hour race.
So yes, as you can see, grid girls are already waiting on the grid for the cars. And what happened in qualifications? Yes, Nankang Endurance Academy has two qualifications. The format of this class or this category is that you can have one or two drivers, and you have two qualification sessions in case you have one driver. But now let's see what the highlights of GT race were. Grid for the final race of the day is filling little by little, and if you see those motorhomes in the background, they are not going to take part in this race. The question is, they are simply allowed over the track because pit area at Pikerneki, actually majority of the pit area is on the inside of the track, and you can't drive through the tunnel with high cars, just passenger cars. You see that gates are open on the outside and they are driving away. So grid is forming little by little, and yes, if you can have one or two drivers in Endurance Academy. If you have one driver, then he or she is taking part in both qualification sessions. If you have two drivers, then driver number one is taking part in qualification number one, and second driver in qualification number two. and the best times from both sessions are added together, and that is how the grid is formed. So the best combined time has car number 111, Soderus Racing. We saw this car quite recently on the track as well, and this is also very familiar one. They just returned from their final sprint race of today. So that's first row. Second row belongs to BTC2 cars, both Estonian cars. Number 88 Lind Racing, Simo Lind is driving that car alone, and fourth place on the grid belongs to number 3 team called Race Attack. Antti Artsev is driving that car alone as well. Then third row, number 114, team called BTR. That is BTC3 BMW with Darius Vasiliauskas and Rimas Vaitkus, together with Porsche Baltic car number 4. This is of course Porsche, as you can imagine, with Darius Kautsius and Toomas Raudonis. This car was just a few minutes ago on the track as well. Number 44 car is on the grid as well, but they are starting a little bit further down from grid position number 10. And set number 15 as well from Čapkauskas racing team. They are starting from 9, position 9. So lots of familiar cars on the track, and if we compare the lap speeds, okay, these are combined speeds, we can say that the fastest cars are almost 20 seconds per lap faster than the slowest ones. And it of course means that drivers both of slow cars and fast cars must be very careful during the overtaking. You must stay concentrated, pay attention to what other drivers on the track are doing. So everything seems to be ready for the start. There is compulsory pit stop in the middle of the race, and you should be in the pits for 5 minutes. So it is for equalizing the chances. Are you going to change the driver or not? What works are you going to do on your car? It doesn't matter. You have to be stationary for 5 minutes when the pit window opens, and then you can't play with different drivers as well. Of course, during the endurance race, it's very common that you try to give better driver as long driving time as possible, but the pit window is quite limited here in Nantgang Endurance Academy. You must stay in that windows, and it gives you some limitations. And now, from what we are hearing, cars are already on their warm-up lap. "21 cars took part in qualification. Hopefully they will all be on the track as well. you can see really different cars. Those Toyota Yaris's, which we see in the ABC races. We are starting from the very back actually. Yes, if we look at what their lap times were, they were even slower. Combined lap time of 4:25 and 4:26. It means it means that something went wrong for them. But anyway, even 20 seconds lap time difference is a huge one. Thankfully, even the start time is quite late. In this time of year, we have very, very long high time in Baltics. Now you can see the sun is still shining, and actually sunset should be at 10:30, so it remains perfectly white, perfectly light, even for racing during the next 2 hours. And now the starting grid is forming already, and it's logical because it's a formation lap. There are 7 different categories represented in this race: BTC 1, 2, 3, 4, BMW 325 Cup, V1600 and ABC race. Very different machinery. And actually it's the first year when BTC4 cars are allowed in these races. We can see 5 of them, and it's highly possible that the overall winner is one of those 5, but let's see. It's endurance race, and the speed is not the only thing which counts. To the pit stop between 50th and 70th minute, something may break on your car, and now everything is ready for the start. And it's go, go, go! Hopefully drivers can remember that this is an endurance race. It's not point to fight into turn 1 for your position with cars that are hopelessly faster, hopelessly slower than you. First of all, know your targets, know your rivals, know your speed. 111, so the racing is already slipping away from Orlen Lietuva Mažeikių Peugeot. This is very sprint style racing. Of course, those drivers are new to these cars, not the ones who competed just in the sprint race. In the racing, number 88 is currently 3rd. Once again, and Simo Lind, who is driving that car, already shows himself. I think Vitalius Plastininas is at the wheel of that Peugeot. Unfortunately, we don't know which driver is sitting in the car. Timing screen is not showing it. There is a letter on the side window of the car, but should be on the right side, and we don't see it either. So let's only talk about teams, or in the case team has only one driver, then we can be sure which one it is. Soderus Racing, Gordon Lietuva, Mažeikiu SK, and Lind Racing, who was the top 3 after the first lap. And you could see how spread out the field already was. First lap times are not very relevant because they were taken after the start, but let's see when the first full laps are completed what the real lap times will be. And then we can compare the fastest and the slowest cars, and I'm sure the difference will be more than 20 seconds. So number 20 Peugeot is holding up number 88 Honda and number 4 Porsche, courtesy of its top speed. And that this is an endurance race, Simolind in number 88 Honda is not trying some silly moves. Main thing is keep your pace. Know what sometimes you must run, what should be more or less your position. If you are 1 or 3 or 4 positions down or up during the first laps, it doesn't matter. The pace in this phase of the race is much more important. So after 2 laps, number 111 Soderus Racing Cupra Leon has set the best lap time of 1:30, and on the other end of the field, Zabaki Racing has the best lap time of 1:53, 23 seconds between the fastest and the slowest car. And it means that in the space of 4 laps, the slowest cars will be overtaken, but this time Simolind went for the move and jumped number 20 Peugeot on the outside of the final turn. Number 88 Honda is now second, and number 20 Peugeot dropped to third, but there is a long line of cars behind that Peugeot, and many of them should be faster. Then again, it's an endurance race. You must be sensible not to destroy your tires. If you are in one piece, that's stint is 1 hour long. You can't win the race in the first 5 or 6 minutes. Actually, we have 5 minutes 40 seconds past since the start, and these are the slowest cars. ABC race Toyota Yarises. Number 22 JV Racing Academy and number 11 Zabaki Racing are the 2 last cars. But those 2 are not the last. These cars are in 19th and 20th position respectively. And look how much faster number 88 Honda has been compared to number 20 Peugeot. Just in 1 lap, gap has grown from nothing to, I don't know, 200 meters. 4 seconds. 4 seconds. It may be nearly 200 meters really. But in this train everybody seems to be happy with the pace, not forcing the issue. Said that I saw some overtaking move for the back straight. Was it successful? Maybe not, but at least somebody is trying. But yes, number 3 Honda has jumped number 114 BMW, it looks. Yes, Honda is now in front of BMW with another Seat behind it. Little changes here and there. Another position to number 15 Seat, or is he trying to gain back that lost place to number 3 Honda? Those scenarios are very possible. Oh, and there is car spinning, number 96 Autokaslita Mazda. Sorry, Honda S2000 happened. Just went into turn too hot. Spun, and here we go again. No big problems, no big dramas. While those two green Yarises are running together. So in ABC race, sprint races, that they are really evenly balanced. One car is driven by Martin Sviekstins and Christoph Zweitmanis, another one by Nauri Sagafonovs and Brazilian Thiago Carvalho. This is very common picture in the endurance racing. Anyway, number 15 Seat is now in front of number 114 BMW. How did it happen? We have no idea. We didn't see it, but it looks like one car is already out. And what car is it? It may be number 30 diesel power BMW. Yes, the car is smoking. Maybe it's smoke. Maybe just steam, but something is not right with it, that's for sure. And those two Yarises have been already lapped by several cars. Number 20 Peugeot is closing in from behind, while this white BMW probably is number 30. He's standing somewhere after turn 3. Oh, what a long train of cars. Now the overtaking. Very difficult moment for everybody, because the difference in speed is huge. And number 15 Seat has jumped number 3 Honda as well. So it's not just keeping a pace. How did it happen? This way. Just going by on the straight. It's the easiest and fastest way to overtake your rival. Those cars are fighting. Not all. That is number 23 Rally Raid Estonia by Rauman Motors, driven by Chris Manama, and somebody has driven into that car. Another change of option, this time number 3 by number 15, quite easily to the final turn. And yes, it was really number 30 diesel power BMW which is standing here. There are signs with the text slow. I don't know if some of those cars are going slow. Maybe yes, maybe not. At least they know now that there is a stationary car on the trackside after turn 2 and 3. Probably that BMW stays in that place for some time. There is no direct reason to start to recover it, because it needs some measures. Force yellow or safety car or something, while it's standing there in relatively harmless position. I think the race can go on, but this train is breaking apart little by little after some adjusting for positions. Now they have settled into their pace. Almost 15 minutes have passed since the start of the race. We haven't seen the leading car. We have seen second placed car number 88 Honda a few times, but the leaders disappeared, not only from their rivals but from the cameras as well. Another overtaking maneuver in the background, and number 114 BMW lost another position, this time to another BMW, number 69 Tvaras Racing. And guess what? Those two Seats, number 44 and 15, are together again, or actually they were together again, before number 15 driver made a mistake into hospital and lost 3 places in one go. Not only 44 Seat went by, but 333 BMW and 114 BMW as well. Here running closely together, and those cars in front are still quite close to them, entirely catchable. Now there is white flag and it tells us that there is a slow moving car on the track. Number 30 BMW has disappeared. It's not standing. Yes, it's moving, not under his own power, but is towed away. That's also which happens quite often in endurance races. Drivers must be ready for those situations. just reduce the speed and select your racing line. But that's interesting. We have still so many cars in one picture. Of course, they are not fighting for the highest positions, but here is the fight for P3 and 4. And how came Simo Lindis now behind them? Or is he going to lap them? No, he can't. Yes, something has happened with number 88 Honda. It was second, now it is fourth. Number 20 Peugeot and number 4 Porsche went by. But what was the reason? He lost the car somewhere. Some technical glitch which repaired itself. It remains to be seen, but it looks like 88 Honda still had speed. Maybe it was still nothing else than driver's error. Ooh, and BMW number 114 goes very wide. It was sideways already in the middle of hospital turn. Goes into the gravel, but luckily gets back to the tarmac. A lot of the time was lost, of course, in this situation. Why? It was already sideways turning in. But somehow the driver managed to avoid the concrete wall. Back onto the track in one piece. And yes, number 88 Honda now has the same pace as number 4 Porsche and number 20 Peugeot in front of him. The airports are not from the same class. And Peugeot are not one, but actually 2 steps higher. BTC4 cars, number 88 Honda being BTC2. As you can see, those categories didn't tell the true story or the full story. If you're fast and you have the fast car, keep pace, much more powerful machinery. Slower cars are being lapped here. And in this group, situation has changed again. Number 333 BMW has lost at least one place to number 15 Seat. And 333 goes to turn 2, tires smoking. It's not a sensible way to drive a car in endurance racing. Lead up your tires far too quickly in this way. But this is the leader. This is the leader, so there was racing Seat number 111. They have completed 14 laps for now. And the gap over number 20 Peugeot of Orlen Lietuva Mažeikių ASK is even difficult to say, but you can see 1 lap ago it was 46 seconds already. And what I can tell you, and what the timing screen tells as well, is that number 88 Honda has got in front of number 4 Porsche, although the gap is non-existent, under 1 second, but the order has changed there. And this battle is going about V6 overall. Number 3 Honda race attack in front of number 15 Leon. Number 3 BMW still hovering in the background. Here is what happened into turn 2. That was quite serious overtaking attempt. But both drivers remain sensible, because there is still 1 hour and 36 minutes to go. But now the positions are swapped. Number 15 Cupra is in front of number 3 Honda. And it means V6. While those two dark green Yarises are not entirely together. 5 seconds are separating them already. So starting from 50th minute between the opens, and there is another regulation that even if you know that 50 minutes up since the start, you must drive over the timing line at least once, seeing the sign of between the open, and only then you can go to the pits and change the driver and get your car serviced. So it doesn't help when your team tells you over the radio that pit window is open. You must see that message on the timing line. Number 88 has now caught number 20 Peugeot, but where is number 4 Porsche? Number 4 Porsche has lost another position to number 44 Seat. So number 4 Porsche is dropping back little by little. Now basically the situation is for faster cars and faster drivers that you are overtaking slower cars almost all the time. And those slower drivers must be cooperative as well. You see that BMW switched on the blinker, so that is going to keep left or right as the situation was. But somehow number 88 Honda has lost out a lot compared to number 20 Peugeot. Almost together 1 lap ago. Now the gap has grown to no less than 2.2 seconds. But yes, avoiding risks if you are running together with not your direct rivals, but much more powerful cars. Simo Lindin, number 88 Honda, has done it for years and knows what to do. Main thing, identify your direct rivals and race them. Yes, of course, it would be nice to be an overall winner, but on the other hand, driving wheels off your car to achieve that is not a reasonable tactics. And those two Yarises, number 22 and number 99, actually in the opposite order, number 99 and 22, now are just 2.5 seconds apart in the same picture. Here they go, number 99 in front and 22 appears in the same picture as well. So they have their own race. 3 cars from ABC race category were entered. Just saw 2 of them on the screens, and the third one is number 11 Honda Civic, driven by Erik Svoits and Maris Mulans. Oh, number 333 locks its brakes into turn 2 while lapping a similar car. This body style is similar. Just 29 minutes have passed since the start of the race, and if you are locking your brakes and smoking your tires in this way, then it will be very difficult towards the end of your stint, because you can't stop before 50th minute. Keep these tires alive at least 24 minutes, 20 more minutes. It looks like number 333 BMW will have quite interesting second part. The car is sliding everywhere, all over the place. P8 currently, and their lap times are not far back compared to their best lap, but still this style of driving eats up your tires very quickly. So the first quarter of the race, first 30 minutes are over already, and looking at the gaps, we can tell that number 111 has been 2 seconds faster per every racing minute over number 20 Peugeot, which is still holding P2. And the gaps now tend to increase. Half of the hour is already passed since the start, and it means that drivers will feel some fatigue. They get tired and will make more mistakes. Number 333 has been very spectacular recent minutes, but maybe in the bigger plan of things it it's not a good idea to lock your brakes and smoke your tires and slide the car wherever possible. Anyway, only the driver who is sitting at the wheel knows what is right. And certainly they are to go as fast as possible and make that first stint till the end, at least 50 minutes. And if you look at the gaps on the left side, there are only few of them which are under 4 seconds. Fourth place, number 4 Porsche and number 15 SEAT are separated just by 1.4 seconds. Actually, it was 1 lap ago. This very fine-looking BMW number 3. So one of those cars from BMW 325 Cup, driven by Romet Racing and Priit Kadastik. So it's number 31. This one racing is the team, and 333 is very slow on the main straight. And number 31 S1 Racing BMW is currently 12th. Racing driving that car in BMW Sprints, and he was doctoring, oh, this car has no tires left whatsoever. And 333 was very slow on the main straight because of that half spin. And yes, the tires of this car is completely dead. I don't imagine how the driver can keep going for next 20 minutes. Those tires will be shredded to the pieces. We saw what happened to Drew Holland on the last lap of a GT race. He spun exactly in this place, hospital turn, because as he said, the tires were completely dead, and exactly the same can happen to 333. Or maybe it's happened already. Because the car is sideways through every and any turn. Yeah, it's fun to drive in this way, but you are not going to be very fast. Number 116 is the sole entered. Yeah, no, it's not sole, it's BTC1 car driven by Estonians Marek Kau and Margus Kau. Direct battle, and number 15 Seat Leon has fought number 4 Porsche. They are 5th and 6th respectively overall. So there is certainly something to fight for. And it looks like Porsche has the same issue 333 car had, namely it has ate up its tires, and number 3 is closing in even faster, and there is the lead car 111 as well behind this trio. And we see blue flags, they must be shown here. Of course, it's very difficult for flag marshals in these situations. Cars may be on very different laps. Now Porsche number 4 lost 2 positions through turn 2. But it's very difficult for our leader to overtake all those cars which are again overtaking even slower car than Mazda of Vidmantas Počiūnas, number 8. Fields is driving in 1 or 2 hours, and now 111 the leaders have cleared almost all this train. Just number 15 is in front of them. Of course they can be very, how to say, relaxed, because the lead number 111 that has over number 20 Peugeot is more than 1 minute. The reach over now 1 minute and 10 seconds, while two Yarises are running together once again, separated just by a few meters. 99 in front, 22 just behind. Of course, they are just fighting with each other, but the experience of endurance racing with only 2 hours, it's very different compared to the sprints. And those drivers, of course, they are amateurs. They are doing it just for fun. If you can beat your teammates, it's motivation as well. You're not going to conquer the world, but starting with your teammates, that can be a target as well. And 111 set really lost maybe 1 or 2 seconds while waiting for the slower cars, waiting for overtaking slower cars, but in the big scheme of things it didn't harm them. Now they have already jumped the 4th place car, so that's their advantage. 40 minutes have passed since the start, and all bar 2nd and 3rd placed car are already being lapped. There are more than 15 seconds to 3rd place car, so maybe number 111 Leon is not going to catch number 88 Honda before the pit stop. These are the leaders. Number 111, Soderus Racing, Darius Vitlinskas, Justus Grendelis are the drivers. And they have huge gap to all the others. Last time around their lap time was 1:29. Second best car, number 20 Peugeot, did 1:31.9. there is an emerging battle. Actually, it has emerged already, because number 15 that has got a similar number 44 car. I've seen those two together today for a long time during sprint races. Actually, in both races they were racing each other, and number 3 Honda is also mixing into this company, and number 44 enters the pits, but it is not a compulsory pit stop. It's an emergency pit stop, whatever has happened to that car. But it was not a regular pit stop. They are going to lose out a lot of time. Actually, they have already lost. They are refueling. Interesting, because regulations state that the compulsory pit stop must be between minutes 50 and 70. What number 44 Hemi Racing by Statomenas is doing here? Did they run out of fuel? If they did, then of course it's their own problem, because this stop certainly was not a compulsory mandatory stop. They had to go in once more. And car number 44 has 2 drivers as well, so Erikas Statskus and Jonas Jančavičius, they must perform a driver change as well. But here is direct battle for P2. Number 88 Honda is on the heels of number 20 Peugeot. They are from different categories. They're together on the track. Is in number 88, should be very sensible in this situation. Of course, it will be nice to have P2 overall, but his first intention should be winning his class and gathering points in the championship standings. There is no overall classification in the championship, just classes. That Peugeot in front of him is 2 classes higher. Number 88 Honda is BTC2, number 20 Peugeot is BTC4. They are now lapping BTC1 class Mazda, number 8. Team by Vidmantas Kočiūnas. Kočiūnas is the sole driver in that car, running on 2 hours. But it looks that Simo Lind in number 88 has not any intention to overtake number 20 Peugeot in front of him, but overall leaders, number 111, Seat is catching them. They were together already on the back stretch. And now it is only a matter of time when second and third place car will be lapped by leaders as well. 46.5 minutes have passed since the start. So perhaps leader will catch those cars before the pit stop window opens. is very likely. Gap has been, actually 1 lap ago the gap was 1 minute and 25 seconds. And looking at the lap times, okay, number 111 has not been very fast during the recent laps. They have no reason. And here is another proof that Simo Lind at number 88 Honda knows exactly what he is doing. And by time again he's getting very close to number 20 Peugeot, but he's not going to trying to overtake that car, because there is no point. Actually, there is no points. Literally, there is no points in championship for that achievement. And on the Yaris front, number 99 is now in front of number 22 by more than 2 seconds. But still, they have been very close to each other from the start, and they are still very close. And probably be very close until the checkered flag. Leaders have now completed 32 laps. And yes, number 111 Seat is now just a few car lengths behind number 88 Honda, and it means that the car in 3rd position overall will be lapped by the leader in a very short time. And here it happens. P2 car will have the same fate, maybe even during this lap, maybe during the next one, but it will certainly happen. Oh, and there is one even slower car. It should be number 11 Honda Civic, ABC race category, which was overtaken by 3 much faster cars. Number 20 Peugeot is still in front of number 111 Seat on the track, but actually they are now on different laps. Leader has lapped all the other cars at least one time. That's a huge domination. Leader's best lap time has been 1:28.8. Second place car 1:31.0, so 2.2 seconds per lap faster. And having completed 33 laps, okay, it's more or less maybe the average advantage over 1 lap is even larger than those 2.2 laps. Usually it tends to be so. Ice racing team BMW was overtaken by 3 leaders. That car, that old BMW E36 body style, has also been very quick in recent years, having been in top 3 overall as well on several occasions, but today it's not that fast. And what has happened here? Something has happened. I guess 111 Seat has gone wide into turn 2 because cars which he left just a few moments ago are now in front of him once again. And this is a sign of danger. 52 minutes have now passed since the start, and it means that the pit window should be open. And now can we see what happened? What happened to the leader? Oh yeah, just went way too hot into turn 2, run wide onto the gravel. But yes, that was a lucky escape. That was a really lucky escape, but you can afford. And yes, number 20 Peugeot comes in. Pit window is open. They are not the only one. Number 116 BMW is in the pits as well. Tire change, Nankang AR1 semi-slicks are used on these cars per regulations. And now the situation on the track becomes a little bit confusing. While some cars are already standing in the pits, some cars are out on the track. Must wait until the pit cycle end, and then you can tell what the real situation is, what the real ranking is. So up goes the car, and I assume it was Vitalius Plastininas who was at the wheel of this car, and Arturus Šimins, who drove that car in sprint races, will now resume their driving duties. The mechanics are not rushing because 5 minutes, which is the compulsory time of being stationary, is quite a long one. Lots of cars in the pits already. You must be very precise with your clock, with your timer, counting those 5 minutes, which you must be stationary. Otherwise, you'll be hit with a hefty penalty if your pit stop will be shorter. If it's longer, then okay, it's your own problem. But if it's shorter than the regulations stipulate, then you are going to be penalized. And interestingly, it's we've seen cases like this, people losing very good positions because somehow their pit crew didn't manage to count 5 minutes correctly. The race is going on. Several cars are standing in the pits for their stop. 5 minute stop. 5 minutes are a long time if you are trying to race. Just sitting in the car and waiting to let out. cars coming in. Cameras are following number 20 Peugeot of Orlen Lietuva Mažeikių ASK, which was second overall. Before entering the pits, number 114 BMW is coming in. They were currently 5th. Of course, thanks to other cars already standing in the pits, so as I told, the picture becomes a little bit skewed. Number 111 BMW is exiting the pits. Their mandatory stop is over. But those who have not stopped yet, they have still 12 minutes to come in. The 20 coming out, and there is the AS Racing Team BMW. Number 87 is returning to the track as well. But the leaders, number 111 Seat is still out there, while number 15 is coming in. They were 3rd before their stop. Number 11 Honda returned to the track as well. That is one of 3 ABC race cars in this endurance race. And number 333 BMW is in the pits as well. We saw this car in the trouble already after 30 minutes. Tires worn out, car was sliding all over the place. While the new tires are semi-slicks, I suspect those wheels which were taken off the car had very much slick tires on them. Number 99 Yaris is in the background as well. This car, number 87 BMW, has already been in the pits, as has number 20 Peugeot. But number 3 Honda is yet to make its stop. It's quite easy to calculate if the lap time is 1.5 minutes, more or less. Majority a little bit more, and your pit stop is 5 minutes, then you're going to lose a little bit more than 3 laps that time. Okay, entering the pits and exiting takes its toll as well, but a little bit more than 3 laps. I guess it's number, yeah, it's 333 BMW. Pneumatic by Grauman Motors team, and number 99 Yaris is serviced as well. Can probably return to the track in a short time. Yes, those 5 minutes, you must follow that time. The mechanic is standing in front of the car. Back marshals have a very, very difficult, challenging job during the endurance race. The car's lap times are differing by more than 20 seconds. And it's really hard to understand sometimes which car is fast, which one is going to lap another car, and where is the direct battle. V1600 is back on the Urvo Männama and Karel Gross are the drivers of that car. Again, we don't know which of them drove the car during the first stint and which of them is sitting in the car now, but the main thing is leaders have now pitted. Number 111 Cupra Leon is in the pits for their mandatory 5-minute stop. And there is one more challenge because sun is shining now very low, and when the drivers are approaching hospital turn, it is shining just into their eyes from the very low position. It can blind them, so it seems that number 88 Lind Racing Honda will take the lead for at least one lap if it's not going to enter in the pit right now. 111 tires have been changed. Car is back on the ground. But now they must wait. And you can see how hot the brakes are. They are smoking. Usually the mechanics with portable blowers are allowed to cool them. Just blow some cool air onto the brakes. And number 20 Peugeot is coming here. They are the first of the cars who have served their mandatory pit stop, but it actually tells us nothing because we don't know where the other cars will slot in who are currently in the pits or still to stop, as number 3 Honda camera is following. Race attack Honda driven by Antti Jartsev for 2 hours. He's currently in 3rd. The sun can be very annoying here. At least the braking area is more or less in the shadow. And as sun is going lower, the shadows will get longer and longer, so this distraction probably will be easier as time is running by. But now number 88 Honda has taken the lead, but the car is still out on the track, while 1 hour and 5 minutes have passed since the start. Number 3 Honda is going to be second if it continues, or is it going to be in the pits? Anyway, number 111, the leaders are now out on the track after their stop. And racing is resumed between number 15 Seat and number 4 Porsche once again. We saw them together on several occasions during the first stint. But we also saw that Porsche made a pit stop at around 45th minute. Certainly before the pit window was opened. And it means that they must do another pit stop. And it is 1-1-1 running wide. Is it a replay or is it the second occasion? No, it's a replay. It happened quite a long time ago, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, but 88 Honda is now in the pits being serviced. This is also an important moment because this car was fighting for second or at least third position overall and BTC2 victory. Actually, there are only 3 cars entered in BTC2. Number 88 and 3 are serious contenders. Number 96 Autokaslita Honda S2000 is currently down in B15 and not firing even for the laurels in its own category. But now Porsche seems to be much faster than SEAT in this comparison. Number 4 Porsche versus number 15 SEAT. Both drivers are different as well. Number 4 Porsche drivers are Darius Gautsius and Thomas Raudonis, while number 15 SEAT is driven by Tautvydas Butkus and Ramonas Čapkauskas. 1 hour and 9 minutes have already passed. Now, since the start, and this means that if somebody has not entered the pits, they must do it in the space of 1 minute, but it looks like number 44 SEAT is already in the pits. They were last one to come in. Or number 3, where is number 3 Honda? They should be in the pits as well. Otherwise it will be very tight. And it also means that after about 5 minutes we will have a clear picture who stands where, or actually who moves where, and what are the chances to gain positions, or who are possibly going to lose some positions. Number 111 will keep its positions, the leading position. There is no question about it, because they had more than one full lap at hand over everybody. Even before the pit stop, they had lapped everybody at least one time. The interesting question will be where the number 88 Honda comes back onto the track compared to number 20 Peugeot. Peugeot is running here on the back part of the track, approaching Hospital Corner. Number 88 is probably still in the pit. At least their time is not being shown. We can only wait. While number 15 SEAT has dropped away from number 4 Porsche. 1 lap ago the gap was more than 6 seconds already. I've been them together for several times, but now it seems that number 4 Porsche has decisive advantage over number 15 SEAT. Here comes number 20 Peugeot. Where is number 88 Honda? like still in the pits. And yes, now 88 Honda is back on the track. And if the timing is right, then the gap has grown to 15 seconds. It was in the region of 5 seconds before the pit stops. So 88 Honda has lost quite a big chunk of time. But on the other hand, nobody was threatening number 88. Especially in their own class, BTC2. Few more minutes and then we will have a clear picture. Number 44 has not completed their mandatory pit stop, but other than that everything should be clear. Now one-on-one set, the number 4 Porsche are in the same picture, and it will be a direct comparison, and the Porsche is now much faster, and it is surely down to the driver. Again, we have no slightest idea who is driving which car. But I suspect number 4 car should be driven out by Domas Raudonis. What we saw from the sprint races, Raudonis was much faster than his teammate Darius Koutsius. And yes, they are taking the lap back. So number 4 Porsche has now overtaken number 111 set, and it means they are on the same lap now. Should be, yes they are. Although the gap is in the region of 1 minute and 20 seconds. And in overall classification 111 is still in front, but with 45 more minutes to go, keep an eye on their lap times. It's entirely possible that number 4 Porsche can regain that one lost lap during those 45 minutes. Because exactly the opposite happened during the first racing hour. Then 111 had much faster driver than number 4 Porsche. Time comparison tells us that 111 had a lap time of 1:35.0. Meanwhile, number 4 Porsche did the same lap in 1:41.1, so almost 4 seconds faster is the number 4 Porsche currently. Okay, this was just one lap. Maybe the regular gap is not that large, but it's entirely possible that number 4 Porsche will catch number 111 set, and the same is true about number 20 Peugeot as well, because that car is now the fastest on the track. 1:29.0 was their most recent lap time, so it's exactly 6 seconds faster than the leader. And they are already on the same lap as well. So it's going to be interesting. Top 4 are now on the lead lap. And the leader is moving quite slowly. It's the pain and gain of endurance racing if you have 2 drivers with very different skills. One rather fast, another rather slow. But for spectators it makes the show more unpredictable and more interesting. Number 114 BMW seems to have a problem. Their right indicator is switched on. Number 4 Porsche also set time 1:29.9, so they are still having very good pace. And I'm almost sure that number 111 set is going to lose its lead before the end of the race, but the question is more like how many cars are going to go by. BMW is quite fast down the straights, and number 4 Porsche lost several seconds while waiting for the overtaking opportunity. But it's the same for everybody. It's the same for everybody. All other faster cars must overtake the slower ones as well. Yes, this time number 4 Porsche lost some almost 2.5 or maybe 3 seconds. That time was almost 1:32. This BMW number 114 is still having its right indicator switched on, but there is no sign of them turning right the pits, or what they meant initially. Maybe it's just accidentally the driver has hit the indicator switch. It happens sometimes. Racing drivers describe the situation when they must regain the control of the car that I had my cockpit full of hands, and in those situations it's very easy to hit the wrong switches. Most recently, comparing the lap times, number 111 did 1:32.7, number 20 Peugeot 1:30.1, number 88 Honda 1:32.3, and number 4 Porsche 1:29.7. So the Porsche is maybe the only one which is constantly very fast. Although we saw that car losing 2 or even more seconds a few minutes ago when the car was stuck behind the 114 BMW. But this car, number 20, is running now regularly under 130, so gaining in the region of 2 or maybe 3 seconds against the overall leader. Flashing the right lights already to number 3 Honda in front, which is also in quite good position, 6th overall. Their lap times are now very, very different already. Number 20 Peugeot being some 4 or even 5 seconds per lap faster. That's a huge difference, of course. Anti-Artsev at the wheel of number 3 Honda was not going to resist that overtaking move against number 20 Peugeot. R2 Arturs Šimins is seemingly driving now that car, the man who drives that car during the sprint races as well. It's making huge strides towards the lead. The gap is now 38 seconds. So basically he must take back 1 second per every minute compared to the leaders. Then he can catch the number 111 set. And let's keep an eye on it. Another question, of course, is how long the tires will be working. Be too fast in the beginning of your stint and you run into deep trouble towards the end of your stint. We saw it with number 333 BMW during the opening stint. It was out of its tires after first 30 minutes already. But it seems that if anybody is able to catch number 111, it's only number 20 Peugeot, because the gap between number 20 and number 88 Honda in P3 is more than 30 seconds, and it's impossible to compensate that big gap with driving only. If something happens to number 11, then it's a different story, but on the merit, I think only number 20 Peugeot is probably able to catch the leaders. Number 44 set is moving very slowly. They were in the, okay, maybe not the lead battle, but in top 5 at least. Now they have dropped to P9 and cars are passing them left and right and center. Having seen one Honda Yaris, not Honda Yaris, Toyota Yaris of course on the screen, makes me ask where they are, and now they are separated already by much more than 5 or 10 seconds. 99 is firmly in front of number 22 for the intra-Yaris battle. What is the gap? Oh, the gap is huge because number 22 is moving rather slowly. And yes, 2 Yarises is now separated by 43 seconds, so perhaps almost certainly number 99 will be higher ranked at the finish than number 22. But returning to the leaders, number 20 is keeping the pace. 24 minutes to go, 34 seconds gap. But it's easier said than done. You must keep this pace until the end, whatever happens. Changing number 44 car. I remember now they had one very strange stop. Are they going to stop anymore? No. They stopped at about 45th minute or even a little bit earlier, and it is not counted as a mandatory stop. So stewards maybe have some say about that after the finish. We are closing into the 3/4 mark. 1 hour and 27 minutes have passed since the start of the race. A little bit more than 30 minutes still to go, and here it comes. Number 4 Porsche Baltic car has set the fastest lap of the race, 1:28.6, and in the process they have jumped number 88 Honda. So now that number 4 Porsche is third overall. Third overall, but still second in their class, because number 111 Soderus Racing alone is also BTC4 car, and there is little chance number 4 to catch number 111. Here you can see the gaps quite clearly. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds almost, and it's not realistic in 31 minutes. And now it looks like number 20 Peugeot has lost out somewhere, because the gap has stabilized at about 33 seconds, while there is still only 31 minutes to go. So they are behind the schedule already by some 2 seconds, and it's very, very difficult to get back onto that schedule if your rival is not going to hit any trouble. Actually, top 3 cars had almost the same lap time last time around. In 1:30s everybody, and 88 Honda had 1:31.3, so they are running quite at the same pace. 88 Honda, for 88 Honda, it was the fastest lap of the race at all. But of course that car can't be comparable with top 3. Traffic jam at the penultimate corner. And one of those reasons was Toyota Yaris. Everybody had to overtake that car, which was moving rather slowly. But number 20 Peugeot is now back on the schedule. 30 minutes to go, 30 seconds to catch. We have entered the final quarter of the race, final 30 minutes. And number 44 Cupra is moving very slowly. Actually, it's more like moving chicane on the track. Number 23 BMW was in trouble overtaking number 44 Set. 44's lap times are in the region of 1:40. So that's 10 seconds slower than their best lap time. That I'm not able to tell you, unfortunately. And Simo Lind in number 88 Honda has started to push. He's bettering his fastest lap time already several times, several laps after another. 1:30.7 is the best one. And yes, number 20 Peugeot is now firmly on the schedule once again. 28 minutes to go, 28 seconds to fight back. But it's still very fine balance. Just one Botched move on the back marker. You lose some 2 or 3 seconds and everything may be gone. Of course, the same can happen with 111 as well. Two Estonian BMWs fighting for the position. Actually, they are not fighting for the position, they are just on the same part of the track, because number 87 RS Racing Team older BMW is one lap. Yes, actually lap number 31 S1 Racing BMW for the second time already. So they are on the different laps, not keep competing directly with each other. And what sign was it shown to number 333? It certainly wasn't false start, it was false start was on the back side. Let's try to make clear what it was. This is the fastest car on the track, although number 4 Porsche's most recent lap was quite slow actually, 1:33.1. Was it for back markers or whatever, something happened to it. And looking at number 20 Peugeot, they are now in front of their scheduled 25 minutes to go, 24 seconds to fight back. So they are still in it. Race going on between two Estonian BMWs for B7 and B8. Number 87 car is still in front, and number 333 just less than a second behind them. While number 20 has now gained a lot, just 21 seconds to get back and 24 minutes to go. And of course, if you're doing a lap in 1:28.8 and your rival 1:31.7, it certainly helps. Now number 20 must take number 15 set, and went quite smoothly. Maybe a few tenths were lost there, but not much. So the fight for the overall victory is certainly on. And not for the overall victory for BTC4 laurels as well, because top 3 cars are all BTC4 cars, number 111 Soderus Racing Leon, number 20 Orlen Lietuva Mažeikilas Peugeot, and number 4 Porsche Baltic Porsche. Number 8, Mazda MX-5, the Video Ingenieria team with Mantas Pochunas running this car alone. He's currently second in his class, but down in the overall ranking in 17th, without real chances to win the class as well, because there are only 2 cars and class leaders number 116 BMW is 2 laps in front. But yes, number 20 Peugeot. And what has happened to Porsche? Is it puncture, left rear puncture? It seems to be, and in the most uncomfortable place just in the beginning of the lap, and it means that Porsche must do one very slow lap to get back to the pit. And that is a late drama which can happen in every endurance race, be it 24 hours or 2 hours, and this has happened to number 4 Porsche, which was on the course to P3 overall, and it was already gone. It was already gone here. I suspect it is left rear tire. So they must now very carefully full 3 kilometers to get back to the pits, and they are going to lose many seconds, actually, maybe full lap or even more. And yes, you can see that the rim is already touching the ground and pieces of rubber are flying away, so it's a very unfortunate situation, especially because it's left side tire. You have to lean onto it on almost every corner because Mikaneki is ran clockwise. But maybe it's the reason why that tire got the puncture as well. Anyway, number 4 is now not out, but they are going to lose several positions. Actually, they have already lost at 1 to number 88 Honda, now another to number 15 Seat. Yeah, being fastest car on the track doesn't help if you have a puncture. Where did they get it? Was it running over the curbs too aggressively? Or maybe from the gravel on the track? Don't know, but it's a very unfortunate outcome. Now the big chunks of rubber are falling away already from that, I would say, X-tire. It's not tire anymore. Number 4 is back in the pits, just maybe 100 or 200 meters to the pit box, and then the mechanics will start to change the wheel. It seems that there is no more damage on the car. Driver was very sensible, didn't drive too fast. And number 96 Honda is in the pits as well. Mechanics are going to open the engine cover, and it doesn't mean good if it is done in the pits. Meanwhile, 17.5, almost 18 minutes to go, and number 20 Peugeot is just 7 seconds behind the leaders. How did this happen? We didn't see, but the fight for the lead is on, and I can bet change of lead will happen in a few minutes. So number 4 has now new tire and back on the track. Where are they in the ranking? Drop to P6. Is there any chance to fight back? Probably not. And look at the gap between top two, only 4.5 seconds. It means that here is Artur Šiemins, who is that number 20 Peugeot. He must already see the lead car. Lead car comes here. Šiemins in Peugeot comes here. So he must already see the leading car, which is his clear target. And is not shining on the straight anymore. There is less distraction for the drivers. Number 20 flashing the headlights to number 31 BMW. And now the target is just in front of them. Catch and overtake. Very simple, and in the process they will probably overtake number 4 Porsche as well. Yes, Porsche is not at full speed for sure. Maybe there is some additional damage, but it's moving very slowly. But this is the fight for the lead. Number 111 versus number 20. Seat versus Peugeot. And Seat is still in front, but now they are separated by just 2.4 seconds on the line. And looking at the lap times, they must be together towards the end of the lap. Then there is 15 more minutes for Artur Šiemins at the wheel of that number 20 Peugeot to overtake number 111 Seat. Or Cupra Leon. Actually, it's called Cupra Leon. I haven't seen what badge they have. Yeah, number 4. If it's not finished, then it's almost finished. I mean, not under the checkered flag, but the car is barely moving. So now Šiemins in number 20 Peugeot has all the aces in his hands. Race leader is just a few meters in front of him. He has much better lap times. Has fought back the deficit of more than one full lap. And now they are together. Now they are together, and Šiemins is going for it, and his opponent lets him go. So we have a new race leader, number 20 Peugeot of Orlen Lietuva Mažeikių ASK, who is Vitalijus Plastilinas, and Artur Šiemins is the new leader. Number 111 Soderus Racing of Darius Žitlinskas and Justas Grendelis has now pushed back to second, but it is probably where they will finish, because third place car number 88 Honda is too far back. Simo Lindin, that number 88, is not able to catch. Yes, there is 1 minute and 17 seconds between them. So in 13 minutes still remaining to the checkered flag, it's impossible to fight back. But as we saw with number 4 Porsche, everything can happen. They were maybe not in the lead fight, but certainly in top 3. But unexpected puncture, slow return to the pit, and they lost 3 positions and went out. Couldn't regain the full speed, and they're losing now 1 position after another. Car crawling on the track very slowly, and now they have returned to the pits, but the race has basically over. Hopefully they can return to the track and take the checkered flag at least. So they will be classified, of course. Must go at least 50% of the mileage driven by the winner. There will be no problem with it. That threshold is not that high. But of course it is very weak consolation. They were firmly in top 3 overall and top 3 in their own class. Now they are nowhere. So you can't be happy with that. Is there any more fights in the site? Maybe not. The gaps are quite clear everywhere. I know it's exactly 11 minutes to go. All drivers now are just listening what their cars are doing. This is the paranoia the drivers has towards the end of endurance race is on the unbelievable level. Everything you hear, every smell, every noise, you think, what is wrong with my car? Is it coming from my car? What is going to break next? And 88 is in the pit, so late drama here as well, and I guess it was just for refueling. Is number 88 Honda going to lose its 3rd position? Probably not, because the gap to 4th place number 3 Honda was more than 1 lap. But it was probably a mistake while calculating the refueling amount. That late pit stop just 10 minutes before the end of the race was not certainly a regular pit stop. So again, everything can happen, and we have seen twice everything has happened already. The conclusions were very hard for number 4 Porsche, number 88 Honda. Probably managed to hold this position, P3 overall. At least it's back on the track and running smoothly again. Number 4 Porsche is back on the track, but it's moving still very slowly. They have now dropped to P14 already, and maybe going to lose some more positions. Also number 96 Autokaslita Honda is 3 laps behind them. Maybe they can keep that, but again, P14 or P15 doesn't matter if you have lost P3. these are the leaders. Number 20, Orlen Lietuvā Mažeikos car Peugeot 308. They just completed the 70th lap. 7.5 minutes still to go, and this red Honda Integra Type R is in P4 overall. And while maybe Antti Artsev at the wheel of that car had a slight hope when number 88 Honda beat it for the second time. Actually, that hope was very slim because the gap between them is still 37 seconds. But number 20 seems to be going very slowly. Yes, there is another drama. There is another drama, and we will have new old leader number 111. Cupra Leon has regained the lead with just 6.5 minutes to go. So another drama, and is it tire again? No. And number 4 Porsche is seemingly finished now, is standing, and yes, number 20 Peugeot is entering the pits, and the fairy tale race for them is over. They were almost there, catching the leader, passing it, and more or less the same can be said about this car, number 4. They were on their course for top 3 finish now. 2 cars from top 3 are now out, and the slowest of top 3 cars we had, number 111 Cupra Leon, is still running. Okay, seems to be a puncture as well on the left front tire of number 20 Peugeot. Here is the moment when the lead changed hands once again. Number 111 overtaking number 20. And what next now? Do they still have second place overall? Yes, they do. But let's put things into perspective. If number 88 Honda hadn't made its second pit stop, maybe he would have been in P2 now, not P3. But again, it's what have possibly could be. With less than 5 minutes to go, number 111 is now back in the lead. The lead is certainly not 5.5 seconds, it was 1 lap ago. This should be in the region of 1 minute and 10 seconds maybe, and the car is going very slowly. Driver is now very careful, and probably is the right approach. You can't win this race anymore, but you can lose it. You can lose it during the final 4 minutes. Last 4 minutes are ticking away from the clock. Yes, this 2-hour endurance race, Nantgang Endurance Academy race, has been a classic endurance race where everything can happen towards the end, and you can see while number 20 Peugeot is going through turn 1, leaders 111 are on the main straight. So yeah, 1 minute and 1 minute and 10 seconds is the gap, almost exactly. So only if 111 stops on the track during those final 3 minutes which are left now, number 20 will be unable to catch them. let's be very careful with those predictions. I've seen lots of drama already, and it's not guaranteed we will see another one. But Artur Siemens at the wheel of that Peugeot is not holding back. You could see that he's just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:28.3. And yes, of course, what should he do? There is no point to just walk home. He's showing he can drive fast, and yes, whatever can happen. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, but still whatever can happen. Until the checkered flag has not been shown, everything is possible. Siemens is flashing headlights to slower cars. He seems to be in a really desperate mode now, but you can understand. You can understand him having a certain lead in his hand without any danger from behind, and then bang, tire goes and lead goes with it. Final minute of the race. Where is number 111 car? Should be close to the main straight. Means that Siemens is now on his penultimate lap, while the leaders will go on to their final lap in few seconds, just 20 seconds to go. Ten seconds to go, and the leading car, number 111 Cupra Leon, has started its final lap of this 2-hour race. They lapped all the field at least once during the first hour, but during the second hour, during the second stint, they fell back, lost the lead to number 20 Peugeot, but then the unlucky puncture for Peugeot elevated number 111 back to the lead, and now they are closing into the finish. Time is over already. Just half a lap to go. No need to push anymore. Just bring the car home. And exactly that is happening. The lap times during second stint have not been great, but as you can see, they have been fast enough. So the leader is now on the final time on the main straight, flashing the headlights. Checkered flag is out, and number 111 Soderus Racing Cupra Leon has won 2-hour non-conc endurance academy race in Riga. Number 20 Peugeot of Orlen Lietuva Mažeikių ASK is still on the track. They will be second. The only question is what the final gap will be. It actually makes no difference. And number 88 Honda is here in the background. Here comes number 20 Peugeot for the final time through the final turn. Second eventually, and number 88 Honda will be third overall. So that was it, 2-hour endurance race, full of drama, unexpected lead changes. A proper endurance race in one word. And this is the winning car. Yes, they were lucky, no question. They were very lucky. But it's a part of endurance racing. Punctures usually don't happen just. There is certain reason, and usually the reason is driver pushing too much, maybe running over curbs too aggressively, maybe hitting some gravel stones on the track, whatever. But here are the final results. Top 8. Interestingly, 5 Estonian teams in top 8. Of course, top 2 places belong to Lithuanian teams, and on the second page, Estonian and Lithuanian teams. Latvian teams were only in ABC race with slow cars, so it's clear that they couldn't mix with the big boys. And here you can see that sun is still shining in Riga. The time here is 21:40.
And we are in the last Parc Fermé of DeWALT Grand Prix 2023, the Nankang Endurance Academy 2-hour race. Competitors have reached the finish line, and in first place we have here number 111. We see the beautiful Cupra TCR, and of course we would like to have a word with the winner, with the driver. Let's try to get an interview with the winners. So hi, we are on the live stream. Congratulations on an eventful race.
It was a great race. It's first race for me, so sorry, I'm a little bit exciting. So I cannot do this without my another driver, Justas. So yeah, and of course with all my team.
So and it was a difficult 1 hour right now, right?
Yeah,
1 hour not so easy, I think so. My colleague is first race.
So it was difficult. It was a lot of mistakes from me, but first race, and it's victory. It's the most important thing.
First race and first victory. That's amazing. So great story.
Yeah, it's amazing. So let's keep pushing and let's take another one. Yeah.
Yes. We will see longer.
Yeah.
And how was the first hour? It was like you're setting the time very well.
Yeah, first hour is absolutely easy for me. Yeah, I am pushing, and that's all.
Okay, congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So these were the winners overall. And then let's see who we can still else get. We will try to get to Artur Šimins. Let's wait for him to take off. Yeah, Orlen Mažej, ASK, Artur Šimins, second place overall, second place BTC4. But it looked like a victory. Arturs, what happened a few minutes before the finish?
You know, you saw my pace. I was pushing really hard, and I think the guys know I can do it. But it's racing, you know. I maybe took some little curb a little bit more, or maybe just the tire. It went flat. I had to go into the pit lane and change it. Overall, it's second place. It's not bad, but I came here for a victory. You couldn't see that. It's like 10 minutes before the race. It looked like a... But it's racing, you know, and I enjoy it, and it's really great. And thanks BTC4 for these events, and hopefully we'll see me on podium today, second time.
Yeah, so great weekend for you overall, and you set the fastest lap time as well, 2 laps or 3 laps before, so this race, so yeah.
No, I didn't know that, but yeah, that's the reason. I really pushed hard, I really tried. But no worries, it's racing, as I told you before.
You have a smile on your face, so that's good. Congrats.
Yeah, thanks. Congrats.
So Artur Šimins, of course, he came here to win, but in the end, it's second place. But 2 podiums in one weekend, that's amazing and great for him. Let's try to check in with BTC2 class, BTC2 class winners here. Here you have the 2 fastest guys in BTC2, Simo Lind, Antti Järtsev. How was it for you?
Let's say it was interesting. I enjoyed first part of the race. It was like I really enjoyed it, and it has always been my dream to drive with TCR car. At least I drive together with TCR car, so it was already something similar. But yeah, the first part was really enjoyable. The second part, I have still some fuel issues, so I was struggling. We did an extra pit stop and so on, but yeah.
Luckily you made it.
Yeah, I made it, and with very good team it's possible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Simo Lind, the winner, Antti Järtsev, second place in BTC2, I assume. How was the race for you?
Easy, let's make 2 hours more. But I think same, it was very, very enjoyable to drive with the TCRs and fight with the TCRs and that GT4 Porsche, you know? And what the fuck I'm doing here? And,
sorry for the language, but good.
Sorry, yeah.
Adrenaline.
We changed places with the TCR a lot. Very nice. But I think it's my easiest 2 hours because you have so much to do, even the second hour. Yeah.
Okay, so great to see you guys and see you at the next rounds. So the BTC2 leaders. So yeah, I think that's that from the Parc Fermé here. I assume we go maybe back to the commentators in just a bit, but I wanted also to say great weekend, a lot of racing, a lot of fun yesterday with the practices and quali, and today with 10 sprint races and a 2-hour race in the end. So it was a pleasure to be with you this weekend, and yeah, back to the commentators, or I don't know, but yeah, thank you from my side, and see you in the next rounds. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you for watching us. Hopefully the races were interesting. Now we still have a prize giving ceremony to go, and then we will show the DeWALT Mechanics competition to you as well. At least it took place today in during the lunch break. Once more, thank you and have a good evening or good morning or good afternoon, wherever in the world you are. Thank you and bye.